Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome along. We have made it. It is day 7 of 2023 Q-School Gob. It's been long, but we are here. 1 day left to secure a tour card for the next 2 years, and it is all on the line today.
It is, yeah, and obviously an hour behind in the UK. But the big story in Germany so far, before a dart has even been thrown, is the sheer number of withdrawals this morning. We're seeing 19 players whose names are on the order of merit not taking part, which changes the draw. It means that some games are going straight to the last 64, i.e. Chris Lamb, Ron Moulenkamp. Does that change the calculations on points needed for everybody else? Who knows? I'm not nearly mathematically aware enough. But yeah, look, final day. Some big names will not be on the PDC Tour next year.
100%. There'll be some big names. Yeah. Welcome along, chat room as well. Come and get involved throughout the day. Amazing job last night in Portsmouth for the Super Series final. Decent crowd in last night. And the only question I was asked all night is Fallon Sherrock going to do it? The only question. Not anyone else. It was just, is Fallon going to do it?
It's just mad, isn't it? The amount of attention that she brings to this sport. And I don't think some people realise it. I think some people are coming around to it. It's not us pushing it in any direction or having a bias either way. She's just very, very popular. People want to know how she gets on. She divides opinion across some places. But as we said before, we've looked at the numbers that our videos do, the clips, the fan alerts on Dart Connect and all sorts. She dominates a lot of those numbers. People want to know if Fallon Sherrock is about to pick up her tour card. As it stands, she sits just outside of the order of merit. She is 10th on a top 9. So work to be done today.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone in the chat room. Andrew is in as always. Thank you very much, mate. Elvis is in. Richard, Aidan is in. Kieran, how are we doing? Alex, Declan, Guru's in. Scooby-Doo, Wayne, Matthew, Craig, Daniel is in. How are we doing? Tam is in. Joe, good morning. There's loads of you in. T. Okuda is in from Asia. Welcome along. Daniela is in. Richie, morning. Emma, Chris, Pete, Michael, Hannah, good morning. Look, it's going to be an exciting day. That is for sure. We do it every day. Chat room as well. I would like to know who wins day 4, stage 2 outright from both sides.
Just having a quick look now.
Whilst you look at that, I'd hate to think Lucas Vaining must have been an evil man in a previous life, the draws he's had at this Q-School.
Who's he got day 4? Is he still playing?
Yeah. Andrew put in the chat room earlier, of course, Lucas Vaining has a really horrible draw, playing Ricardo Perez in the last 28, and then likely to meet Andy Bartons and Vinstra on his board as well.
Sheesh. Or Moreno Blom, yeah. Who have you upset, Mr. Vaining? Outright today. In Germany, I'm going to say Max Hopp because he needs it.
Bold, but okay.
And similarly, in the UK, he had one stinker yesterday, but for the most part this week, I think his level's been okay. Adam Smith-Neal. So final day, we're going to get drama somewhere. So I'm going for complete players that are not near the top. I think if we pick someone in green, go in safe.
From the EU, I'm going Jean Van Veen. From the UK, I'm going Keegan Brown.
Interesting.
Now, Danny Ellis said the biggest disappointments of Q-School. I think Vanek is a harsh one because, look, yes, I expect him to be better than where he is. However, in relation to some of the draws...
He's not lost a game where he started favourite or anything, has he? He's just been
and he's had some
pretty unlucky with draw.
Stinkers. Look, I don't mean this disrespectfully, I'm just looking at numbers, but early on in Europe, there is some cannon fodder, and you can pick up points early before you meet anyone. And he's had some absolute stinkers where he's met top players in the last 1-8 all the time.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Yella has been disappointing, Gob, considering he came in as WDF number 1.
Yes. Yeah, look, because even his performances, he's been winning, but he's been winning with crap averages. I just want that little bit more from him as games start to warm up. In Kalkar.
Yeah, Andrew's just said there, Vanek has lost to Cadby Kyvenhoven and our mate Pascal.
Who's already, he's lost to 2 tour card holders. 3. All 3 of them have gone on to get cards. 2 of them, one of them outright, 2 of them via the order of merit.
My thoughts on last night's matches. I thought they were in keeping with the rest of the week. I thought there was a couple of good ones in there. Martin Adams missed doubles at crucial times.
Who's in the snooker final? Just below.
I suppose the other question, Rob, is will Timo Tricol get over the line?
I hope one of them done. I said this at the start of the week. I thought Jacques Vabre had a chance of qualifying. So I felt like there was less pressure and attention on him. Thibaut is the number one. He made the WDF World Final. I think Vabre is allowed to go his business, but I think they're at a very similar level. They're currently 12th, 14th, just outside, but they cannot afford to fall early. Vabre starts his day very shortly against Jody Toback of Belgium.
Gob, is your internet switched to Wi-Fi instead of cable? Because you keep coming in and out.
It's back again now. It did have a flid.
Right, okay, yeah, it's right. You went all tinny and where someone said so about the I just wish it started a bit sooner. The problem is Sporty Stuff TV have paid for the TV rights and they can't go live until their Greyhound coverage finishes. Because before it was on Sporty Stuff, we used to start at 9 so it's down to TV scheduling, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100% Snorlax. Anybody without a point this morning could lose in the final and not get a card, which is well over half the field. Only 59 players have picked up a point.
Morning, Lau. Hope you are good. Morning, Stephen. How are you all doing? Morning, Alistair. Daniel says, one more question on Q-School. How has Q-School changed over the years in the format? So pre-COVID, it used to be just 4 days, no stages, get on with it. And then COVID introduced the stage. I actually think the stage 1 and stage 2 is a good thing, Gob.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It gives those that have just been on tour a chance to get straight back there, and that might not be the most interesting thing for us, but they have also proven in the past that they can compete at that level, or the majority of them have. I appreciate they've lost it and dropped off, but we do have some games live. Sander van Ockenberg-Zwan against Arno Lyon, Mark Vlecker against Vincent van der Meer, Alexander Merckx against Jamie Lawrence, Arjan Konteman against Miroslav Grodziski. I'm just looking through the order of merit of some players that are on 0 points through 3 days, because there are quite a few of them. Ron Moulenkamp, Vitislav Sedlak, Lucas Veinig, Sebastian Steyer, Gino Voss, who's withdrawn for the day, Stefan Siepman. We scroll down a bit more. We see Andreas Toff Jorgensen. We see Diogo Portela, Marco Cantele, Thomas Hudek, the young player from the Czech Republic, Grant Sampson, Stefan Nars and Moreno Blom, both on 0 points. Paulo Ferreira and Jesus Nogueira, both on 0 points. Scroll a bit further down. Larry Butler would need to win outright today. Nico Kurtz, 0 points, withdrawn. There are 19 withdrawals today, GeoGuessr, in the UK. In Germany. So players not playing today. Benjamin Freudenreich, who beat Corey Cadby in stage 1, but hasn't quite had it his own way in stage 2. Marco Obst, Nico Kurtz and Jan de Wert. Stefan Niles and Jens Ziegler. Nevin Rosetta, Marco Grafweg, Dennis Akhtar, Oliver Mueller, Marcel Hunch, Gino Voss, Daniel Ziegler, Marcel Gerdon. Marcus Kessler's withdrawn on 2 points, as is Marcel Haussotter. And then the top two on the order of merit are already secured their cards, Mike Kyvenhoven and Pascal Ruprecht. Ronnie Hybrex is in the draw, although he has gone dark green since. That might have been draw dependent.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to go.
Can we go double French to start the day?
That's what I'm loading them up. Don't worry.
Yeah, Ronnie is mathematically secure via the order of merit. Continent flying to start the day. 2 legs, 103 average. 29 darts to take those two. 15 darters to start for Tunders and Berry Vampire. The 13 darter for Alexander Merckx to start. How likely is we have an Italian tour card holder? Slim from here. Any points so far? Yeah, not good. Michele Toretta on 1 point minus 1 leg difference. They need to win outright today, basically. Can you make the scores big, please? Oh.
This needs to be a default setting. Once you've changed it once, this is your...
Devon's not lost his card yet, but he has a tough year ahead of him.
Yeah. Arjan Konteman averaging 107 right now.
That's a 13 darter again now. Vampire 103. Average 2-0 up. Matt Clark won in the MODUS Super Series last night. Beat Kevin Painter in the final.
No, Andrew, if Mark McGeaney gets a card today, no, he can't. But we already have plans in place.
Better fire up my motor, hadn't I? Morning, Si. How are we doing?
How are we doing?
Someone on 0 points going into the final day ever got through. Danny Baggish? Was he on 0 last year? Year before?
May have had 1.
Next year's Q-School, we're going to be in a studio live together. I only wear them for screen time, so I forget. Thank you. Tony O'Shea's not retired. He's playing in the World Seniors World Championship in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I think Baggish was on 0. Remember, the number of points required to get a card was different last year because there were more cards available.
Yeah.
32 cards in total last year.
A lot of people asking us, do we think Fallon will get a card? I'm waiting to see the draw first. It's very much on the draw.
Do you know what?
I hope Fallon gets a card. Morning, Tag. Tom, the UK draw, hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so.
Let's see what you lot think. She's currently on 5 points. 8 would 100% get her there. 7 and a decent leg difference, a good chance as well. So with that in the knowledge, aim for the last 16 and anything else is a bonus. 27 tour cards in total. 14 in Germany, 13 in the UK based on the number of entries. 4 per day outright for each school. So that leaves 10 on the order of merit in Germany and 9 in the UK.
Ooh. If that's right, Andrew, that's a good thing.
My draw's not live yet.
Go to the PDC website. It was first there yesterday.
It'll be there soon. I have Super League tonight, but that is after we finished here.
Fallon Sherritt.
No part.
Fallon has one of the buys, Gob. She is into the last 64.
But who does she play?
Don't
also,
know.
How are they doing that in Dark Connect to then export it out of Dark Connect before putting it back into Dark Connect? Arjan Kontaman is a 6-0 winner over Miroslav Gruzetsky.
Well, was the draw done in Dark Connect?
She is on board 16. That includes Eek. I think she's going to play Keegan Brown. Nope.
That's a horror draw for both, if that's right.
Nope, wrong board. Ignore me. That would be those two. So those 4. I think Hamilton, McDonald, Rosny, Brown, Johnson, Snide, Finesse, Walker, which means you want the 3 games before that. Rob Collins or John Cook on the same board as Jack Vincent, Jared Cole, Andy Bolton, and Shane McGurk.
The boards are up on Dark Connect now. Fallon is on board 15.
Rob Collins or John Cook. on the same
Right.
board as Jack Vincent, Jared Cole, Andy Bolton, or Shane McGurk. She needs to win that board, guaranteed.
Right. If we think, Gob, she needs 2 wins, and that's still an if at the moment. I agree, but if we think 7 points will get her in, it could have been a lot worse.
She's got to win that board.
No.
Yeah.
No, because so her first game classes as a point.
Yeah, against Collins or Cook, and then she'll play the winner of the other 4 players. She's got to win the board.
I think it could be worse.
Like who? Who are you writing off? Bolton's had a tour card. McGurk's flying. Cole and Vincent are both dangerous.
I'm not writing them off, but what I'm saying is she hasn't got anyone in the top 8, top 9. It could have been worse.
I think that's a more than dangerous draw.
I'm not saying it's not dangerous. I'm saying it could have been worse, Gob. She's got no one in. Right, so the highest ranked player would be Jared Cole in 20th. It could have been worse.
It could have been a lot nicer. Thibaut Tricot will not be a tour card holder. The Frenchman is beaten 6-1 by Dirk Telnikes. He's gone. He's done.
Exactly, Tam. I'm not writing these players off because they're very good players, but she's got no one in the top 20. Or Jared Cole at 20th is the highest she has to play.
Wins for Barry Van Peert against John Desremo. And a 6-0 win for Vincent van der Meer against Mark Vleghert.
Lendl, if I'm being honest, you would want the easiest draw possible.
Elsewhere, a point would be enough for the trio of Evans, Brown, and Warner. Adam Warner's on board 13. He'll take on Niall Cullerton in the 1-2-8. And then if he wins that one, it would be Jack Main or Cameron Crabtree. Doesn't get very easy for him. Let's have a look for Evs. Board 12. He starts against Mark McGeaney. Surely not.
Who's that?
Lee Evans is a point away from 100% having a tour card. Starts today against Mark McGeaney, and if he wins that, will play either Owen Bates or Scott Mitchell.
Oof.
Also on that board, Mike Warburton, Rob Thompson, John Bowles, Stephen Beasley. And if we go looking for Mr. Keegan Brown, board 16 against Stephen Rosney to start. Yeah, already called him out. So it's Andy Hamilton against Sean McDonald. Stephen Rosney against Keegan Brown. So if Brown does beat Rosney, it'll be Hamilton or McDonald for a card. Johnson, Snide, Finesse, and Walker.
Right, God, Darts Rankings has updated in the UK, we now think no one has gone dark green yet because of the draw.
Mm-hmm. Jamie Lewis not playing. Yeah, let's have a look, see if Darts ranking can tell us who the buys are. Jamie Lewis is the highest ranked not playing, 3 points -1. Wayne Jones is withdrawn. Andy Jenkins has had his day. He's played and he's gone. He's on the Challenge Tour eligible. Thomas Lovely and Dave Pallett both out. Reese Hayden had already gone home over the weekend. Chris Bird, Cameron Anderson have all withdrawn. Yeah, we'll ping you the UK Q-School. Are there any green players playing each other early? In UK or Germany?
UK, I think.
Martin Wanders beats Jose Marquez. None of the top three play each other early, but they do have tough tests. Graham Hall, Stephen McNally, no. On the same board, Adam Hunt, Peter Jakes, that should be fine. What's Slevin got? Slevin's got a bye. We'll take on Bridgewater or Robinson. Same board as Kellett, Holt, Skirfield or Osborne. Likely needs a board win to get. He's on 6, so a board final will be enough. Conan, what have you got to do today? You've got to beat Chris Gilliland to start. Final game on board 8. Then Daniel Dale, Peter Hudson. Then Adam Mould, Dale Gadsby, Scott Baker, or Lewis Pride. Stephen Burton start today against Darryl Pilgrim on board 1. Mark McGeaney plays Lee Evans. Yeah, Mark McGeaney plays Lee Evans. That's number 1 versus number 8 playing each other in the very first round. So we're going to lose one of them. That's a huge tie.
Yeah.
And Andy Hamilton start today against Sean McDonald. Where's Ryan Harrington and all this? He has a bye as well. He will take on James Richardson or Liam Meek. Jose Marquez is out.
What's Hendo's board like, Gob?
Good question. Oh, not great. Starts off against Ryan Murray. Then he'll play the winner of Stephen Burton or Darryl Pilgrim. Board final will be Nicky Danoon, Stu Wilson or Shane Hayward.
Ouch. No, HS leg differences from the 1 to 8, which is what I'm looking at here. God, that Bert. Do you say Burton plays McGeaney?
Burton plays Pilgrim.
Burton
Evans plays
Pilgrim.
McGeaney.
Right, so McGeeney's in a tough position here because his leg difference is awful.
Yeah.
Compared to everyone around him.
Yeah, a loss. When do they play as well? They play third on their board. Fallon's already waiting in the 64 and the fourth game on her board. So before she even picks up her darts, she could have moved back into the green. No, she can't because McGeeney's on a point more than that. What am I going on about? It's been a long week. The week gets a little longer for Jacques Larber. He's a 6-2 winner over Jody Toback. And there was also a win for Andy Barton, 6-4 over Stefan Seekman. Dom Taylor's board. He starts against Pete Burgoyne. If he wins that, he'll have to play Adam Smith-Neal on Michael Huntley. Board final would be Jake Jones, Tommy Morris, or Christopher Wickenden. Who else has been to a final this week? Chris Quantock has a bye. Will play Kevin Lowe or Alex Small on that same board as Adam Warner, Niall Cullerton, Jack Main, and Cam Crabtree. Timu Harju's a 6-1 winner over Joaquin Goncalves. Vitislav Sedlak keeps his hopes alive with a 6-2 win over Yuri Brecker.
Also got Jacques Labra went through. His hopes are still alive.
I told you. And with that win, he jumps above Thibaut Tricot.
I just think, having watched them both up close, I think Thibaut's better for the tour than Jack.
Thibaut's got a better A game, and we've seen it tested in televised situations more. I think Labra's steadier. I don't think he misses 4 million darts at double in batches like Thibaut has.
But I just think he's more likely to go and average 77 on the tour.
He'll be there. Allez, le bleu is all that matters.
I'm glad some sense was talked into Adam Warner as well.
So I think I was having conversations last night with a couple of people in and around and that were having conversations elsewhere as well. It was more that he's something like, even if he loses 6-0 today, I think Lendl's predictions have got him a 70% chance of getting a tour card. But if he goes and wins one more game, that one more point, that climbs up to somewhere near 100%. Why on earth would you take that out of your hand? If you go and lose in round one today, fine. You had it in your hands. You cannot regret not doing anything. By taking it out of your own hands. I just don't see why you'd ever not at that point. Even Ronnie Hybrex, I was debating last night if I'd play if I was him, and he's gone green because of the draw.
If I'm Ronnie Hybrex, I wouldn't have played. Oliver, the selection criteria is basically they will pick who they want.
If have a TV deal where you have a country that watches darts and pays for their rights, you could have a World Cup team.
Jelle Klassen is on board 4, and he will play Yetzi van der Wiel.
It's a good point, Jorg. He says, what do we think about the WDF participants? World Master winner out in phase 1. World finalist Thibaut Tricot not winning a card. Number 1, Klassen is struggling. I mean, I've just looked at John Desremo. He's a 6-1 loser to Barry Van Peer in the first round this morning. He's won titles in the WDF circuit in Europe. Just want a bit more for them, don't you?
I just think it shows the gap.
Where's Barber? Still on 1 point.
Have the projected cut-off points changed, Gob? Do we know?
What did Lando tag me? Just got to scroll past Dan telling me about Parmos because he can't read tweets. Projected cutoff currently sits at 6 points and a plus 19 leg difference in Europe, 6 points and a plus 26 leg difference in the UK. So the further above that you are, the better you will be. Obviously, that's the very last spot you're looking at. So if you want to start calling people safe earlier, the higher up it is better to be.
Yeah, 100%, Andrew. I'm with you there. It's just hoovering up points. Is winning a challenge tour next week or finishing top of the challenge tour order of merit almost the same as getting a tour card for the year? Not the year, but certainly it will get you in the early pro tours if there are spaces, Gob.
Yeah.
Jacob Taylor just getting underway. Max Hopp against Ryan de Vries. Lucas Vainic has taken the opener against Ricardo Perez, averaging a cool 107. Mark says, personal view, guys, have done better from the Super Series than the WDF. Look, the Super Series gets you battle ready, and the proof's there, Gob.
It did last year, it did at the WDF World Championships, and it's doing so again this year.
Jonathan, that's a little harsh. If you look at the draws that she's had all week, She's had her fair share of stinkers. Titus Kanek is behind. Sedlacek on our feature game. Gob is behind.
Just pulling up rankings. Where does he sit? 5th on the order of merit. I mean, he's on 7 points, but a loss here would damage that leg difference a bit more.
Evil Charlie may face an anxious wait. Alex Bowman's continuing where he left off yesterday. Gob 4-0 to the good. This will do his leg difference the world of good.
Needs it.
I just think that some people have pulled out because as a player, you know if you're playing well, Gob. And after, whether you've been in 3 days or 6 days, if you just feel your game's not there, it's just like, yeah, done, isn't it?
Yeah. To be fair, I went to a competition on Friday night to see where my game was. I've just changed my setup in a bit. If it wasn't great, I wouldn't be playing Super League tonight. If there was a struggle there. But no, I played all right.
Needed that. Wake me up.
You played badly on Wednesday, Luke. You know it. Just because you got us out of trouble with the pairs, you smug git.
Gob, your picks had a stinker of first leg. Max Hop Trails averaging 68.
Oh dear. That's not good.
Craig says, Phil, question, do you think it'll be feasible to have the top 5 senior players play at the Grand Slams? I think it'd be amazing. No, look, one, I don't think it'll ever happen. And 2, I don't think they cut the mustard in that environment. They're happy doing what they're doing in the seniors environment. I don't think... So it's a big ask, Gob, isn't it, to jump from that to the slam?
Yeah. I believe so. Alex Spellman, a 117 for a 6-0 victory. That'll do the Americans' leg difference some good. Needs to start racking up the points, though, and he can do that from his next match onwards. Morning Things. Great username. Fallon does have a bye. I don't play WF events, no. I barely play local league, to be fair. A referee for county.
Sedlacek has turned this one around, Gob. He's put the afterburners on. He's in a bit of trouble.
Another one that needed it. This win here would put him into the 64 Next match would be a shootout for a point. Board 1. It would be against Martine Wanderers as well, who beat Jose Marquez 6-0 already. I think that's very winnable there. Then you'd have a board final against Chris Landman or Ron Moulenkamp. That one is a little bit different to pick. Any notable names in the UK taking the day off? Yeah, Jamie Lewis. 3 points, -1 leg difference, within touching distance of the top, boys. Still would have needed a decent run. What does the Perminator need to do? 2 more points. 100% we're getting there. 1 more point. Should get him there. Where he currently is. A little bit of a shootout. Yeah, do you know what, Bob? I sat there this morning looking at the withdrawals. We had 33 across the 2 Q-Schools. Trying to top that up on the final day would have been an absolute nightmare. Why has Jamie Lewis pulled out? Let's have a look.
I've just sent a message to someone in his team. Whether I get an answer or not, I don't know, but I've sent a message.
No update from his management today. Sedlacek over the line. 6-4 winner over Patrick Mark. We should be seeing Evil Charlie return to the tour.
Yeah.
Dark horses. I mean, my dark horse was Max Hopp. He's currently 2-1 down, averaging 73. Not sure he's a dark horse, but he needs a ridiculous run. In the UK, if anyone else is going to produce that run, I can't remember who I said now.
You went rogue with both.
Yeah, I just can't remember who I went rogue with in the UK.
If there's a, I'm not so sure he's a dark horse at Adam Smith nil.
Big dog.
He wouldn't be a dark horse at the start, but he would be a dark horse now. Matt Denon. He would be the one that could come through.
The man loves a Q-School story.
Yeah. Also, interesting, Gob. Jenks pulled out today.
Yeah.
I know he was in Milton Keynes last night.
Did he try FaceTime when you were at 3 a.m.?
Yeah. I woke up this morning to a 3 a.m. missed FaceTime.
I'm never giving that man my phone number because I've been out with him while he tried to do that to everybody else in his phone book. You think Phil Barr's phone book is impressive? You wait till you see Andy Jenkins trying to get half of the history of the PDC up on FaceTime at 3 a.m. in a Reading bar.
Yeah, but to be fair, my phone book is quite impressive, but yeah.
At least something is. Robbie Knox is a 6-3 win over Vinay Ramna. And Thomas Hudek beats Heikki Hyvänen 6-4. That will end the Finnish players' chances of getting through. Another Finn on the brink of exit is Marco Cantelli. Trails 5-2 to Yoshihisa Baba.
God, just got to take this call. Back in a sec.
It's Jenks. Oi, what are you calling me out for? just seniors in general is a lively night out. Last 64 games warming up in Germany. Patrick Plutz against Reynard Schumacher, Chris Landman against Ron Moulenkamp, and Jerome Mioch against Jamai van der Helick. Adam Warner is playing today, changed his mind last night. One more point takes his chances from 70% chance of qualifying to near 100%. So it'd be silly not to chase that additional point. Perez levels up with Veinig with a 1:14 checkout. Yellow Klassen needs a win overall today. Denny Aldecata beats Andreas Toff Jorgensen. That knocks Toff Jorgensen out. He finishes the week with 0 points in stage 2. Gilbert van der Meyden beats Titus Kanik. The Pole will not be progressing to the PDC Tour. No, Billy, there is not a live camera feed on any of the boards. So you're stuck with us. Pascal Ruprecht, yeah, he's not even playing today. So he picked up his tour card last night via the Order of Merit. By not playing, he was more secure than he was by playing pre-draw, which is crazy to say, but yeah, thank you. I'm off home. Reignig's in trouble, Snorlax. He's 3 apiece for Perez. He does have the darts here. Any idea who the youngest tour card holder is? Is it Raf?
He could be.
Youngest tour card holder. Is it Nathan Rafferty? Keen Barry?
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Rock's younger than them. Schindler, no. Meikle, no. Decker, no. Steve Lennon, too old for Dev. Sonneveld must be in the conversation. Danny Jansen's a shout. Kevin Doots.
Yeah, it's going to come down to days here, isn't it?
I've got it. Oh, maybe not.
Who are you thinking?
I thought it was Rusty Jake. It might still be. He's slightly younger than Nathan Rafferty by almost a year. He's just turned 22. Rafferty will be 23 next week. It's not Scott. It's not Evett. Schmuchlow doesn't have a card, does he?
Josh Rock's only 21.
Gavlas. Has Gavlas got a card?
Unfortunately.
He's 20.
Keen Barry's 20.
And Barry's on 20. Who?
Keen Barry's 20 as well.
Danny Van Tripp's 26. Danny Anderson.
25th of June.
Danny Anson's 20. It's between Janssen, Gaulas, and Barry. Louis Williams is only 20. Jesus. Is he losing his card?
So far, it is Keen Barry on days. Morning, Pete. Hope you are good. Max Hopp has turned it around, Gob. Back 4-3 in front now. Lucas Vanek is back at 4 apiece.
Yes, the outside pick. Still only averaging 85 though. Maybe not. Have we missed any results? Don't remember telling you that Timo Hardy beat Joaquin Goncalves. Or that Kevin Van Vaarwe beat Cedric Corrin. Or that Jimmy Van Ski beat Stefan Schroeder. I can tell you, Larry Butler has beaten Sebastian Steyer.
Someone asked, do I not like Adam Gaulas? Again, I think Adam's a good player. He's a good player, and he's a real nice kid as well, but just too slow for me.
The oldest is not Steve Beaton. The oldest is Ross Montgomery.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. Lammer takes the opener against Meulenkamp.
Lucas Vanek is back in front at 5-4. Morning, everyone. Hope we are all good. Sebastian Milowetsky takes the opener. Good run needed from Bolts today, Gob.
Big run needed from him. A win for Marcel Guga, 6-2 over Rainer Sturm. Those losing right now are basically out of contention, by the way. Pretty much goes without saying. No 9 data this week at all. We've had the We've had the last double missed 3, 4, 5 times.
At least 3. Twice live on stream. Oh. Gob, did you watch Match of the Day or anything last night?
No. I was having a bad enough night as it was. Why on earth would I put myself through that?
Have you seen the United equaliser yet?
Not as a clip. I've seen stills of it. I've seen photos of it and whatever else. I appreciate they've applied the rule correctly, but it's bollocks.
That's why I asked you had you watched that. That's why I asked you had you watched that.
That is defenders react in the same way if he touches the ball as if he doesn't now.
It's 100% offside.
Yeah. The same way that Salah was last week.
Yeah.
When the ball is played, he's offside. The defender heading it doesn't change the phase because the intention is still there from the ball before. In my opinion. But and I'm a Liverpool fan. We got away with that. Neil Zonneveld is a 6-2 winner over Davy Prusten.
Oh, that's a horrid one, Brock. Oh.
Jamie Lewis is not playing. He's withdrawn for the day. We're not sure why yet.
Ron Moolenkamp's been so disappointing.
I don't remember his draws from the rest of the week.
I don't think they've been horrific. The reason I say that is we've not had him on feature game that much, so they can't have been blockbusters.
But you just don't like him.
Morning, mate. I hope you are good.
He was beaten in the last 64 on day 1 by Ruma Moyman after defeating Moreno Blom. Day 2, beat Andrew Beaton and then lost to Franz Rocha. Oh, thick twat. on day 3, he lost to Thibaut Tricot in the first round. I'll let him off. 2 of them are tough.
Day 1, he was 5-1 up though, Gob.
That hurt. Talking of being up, Yoshihisa Baba just survived against Marco Cantelli. Was 5-2 up and has only won 6-5. Ryan de Vrede is out to Max Hopp and was just outside the point on the order of merit. We've now lost number 14 and number 15 on the order of merit. It is starting to narrow in Kalkar already. Jelle Klaassen underway, loses the opening leg to Jitse van der Waal.
Kieran, I'm nervous.
Lucas Weinig is out on 0 points. What a depressing week for him. Benjamin Pratnama, 6-2 win over Jonas Masselin. He can't be a million miles away. Unless he's one of them. Yeah, 3 points plus 8. That's plus 12 now.
It's a good point. We have to rename this Sunday Dark Green Sunday.
That Masters Sunday. I do think we need a DJ Khaled pop up. Just go in another one every time we get a tour card. Jerome Meok is a 6-on winner over Jemai van der Herrick. Yeah, Rupractor's not playing. Not so mighty today, are you, Andrew? Haha. Chris Lamman, 4-1 up now. I'm Ron Moolenkamp. I'm saying, if I don't want to even talk football, grow up. This is a dart show. Yes, we do need Oprah. You get a tour card.
Message back. Health issues stopped Jamie from playing today. Of course, far from ideal, but no other option.
Fair enough. Patrick Plutz, 6-1 winner over Reinhard Schumacher. Now he can go back to being Williams' 4th driver for the F1 season. Yeah.
Lucas says, do you both think Fallon will get a card?
No.
Fairy tales happen, yes. That's my heart talking over my head as well there, by the way. But I'm going...
Yeah. Mine is very much the other way. It's expect the worst, can't be disappointed. UK is underway. Tommy Morris and Chris Wickenden start the day.
I was about to say, they've gone early.
Klassen better start playing indeed. Daniela, because he's 2-1 behind now to Jitse van der Waal. And I guess that's on throw. No, 3 breaks. An easy draw. She's not got an easy draw. She needs 2 points minimum, and in a board final would run into Jack Vincent, Jared Cole, Andy Bolton, or Shane McGurk. No. Stefan Hendrick, 6-1 winner. It is a big helping hand. I've been discussing this elsewhere. It is sort of a big helping hand. If you could take a 1-2-8 game in which you played somebody right at the bottom of the order of merit, then you take that because there's a chance you rack up a better leg difference. Andy Hamilton's on the same amount of points there and starts off the day with a plus 13 leg difference advantage over Fallon. She's 2 legs better off than Ryan Harrington, 3 legs better off than Dom Taylor, 4 legs better off than Chris Quantock. All of those have the chance to go above her in the order of merit before she picks up her darts. Luke Snells is a 6-4 winner over Stephen Morrison. The Scot will not be progressing, as Chris Wickenden and Lou Bevan take opening legs, as does Prakash Jiwa against Adam Lipscombe. Ronnie Hybrecht's decision to play today, he's going to be home early anyway. He's 3-1 behind Jeremy van der Winkel. Alexander Masek takes a 3-0 lead on Kevin Blom. The best hope for an Italian tour card looks to be failing away at the first round. Jerome Caron is 5-2 up on Michele Toretta. They've not put Veenstra into round 2 in darts rankings, but he is currently 2-0 up on Moreno Blom in the last 64 game in a win and in virtually. Considering his leg difference would take him above Closer and Sedlacek. There's never been an Italian tour card holder.
Did Adam still go to Pop World last night, Gob?
No idea. Couldn't have wished for better is a massive stretch. In fact, it's complete crap.
It is, but I still stand by what I said earlier. It could have been a lot worse. Shawnee Mack and Andy Hamilton. That's a stinker for both of them in the opening round. That one went under the radar a little bit.
It's at the Wunderland in Kalkar. I don't know where that is or what that is. Richard Veenstra 3-0 up on Moreno Blom. Marco Verhofstadt takes the opener against Diogo Portela. Is it going to be another year without a tour card for Brazilian. Chris Lamman beats Ron Moulenkamp. Ron the Bomb will not make an instant return to Pro Tour life. Andy Hamilton is playing now. He is 1-0 up on Sean McDonald. Do we think Nathan Gervin will get a tour card? 4 points plus 6. Work to do. Needs a last 8, really, points-wise. What does Fallon need to do if she doesn't win the day? Win the board. 64 and a 32.
Big leg there from Clapton.
Ping's double 1 for it as well. Twitchy time for the former world champion. Gets him level, back with the darts as well. Roy van der Grint is 4 apiece with Sebastian Białecki. We're going to lose the young Polish star early on today. Veenstra now 4 up on Moreno Blom.
Andy Hamilton's not through. He is in the last place at the moment. A defeat here would hurt.
However, he is 2-0 up on Sean McDonald. Klassen leaves 40 after 12. Van der Waal applies the pressure with a maximum. So Andy Jenkins only ever intended to be at Q-School for a day to make himself Challenge Tour eligible. No point taking time off work, so chose the Saturday. Jamie Lewis is not entered today through health conditions, unfortunately for him. Wayne Jones, not sure of, and Dave Pallett exactly the same. Both weren't exactly ripping the Q-School up, though. We do these for the Pro Tour, Graham, and we do them for the Women's Series. We don't do the Challenge Tour or the Development Tour, as they tend to clash with Euro Tours or other events.
Sebastian Białecki has been broken and is going to have to win 2 on the spin.
Michele Torretta is out. The Italian loses 6-4 to Jerome Caron of Belgium. Some meltdown by closer today, 76 average and a 6-1 loss. That puts his leg difference to plus 20. Was he on 32? No, it's plus 26 still. He's still got ridiculous leg difference. But then so does half of Germany. Huge 138 to pressure the tops again for Jelle Klassen. But this would be for back-to-back 13 dart legs. Doesn't go this time. That would have just summed up darts there, wouldn't it? 2 legs ago, he's winning a leg on double 1. Then he would have gone back-to-back 13.
Białecki
Richard Veenstra with a winner 6-0 over Moreno Blom. pretty handy leg difference as well. He goes up to plus 32 and 7 points, which means whatever happens to him, he can only get to the same level as Daniel Closer if he takes a 6-0 loss in the next round. So at the minute, the benchmark in Germany is 7 points plus 26. Yeah, Rob Collins, 4-0 up, averaging 105 against John Cook. It's an easy draw, though. Jeremy van der Winkel beats Ronnie Hybrecht 6-2. The Belgian is out, but the Belgian has a tour card, so 0 books given.
Bilowetsky maybe a couple of darts away from being dumped out. Survives. So does the 60 go for a break back?
If Alan gets a tour card, do you think she gets her invite to the World Series back? I wouldn't say her invites back. I think we're going to see her in America anyway, because she's massive out there.
Bilowetsky survives, Gob. Match darts missed and he pins the 60. Bolt is still in this.
It goes all the way. Yellow Klassen 5-4 up, taking out 117 as Tony Alcinas defeats Jordi van den Broek.
But huge leg for Bolt. And he's under it.
So is Klassen. Van der Waal has left 144 after 9. Klassen back on 204, so at least 6 darts. Let's take this out. Use 84. How much pressure will that be under? Not a lot. 6 more from 84.
Bilowetsky leaves the big fish, but Roy van der Grint is going to leave something better.
Surely not from Yella. Nope, doesn't go. 3 tops for Van der Waal to send us to a decider.
Bilowetsky, the big fish to win it. Can only hit 58. The young Polish star may be saying goodbye to Q-School this year.
So might Yellow Klassen, unless he can hold his throw in this deciding leg. The first winner in the UK will be Fallon Sherrick's last 64 opponent, and he does so in style. He averages 100 in a 6-0 victory over his opponent, John Cook. Rob Collins is the man that will move on.
Sebastian Bilowetsky, it's now or never, and it's never missed. So Roy van der Grint coming back, double 16, and it goes. Sebastian Bilowetsky has gone.
So has Adam Lipscomb. He's beaten 6-2 by Prakash Jiwa. Alexander Masek is a 6-3 winner over Kevin Blom.
James Hurrell, 5-1 up on Sean Fox.
There's a 6-1 win for Kieran Bridgewater over Reece Robinson, and Franz Roche beats Andrew Beaton 6-0. Portela back to 2 apiece against Marco Verhofstadt.
Got a little treat for everyone coming up, Gob. Nice little treat.
I wouldn't say that's a treat, but it'll do.
Well, hello there.
Just because you're yawning already, Gob, it's day 6.5, mate. Can't be yawning now.
I fell asleep on the sofa watching the NFL and woke up this morning to a frozen screen of the Chargers crying.
That
beats Jim Beaver 6-2. Tommy Morris beats Chris Wickenden 6-2, and there's a 6-1 win for Bridgewater over beat Robinson. I'm sure I've already said that one.
Is Yellow Klassen going to get a lifeline? He is.
Trouble.
Oh, Klassen's missed. Disaster for the Cobra.
Afternoon, everyone in the chat room. Apologies, I'm trying to get my internet connection a bit better. It's with a certain telco company that I may or may not work with.
Ha! Oh yeah, shoes on the other foot now.
That's all right. You just get to look at my wonderfully grainy face.
It's probably better like that.
Jitse
van der Waal is a 6-5 winner over Jelle Klassen, the former, the youngest ever world champion. Is gone.
Daniel Simpson has asked me, I think, who my picks are. I'm going to go, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go Dylan Slevin. And do you know what? Sod it. Jacques Labre wins outright. I'm gone for
Yes! Allez le bleu! Allez le bleu!
Allez le bleu! Allez le bleu. It's not going to be them winning the Rugby World Cup in 2023. It's going to be the big talking point in sport. It's going to be the fact that Jacques Labre is going to have a tour card by 6 o'clock this evening in UK time.
Winning the World Cup. No stones.
They bloody are, mate.
No stones.
Brock, I'm on the Monster and some water, mixing it all up today. Good morning, Matthew says, how much did Phil pay for that buy? You know how it works, Matt. The word came from Antigua. Rule number 1.
Boy, Dan Pellegrino is my new favourite. That's it.
Dan Pellegrino.
Oh, that's it. Dan Pellegrino. Yes. Oh, I'm so here for that. I'll keep the tungsten top. Dan Pellegrino. Yes.
Mike Warburton.
The half-life yeah. Well, I'm basically here just to keep an eye on darts rankings, everybody. That's what I'm basically here to do today, is to try and see if we can predict tour card holders before darts rankings, and also just to share some love with Phil and Gob. We've been absolutely brilliant over the last 6.5 days as we hit the final moments of Q-School 2023. It's like being back in 2021 when we did this for the first time ever. Good Lord.
We were talking about it the other day. It was like, yeah, we'll try it. We'll do this. Come
Ridiculous.
6 o'clock, it was like, oh, fuck, what have we done?
Justin Hood beats Connor Heenahan. Heenahan, one of the pre-tournament favourites, ends on 3 points. He will not be progressing as a tour card holder. Good news for the MODUS Super Series. Bad news for Connor Heenahan fans. You go to Portsmouth again, man.
Yeah.
You can have send the checks in the box.
Yeah, that's a huge shock. Heenahan played some fantastic stuff the week I was doing the Super Series, and to be fair, only a bit of Paul Dublin really cost him against Kelling that night. So
yeah,
maybe the doubles are just not in his sort of things.
Oh, send the check flying, 12 data.
And the Barney alarm has lived on ever since.
No.
One moment.
Can we not? Who said put the Barney alarm on? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Cheers, Andrew. Let's not play the Barney alarm.
2021
remember-
Q-School live from online darts and Barney alarm.
But do you remember when we didn't play it at the first Pro Tour and it all kicked off? I had to go and find it again.
Yeah.
I deleted it.
Yeah. Everybody loves the Barney alarm, apart from yours truly, despite the fact that Raymond actually gave me a shout out. So thanks for that, Phil. Always appreciate it.
Happy birthday. Cliff Pryor beats Adam Atkinson. More time in the ADC for Adam as he falls in the first round today.
Of course, Daniel Kloss are going out in Germany early doors. I know you talked about this before I came on. That is a huge moment. I'm still not sure. I know, Lendl, I know you're in the chat, mate, and I love you to bits, but I'm not sure 7 points might not be enough if people start winning. If you go early. Don't blow your load. As Greg Waters on Tower Lenders, save it. It's a good point,
6-7 for Owen
Yeah.
Roloff over Patrick Tringler. He might become one of the youngest tour card holders by the end of the day. Already on 6 points plus 11. That gives him a few more. Next round for him would be a point.
Yeah, Jared Cole, 2-0 up. It's not a classic. Shawnee Mack, 4-2 behind Andy Hamilton. Fully agree, Matthew. Sedler Box is coming to the tour. Yep, we did, Matthew. We did.
As I said, Matt, that's why I'm calling him as my winner today, Dylan Schlevin.
Awfully bold here.
There we go. Always going for the bold predictions. That's my MO. What we got then? Some big games starting up as well. Stuart Artis against Mike Barnard could be interesting. Jim McEwen against Stephen Plumstead. As you say, the extreme game, Jared Cole against Jack Vincent. Shawnee Mack in a bit of trouble against Andy Hamilton as well. Huge game that.
Remember earlier in the week, Matt, when I told you that Pascal Reprec looked steady as? And you're like, oh, we ain't got enough data around him. Kid's got a card, bro. Hello? Who is it?
It's for you.
Can you come to the door, please? I have parcel. Yeah, we'll have plans ready for the Super Series, Mark, depending on who does well today and who doesn't.
Set the check, 1 away, 5-1. Diogo Portela up against it again. The gamble to go back to Europe not paid off.
Nick Krul beats Felix Shirt 6-4. Helen, what do you mean? We're not on all day tomorrow, but 8 till 10, our regular weekly show is on. The Live Lounge, myself, Phil, and Lee Boyce. 2 hours of review topics, discussion. We'll have conversations around Bahrain. We'll have conversations around Q-School. We'll have conversations looking ahead to Copenhagen. We'll no doubt have another conversation about the Premier League, Super Series, WDF news if we have any, ADC news if we have any, World Seniors news if we have any, which we might do tomorrow.
Is that your way of saying that you will?
No, there might be a discussion in the morning. It depends on timings throughout the week. Expect some during the week at some point.
Well, if anybody was interested, that was my mother ringing. Because I haven't spoken to her for a while.
No.
And she didn't realise I was on the stream. So there we go. Mummy Jar was ringing.
Love you, Miss.
Send the best, by the way, God. And us as well, Phil.
Never met your mother.
Ba, 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 ba.
I think that might be deliberate. Are you keeping me away from your mother?
No. Absolutely not.
Oh. Day 7 in the Big Brother house. God, are you keeping me away from your mother?
Well, when one looks like one does, one can only presume that is why I haven't met Charlie's mother. Carol Sedlacek is a 6-1 winner over Martine Wonders.
Barry Van
Turtle back in
Peer.
action all over Europe.
Yeah, Barry Van Peer has 1 away from ending Alex Spellman's hopes.
Big moments these for Shawnee Mack. He's trying to take out 7 in order to try and keep this match alive against Andy Hamilton, and he does. I think Hamilton might have missed a match dart at double 16, but he's now throwing at least once, possibly twice if he needs it for the match, and it would send a huge moment as well for Fallon. Of course, Hamilton's leg difference well ahead of Fallon Sherrick, 13 legs difference, and this isn't doing the world of harm either.
Stephen, there is quite a lot of money you could pay me where I still would not campaign for that to happen.
I'm still mentally scarred by that walk-on.
Yeah. Marco Verhofstadt is a 6-3 winner over Diego Portela. The gamble has not paid off for Brazilian, who once again fails to get through Q-School. Barry Van Peer has beaten Alex Spellman. He started brightly in that match, but the American is out.
Also, Jacques Labra is under the cosh here. If this 70 goes, it doesn't. Lifeline for the Frenchman.
Huge if he can't. Oh,
Last start.
yes, Sedlacek has just moved on to 8 points on darts rankings. He has now got ahead of Daniel Klosser, who might have a bit of a sweat on, unless you're Prince Andrew, obviously.
Whoa! I'll make the joke.
He just said he can't sweat. He just said he can't sweat. That's all he said. But yes, he's on 8 points, plus 16 leg difference. Karol Sedlacek. Surprising. I agree with you, Andrew. I'm surprised that he didn't go green either. dark green at least anyway. Andy Baytens against Ricardo Perez. That game's huge as well, because if Andy Baytens were to lose this, Tony Alcinas would jump up into the final spot, the yellow spot, for a tour card. As Andy Hamilton does beat Sean McDonald 6-3. Shawnee Mack is out. And Andy Hamilton only increasing his leg difference, now 16 legs ahead of Fallon Sherrick in 9th spot. Fallon, of course, having that bye through to the last 64. That game comes up straight after Jack Vincent against Jared Cole. Turtle in a bit of bother gob, it looks like, over in Europe as well.
Here's 2-0 down to Kevin van der Vaarway. Vyacheslav Sedlak underway against Francois Schweyen. Denny Odekata just gone 3-2 up on Jacques Labre. No. Sorry, Denny. Zonneveld Stutz 2 apiece. My brother from another country. Dirk Towniker's 5-1 up on Steven Strobber. Ricardo Perez 4-2 up on Andy Bartons. That would open up.
Yes, it would. It would mean Tony Alcinas would get that final spot, Gob. You're absolutely bang on if that were to happen. Batons would be out of Q-School.
Afternoon, Pim. Hope you are good, mate.
What's also interesting, by the way...
40s, 48, 49?
49. Isn't he 50 this year?
Possibly.
Just going to say, another interesting result to keep an eye on is that one there between Adam Warner and Niall Cullerton. Niall 2-0 up on Adam Warner. Remember, Warner's got 7 points right now with a plus 22 leg difference. If he were to lose here in the last 1-2-8, again, he will have a nervous afternoon having to wait, I suspect.
Can John Michael get a tour card? He's 4-2 up against Arne Loyen. I think he'd have to do it outright today.
Keegan Brown also about to start warming up as well. Remember, he's on 7 points with a plus 23 leg difference. So he will be looking for that one victory that might put him as a tour card holder.
Stephen Burton has taken the opener against Daryl Pilgrim. Both over the ton average there.
Conterman, yeah, stranded on 5 points and a plus 21. Gian Van Veen just behind, 5 points plus 19. We see David Venkin lose to Christopher Tunders, which ends the Belgians' hopes. Labre back to 3 apiece.
It's all starting to bubble to the surface now, gents, isn't it? You do feel that something big is coming.
Yeah,
Drama
I mean,
ahoy,
I'm looking at Daniel Closer in Germany at the minute. He's on 7 points plus 26. We've already seen Veenstra and Karel Sedlacek jump above him. The more and more we see do that, Zonneveld, Roloffs, the more and more that becomes the target for others to jump up above.
I think unless something ridiculous happens, I think Iron Consummate is out. I don't think 5 and 21 is going to be enough.
No.
Unless something truly remarkable happens. We saw that, to be fair. We saw that in... What was it? In 2020, was it? With Lisa Ashton? She went out early on the final day. And lots of results went her way. So it has been done in the past.
It has, but you think there was more cards and therefore lower points totals got you in back then? Jared Cole was 4 apiece with Jack Vincent.
Just going to call in, if I may, the result between Bartens and Perez. Bartens has left himself tops after 12. So if he's going to win this game, Ricardo Perez, it looks like it's going to be on the throw. What can Perez do here from 2:06? This is a huge game. If Bartens loses this, Tony Alcinas jumps up into the spot, the final spot, the yellow spot for the tour card. Bartens now needing tops, and he takes it out for a 13-dart hole to throw. Ricardo Perez will be throwing for the match.
Couple of results. David Wazowski, a 6-0 winner.
Ooh.
David summed that, and it's a 6-2 win for Nick Kenny over Robert Rickwood.
Big breaker throw, that, Barzy. Huge breaker throw, that for Jacques Labre.
Monster.
I'll take that, actually, Max. Thank you. Statsman sounding like a tennis commentator. I'll take that. Called far worse in my time.
Danny Rose is through again. 6-2 win over Arnaud Loyen. Could the Greek do it all over again?
Adam Warner back to 2 apiece with Niall Cullerton. I think Potwell's worn off and he's woken up.
I think if he were to get this point, I reckon he might be in with a shot of going dark green here.
This isn't for a point. This is 1-2-8.
Excuse me. Thank you.
So we've been doing it all week.
With the amount of buys, by the way, can I just say the amount of buys in the UK, absolutely ludicrous.
People just sacked it off, didn't they? Went, no, I'm done.
But that's really poor, I'd have thought, unless obviously you've got to get away, and in which case I totally understand that. But you can still win a card outright today. Danny Baggish, Scott Mitchell. What a leg that is from Labre. 100, 131, 140, 130 out. Cheers, lads. Thanks for coming.
Allez le bleu!
Vive la France.
Adam Smith-Neal has turned his game around. Gobby looked buried, but the big dog is through.
Not there for
Don't let him have the blade 6 board. Don't let him have the blade 6 board.
They're only a 5 each at the end of the day. Make some serious profit off those.
I'm sure.
If one was that way inclined.
Make sure you actually get him. Slevin, he is currently 5th.
6 points plus 14.
Big moments coming in here for Andy Bartens. 128 needed. Only the one treble, of course. Perez is sat on 98 for the match. Hasn't been the best of legs. Bartens has left tops. So can Perez take out this 98? If he does, Tony Alcinas, his countryman, will be very happy indeed, because he will go into the final spot for a tour card. 98 needed.
Careful, Parker Pete. Don't use logic against people that just want to chuck a narrative out there. Doesn't go down very well. Confuses them.
Doesn't go. Doesn't go. So Bartens now needs tops to get the game back on throw. Huge darts coming in here. And he takes it last start in hand. We're back on throw. Andy Bartens is still alive in Q-School.
I'll tell you who needs to find something. Keegan Brown currently 2-0 down, averaging 71.
It's not just that as well, though, Buzz. It's the fact of the leg difference. As we've always said, the leg difference would take a battering. It could go down to plus 17, and that could be a dicey moment.
Yeah. He's staring at 3-0 down as well.
Stuart Kellett as well. He's gone. One of the names we'd expect actually to do quite well, I'd thought personally. Can Cole take out the 170 big fish for the match? With Vincent looking to try and break back.
Keegan Brown is 3-0 down.
For all of those watching in the chat room who are waiting for the Queen of the Palace, she will be on after the end of this leg between Vincent and Cole, as that's a huge result, Barzi. Huge result.
Yeah. Also,
Allez, le bleu!
He has just jumped. He has just jumped Andy Bartens into the 11th spot as things stand. So if one of the remaining top 10 go on to win the day, Jack Labra currently would be there in yellow, and he would be sat with the tour card. Andy Bartens has now left himself 60 after 15 for a chance to jump back into that spot. Anyone going dark green yet? Nobody else apart from Koivenhoven, Ruprecht, and Hybrids. I saw your tweet yesterday, Barzi, about Ruprecht, and I have to say I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah, look, it's not the fact that would he have got one, would he not? He'd have got one if he'd have played. But it's just not a good advert saying to someone, you get a prize by not playing, that you're better off by not playing.
Day 6 is tough, you know.
Huge moments this. Barton's now needing 35. Perez sat back on 76. Remember, if he does win this game, he was 5-2 down. He's now won 3 on the spin. We're into a last leg decider. And if Bartens loses this, he would be out of Q-School. Big moment coming up.
Brown has a leg back, 3-1.
Has Vincent just missed? Oh, that's going to hurt.
Eek. Wings end for
Jared Cole. Yeah, Jared Cole's just moved up into 17th spot. He's 1 point off a tour card, and he'll be hoping that Fallon Sherrick loses this next game, that she's going to be playing against Robert Collins. That game you would expect to be on the feature game. Oh, no, sorry, excuse me. Andy Bolton against Shane McGowan.
I was going to say, one more, yeah.
Not easy when you say here, is it? It's easy. After you messed up at home. Sorry, but an hour. Got him. Couple of questions. The flags are just done by Dark Connecting Setup. If you're that bothered about them, they can change them. Ronnie did enter event 4, was beaten first round, didn't make a difference. He'd already qualified, but he only went dark green once the draw was made. Adam Warner was better not to play today. Is he getting spanked? 5-2 down to Niall Collison. Yeah.
That is huge.
Keegan Brown has broken back to 3-2. The needle has woken up.
What a leg this has just been, by the way, from Ricardo Perez. He's just gone 100, 177, 92 to leave 32 after 12. And Bartens is only on 213. So Ricardo Perez is going to have 6 match darts to knock Andy Bartens out of Q-School. Tony Alcinas would have been very, very happy a moment ago before Jacques Labra turned that around. Dirk Telnikers as well with that win has just taken him through. And it does go into So Andy Bartens, who started today in that 11th spot, that final spot potentially for a tour card, is now gone. He cannot qualify for a tour card. By the way, yes, in the chat room, I do need glasses. Gob, I need to borrow yours. Next time I will be looking at Shane McGurk against
Dom Taylor 2-0 up on Pete Burgoyne. Remember, Dom Taylor got to the final on day one and has crashed ever since, boys. He's doing a cami. Doing the Menzies.
Yeah, but the difference is, when Menzies did do it, less points got you in. This time, trouble. Yep.
I like it.
Get out of it.
Latest. Next.
Keegan Brand levels 3 apiece for the needle. Sedler box back at 3-3 now.
Dom Taylor, though, obviously needs that W, because otherwise, like you say, he's gone. Good performance. But it looks like your darts coming back, though, Barzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Probably don't want to message him straight away, but if you could give them to someone that lives a bit close to me, it'd be really appreciated.
Give it to David Evans on the way home.
Dale Gadby lives about 10 minutes from me.
Ah, fair enough. At least we know where he's going. Someone's asked about Maxi Hop. He's qualified into the last 64.
He's winning the day outright. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. And he's winning 2-0 at the moment against Nick Krall. So if you go on to 3 points, still a little bit further away from a card.
Heard it here first. 26 darts for Jacob Taylor. It's going 2-0 up on Jitse van der Waal. Steady.
Dom Taylor 3-0 up on Pete Burgoyne.
Oops. Colin Osborne finds himself behind again. Not good for him, as Niall Colleton does beat Adam Warner 6-3.
That's absolutely massive. So Warner's leg difference now will go down to plus 19 on 7 points. That is the target for people to try and chase. Adam Warner, who was a leg away from a tour card on Friday, will now have a nervous afternoon in MK. It's all the drama, Mick. I just love it.
80% chance of still picking up a tour card.
Yeah, but would you rather... You're not dark green until you're dark green, Gob, as we all know.
Correct.
But that's the marker. People now have that marker to chase. Sorry, Buzzy.
Will he stay or will he go home?
All right, the clash.
I don't know. Because I got to let you know.
Thank you.
Send a check. 5-3 now. The evil one is a leg away from going dark green. Officially.
Evil.
Is Matt in the chat room watching this moment? I wonder.
Yes.
Chris
Are we going
Landman.
to get a trumpet moment for Sedler check on Facebook?
Whoa, Matt, there's no need to be like that.
You'll be evil. You're evil at this point. Oh, wow. That's a big response, that, from Landman, though. Keeps him in the leg.
Landman.
Matt.
Keegan Brand did all the hard work, got back into this one, unless this 78 goes and it doesn't, he's potentially going to go 5-3 behind. He's going to have to do it all again, Brian, and win 3 on the spin.
There it is.
Sedlacek is there.
Oh, big moments.
Welcome back to the tour, Karol Sedlacek. Evil Charlie back on tour. 4 of the 10 cards are now picked up.
Has he officially gone yet?
Yes, we're not calling it till you're dark green. You know how it works.
He's there.
The evil one is there.
He's got it. Yeah, baby, he's got it.
Don't hear enough Bananarama on the radio these days.
We've just watched him, but I feel like I want to see it again. Can we watch the end of this Jacob Taylor performance? Currently 4-0 up on Jitse van der Waal, averaging 105.
No,
apparently he was.
We're going to Gene Van Veen.
Apparently he was very, very close to a 9-darter.
Daniela, they are not the words.
Also, Keegan Brown is staring at defeat here. 3-0 down, got back to 3 apiece, but now he is under the cosh again.
If it is a 6-3 defeat, his leg difference would drop to +20, so he would be ahead of Adam Warner still, which is massive for him. Dom Taylor would jump and wouldn't do his leg difference any harm either. Going up to +13, he would actually go ahead of Fallon on leg difference. He would jump up into the tour card spots.
Why is he called Evil Charlie? Because he's evil.
Ask Matt. Ask Matt. He's in the chat room.
Evil.
Daryl Pilgrim and Stephen Burton are going all the way. That's 5 apiece. I'm going to keep an eye on the Noble in this one. And Burton kicks off with a 140.
Some huge names that have not got cards, which is just bonkers. How tough it is at the moment.
Pilgrim under it here. Finds a 140. Back level pegging.
If Gian Van Veen does win this game, by the way, and that's a good start with the break, he would jump into 8th spot on the order of merit. He would go above Owen Roloffs on leg difference. So big moments this coming up.
Stephen Burton leaves the fish. Pilgrim cannot leave a finish. So Stephen Burton has 6 darts to get rid of 170.
And this is big as well for his leg difference. He doesn't want to be on 6 points. Where's Pilgrim?
Max Hop is a 6-0 winner. He's winning it.
Burton, 130 to tee up tops. I'd love to know if he hit the first 2. Pilgrim leaves a finish. However, Stephen Burton has 3 match darts in hand. Last dart in hand. Stephen Burton beats Daryl Pilgrim in a Noble 6-5.
That moves him on to +12 on the leg difference. And, of course, he'll stay on 6 points. So that's massive for him. And a big turnaround just happening on the next board, Barty. Keegan Brown once again staying in it.
He is. However, he comes up dry on his first visit. So it's advantage Ronzi, who's back-to-back tons, 301. Brand needs 2 treble visit minimum here to get himself back in the leg.
Can I just say
Does
very
that.
quickly, by the way, very quickly, how the hell is Christine Perez against Matty Dennant a 1-2-8 game? Ludicrous.
Yeah.
Someone pressed the button and that thing
I'll tell you what, this is superb from the Irishman. Ton 134 to leave 167 after 9. And Keegan Brown cannot leave a finish. The needle is now relying on misses. Keegan Brown needs 140 minimum to apply pressure. Ideally, he needs the lot. What has the needle got? 140 to leave 101. Game on again. 86 plays 101. But Ronzi gets first go. And the 86 goes. Keegan Brown has gone.
Ooh. Well, that'll put him onto plus 22 leg difference on 7 points. But crucially, he's ahead of Adam Warner, who is on plus 19. Don't forget that, of course, for people who are new, I appreciate a lot of people have been watching this all week in the chat room, that the games only matter for leg difference. They will not matter for points until the next round of games. So,
no, but speaking of leg difference, that keeps Keegan Brown ahead of Adam Warner. They are the top three. Well, they were 2 and 3 heading into today. Lee Evans was top of today, started on plus 24 leg difference. If he was to lose 6-0, his leg difference would fall to plus 18. He's currently 2-0 down to Mark McGee, who's averaging 100 to Lee Evans 80.
The top
so we need
three.
To keep an eye on that one unfolding.
Yeah,
so we could be about to lose the top
Benito
three in the space of 3 minutes. Benito van der Pas is a 6-5 winner over Paulo Ferreira. Big Ben still in the hunt as Jacob Taylor versus John Michael. The last 32 game gets started to warm up. As Jacob Taylor has climbed up in the order of merit as well, by the way, up to 12th. Could we see the Canadian on tour?
Yeah, if one more victory for him would get him ahead currently of Jacques Labre, Van der Veen, and crucially, he would go ahead of Ian Conterman as well, who is currently in the light green spots, a +5, 5 points and plus 21 leg difference. So Jacob Taylor does win that. If Jacob Taylor, Dirk Taunicas, and Tony Alcinas all win their games, they would go ahead of Ian Conterman. Tony Alcinas must win by 2 clear legs to do that, but it could be very, very crucial.
Ryan Murray, John Henderson warming up.
Owen Roloffs is underway as well. 2-0 ahead over Luke Schnells. A big game as well for Owen because he would then jump up, of course, into 7th spot. He would actually then be able to keep himself on that order of merit ahead of Gian Van Veen if he were to win that game. Because Gian Van Veen, of course, is the next player that could potentially overtake him.
Evans gets a leg on the board, so he would fall to at least level with Adam Warner, but has 1 less legs.
Ian Jones just levelled it up with Nathan Gervin. Andy Bolton 3-1 up on Shane McGurk. Scrap that, 4-1 up on Shane McGurk.
Yeah, someone said on there, it says, it's not like Fallon is likely to catch Warner's plus 19 leg difference in 2 games. No, that she definitely can't. She can't even catch it in 3. Oh, no, not plus 19, it's 10. But yeah, no, to be fair, she can do. 2-6-1 wins and she can get it across it.
Where is Scotty Dog Mitchell? He is 14th on the order of merit, and he hasn't played yet today.
Big result coming up here. Big moments coming up. Jacques Labre currently 3-1 up over Roy van der Grient in the top 32. And if he were to win, again, of course, he'd go above Owen Roloffs, but he would go ahead of Ian Conterman as well. So Ian Conterman is currently sweating. Don't think it's going to be enough. I just don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately. Ian Conterman, unless something ridiculous happens. Ricardo Perez as well is into last 32 action. A point currently off the spots, but he is playing Richard Veenstra, who is the next man to not have a card. The big question, though, is would he go dark green? I think he could go dark green with a victory here because of the amount of people that are out. Not enough people can reach 8 points to then maybe take him out. I think Richard Veenstra could be playing for a tour card here against Ricardo Perez.
Close to it. Perez 3-0 up on Matty Dent now, averaging 102. We've got 3-0 lead for Neil Zonneveld over Tony Alcinas. Alcinas just outside of the top 11.
Big moment coming up there. You've just seen Lee Evans and Mark McGeaney go back to 2 apiece. That means Lee Evans, regardless of what happens, even if he loses, will be ahead of Adam Warner. Regardless of what happens, he will be ahead of Adam Warner. If he were to lose 6-2, that would be that. He would still be ahead of him.
Labra on board 5, Taylor on board 4, so could meet in the semi-final today. No, that'd be a final. Four and 5.
No, it would be a semi.
Draw.
No, it would be a semi.
No, it wouldn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposite halves of the draw.
1-16, isn't it? It's 1-16, isn't it? So we're in the last 32. So 4v5 would be semi-final.
Maybe.
You two finished arguing now?
Shut up, you.
Yeah,
Dom Taylor, 6-3 win over Pete Burgoyne, jumps him above Fallon Sherrick.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because of legs
on leg
1. Yeah, 2 legs off. So that's a huge moment. That is. Fallon is still in the tour card spots. But I tell you what, Pete Burgoyne, you might have to get Fallon to thank him if at this rate, if anything were to happen. But of course, her next game will be after the Andy Bolton Shane McGurk game. That's her first game of the day, and it will be for a point as well. Huge moments coming up shortly, I'm sure, for the Queen of the Palace. Also, by the way, Bars, you say, have you two finished arguing? It's just like old times, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Richard Veenstra 3-0 up on Ricardo Perez. Jack Labra 5-1 up on Roy van der Grant and has the throw for the match. Put him on to 6 points. It would take him one leg behind. No, it wouldn't, of course. He'd have more points. He would take him ahead of Ian Conterman, and for the moment would put him ahead of Owen Roloffs as well. Roloffs, though, currently 5-0 up on Luke Schnell, so that could be a huge swing in the leg difference.
Cam Crabtree, 4-2 up on Jack Main. Lee Evans has turned it around. He's now 3-2 up on Mark McGeaney.
Again, that might be for a tour card, actually. Oh, no, it won't be. No, definitely not. Not just yet. Just going to keep my eye on Richard Veenstra and Ricardo Perez in a moment. But if you don't mind, I'm going to try and call in the end of this Jacques Labre game because Allez le Bleu.
Allez le Bleu.
It'd be huge for the French, wouldn't it? It'd be absolutely massive to have a French tour card holder. Huge for the sport as well. Roy van der Grent is looking to try and set this up from 164. He's left 164 after 9. Big question. Was Dart Connect frozen? Or was he trying to find a way and trying to block as he blocked the bed? I don't know. Anyway, carry on.
Carry on.
Help is on the way, dear.
What a line. Help is on the way, dear.
I still love some of the gifs you see of the Mrs. Doubtfire. Help is on the way. It's just genius.
Help is on the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the main 9. He missed it. So only when somebody reacts and it doesn't go in, just believe that we've seen it.
I wonder if something's gone wrong with the internet in Germany.
It wouldn't be the first
time.
Sedlacek's already got his card, mate. We could just pretend we could stop pretending it exists for now.
Yeah, Sedler box is done, Matt. He's in.
Yeah.
Romeo done. Graham Hall has just won.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think that the entire Germany internet has gone.
Yeah, there's no movement at all.
No.
It's dead. It's been gurneyed.
Tell you what else
Andy
is dead.
Bolton.
Shane McGurk's chance. Yeah.
Shane McGurk.
Which means...
Buys a load of Q-School, ain't that?
What does that mean?
Means she's on next.
Who? Sorry. Don't know who you're talking about. Oh, internet's back.
It's back.
Look at that.
It's back.
Green everywhere. Like a Christmas tree
So
at Barzi's in September.
What was that?
Like a Christmas tree at Barzi's in September.
Yeah.
Lit up and green.
Yes.
Cam Crabtree beats Jack Main 6-3.
Franz Roesch against Marcel Guga's a big interesting game because Franz Roesch needs to win in order to, and if he were to win this game, appreciate Jacques Labre might jump him, but if he were to win this game, he might jump ahead of Gian van Veen and Ian Conterman.
Nathan Gervin is one away from victory.
Where are we looking? How's Labre doing? He's left himself 90 against the darts after 15. And Roy van der Grits has got himself 174 left. Now, appreciate sometimes my maths isn't great. However, you can't finish that.
Yes, Max Hopp does need to win the day to get his card. You wouldn't put it past him either. And Neil Zonneberg 5-2 up on Tony Alcinas now. That would stop the Spaniard getting in and start closing off this top 10 a little bit more. Owen Roloff to 6-1 win over Luke Snells. And that puts him on to 7 points plus 19 leg difference. Stays in 8th position right now.
And Jacques Labre has just beaten his players against Roy van der Greet, which means he has just jumped Ian Conterman into 9th place. He's on the 6 points. It means that his leg difference is moved now to 19 as well. Gian van Veen currently in that last spot, but you could see Jacob Taylor as well. 2-0 up on the Greek, John Michael. Huge moment coming up for him. If he were to win, he would actually jump. He would jump both Gian van Veen and Ian Conterman into that spot there as well.
Alexander Masek beats Larry Butler. The Bold Eagle will not be getting a tour card, which means he can still play at the Circus Tavern. Woo!
Congrats.
Ben, Matt Clark won the Super Series last night.
Veenstra. He's now gone 3-2 with Ricardo Perez. Perez has just taken out a 110 to break back, and he's going to have the darts as well. 3 apiece. It was 3-0, now 3 apiece. Richard Veenstra has just got to find a break now in the next 6 legs. Sorry, 5 legs, excuse me, because if he doesn't, he might be sweating a little bit for his card. Woofed. Lee Evans as well, second out a 1-3-6 to beat Mark, to take a 4-3 lead over Mark McGeady. Sheesh.
Prattman was just taken out of Shanghai to go 4-3 up on Van Veen as well. That would put him on the cusp of exiting.
Neil Zonneveld beats Tony Alcinas 6-2, and Tony Alcinas has gone from Q-School this year. He cannot be a tour card holder this year, unfortunately, for the Spaniard. Some response to this from
Good start from both Fallon and Collins here.
This is huge. If she wins this today, I think so. 6 points obviously won't do it, but it should be such a huge moment for her. It'd be some way for the haters to.
Don't you worry about us. We know what we're doing.
Well, 2 of us do.
Oh, 162. Good mathing.
Quick maths.
She was. No, that's not bad. Good for me to finish.
Nice legs, 9 for 16.
Neil
or 11 for
Zonneveld
tops.
16s, surely.
Lee Cox. Cox is out.
Steady on. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Out of the watershed, maybe.
14 dart leg for Fallon Sherrick to open up 1-0.
Yeah, Zonneveld's gone into 8 points, but not yet dark green, which is interesting. But will Veenstra, because of his leg difference, potentially go dark green? That'll be quite interesting. We'll see that in a minute. But I think because of the way that the draw works out, I'm not so sure. I think he's got half a chance here of getting a tour card.
All the Portuguese are gone. Paulo Freire.
Jose's not going to have a walk.
By Benito van der Pas. Small cocks.
Christian Perez, 6-2 win.
6-2 win.
Yeah. Which puts Perez onto +9 leg difference. So again, right there with Fallon, but a point behind her. +9 it's going to be. Yes, there it is at the jump from Darts Rankings. Thank you. Matt, you know.
You find us a story that gets more people watching us right now, we'll put that on first.
Yeah.
Don't be mad, be better. John Henderson leads Ryan Murray 4-2. Lee Evans is 5-4 up on Mark McGeady. Is that an update you like, Dan? Dan? Matt? Close enough.
Dan.
Chris Quantock, someone asked earlier if he can repeat yesterday or go deep. He's 2-0 up on Alex Small. Is Nick Kenny out? I've not seen his name yet.
It's a good
Hang on, did she just go? Hang on. She didn't just go for 3 balls, did she?
No. Good response from Rob Collins. He levels it up at 1 apiece.
Whoa, Gino. Veenstra 4 apiece with Perez now. Small cannot go deep. Jacob Taylor 4 up on John Michael. Are we about to see the end of the Deadly Rose?
We want that walk on though in the World Championships, always. Good response. Colin Osborne, 6-4 winner over Pat Skirfield. Where does that put? That is still pointless. Like Richard Osman, but puts him into the plus leg difference. So he'll probably have to win outright today. Van Veen, huge dart coming in for him. 72 left. If he were to take this out, he would then have the darts to throw for the match. And tell you what, Robert Collins is on the charge.
Yeah, he has the Sherrick throw under the cosh here.
She's not looking across that 4-12 as Mark McGeady levels up with Lee Evans.
It's a great setup
Big
for
dart.
Fallon, but she may not get a go at the double 18 if the 117 goes. 180, 140 from Collins to leave 117. This would be some break. I think he's missed a dart at top 4 as well.
Yes. Yeah.
On Pratnama.
Yeah, Veenstra, just going to say, Veenstra's just taken out a 158. Oh,
Big
no.
moment. Big moments. Fallon's bust. Collins coming back for a 2-1 lead and a break of throw. Break. Missed chance.
Just going to say very, very quickly as well, Jacob Taylor 5-1 up on John Michael. He might just be about to jump into the qualification places and knock out Ian Conterman. Owen Roloffs did win against, he won 6-0, so he puts his leg difference out to plus 19. 8 left, 8 spots left, of course, to try and get himself a tour card today, or 7, excuse me, in Europe. Nobody yet, of course, qualified outright in the UK, although Lee Evans might have a shot at doing so against Mark McGeady shortly. Jan Van Veen looking to get up onto 6 points, and then he would be into the current automatic qualification places as well if he were to hold on to victory here. Oh, that's poor counting. Board management.
Fallon Sherrick is under it here. That bust on the 36. She's not recovered from that. Afternoon, Shawnee Mac.
Hello, Sean.
Jian's defense, Pratnama cannot leave a finish from 382, so I'll let him off at that point. Max Hopp has slipped the leg back to Team Muhajir 2-1 up now. Ricardo Perez got 5-4 up on Veenstra. That would virtually have put him there. That would put him on 8 points. He needs 2 legs on the spin. Lee Evans does defeat Mark McGeady, so he gets stranded on 6 points plus 7 leg difference. Will that be enough for the Gladiator? We do not. If
Fallon were to win this game,
it is shaping up.
Yeah, if Fallon were to win this game, she would jump ahead of Mark McGeady. So we do have the target to chase. 6 points plus 7. But what she can't
Fallon's
keep doing, Barzy, is missing doubles.
Missed another 2. And Collins punishes 3-1. Rob Collins doing everything he needs to right here. Fallon missing, Collins hitting.
I understand that now. Fair enough, Matt. Good point.
We gave you updates on this game the entire way through. Come on, give it a rest. You're boring me now.
Yeah, she would get 6 points, Daniela, because, of course, it's the last 64 games. She got a bye. So she would go ahead. Jan Van Veen. Yeah. Jan Van Veen does take out 16, and he is now on to 6 points, and he is now on to plus 21 as Jacob Taylor as well. So that means that Ian Conterman is out of Q-School. He will not get himself a tour card because Jacob Taylor has just won 6-1 against John Michael. So that's that done there. Dirk Telnikers is the next man to try to keep the pressure on Jacob Taylor. He is currently 2. He's currently just getting underway. Excuse me, it's Jeremy van der Winkel. It's a good setup from the Queen of the Palace. She just needs to take this now. Take this out in 1. Don't worry. Because this has been a downfall all week, to be fair. It's been a downfall all week. Her doubles. And if this goes, this is going to work.
She gets a lifeline.
Has to go. Has to go.
Goes.
Big.
Veenstra
Also,
goes.
John Henderson. I'm just going to say quickly, John Henderson, 5 ball down to Ryan Murray. If he loses that, he is out. So the big Hendo weekendo will be no more. Franz Roesch 4-2 up over Marcel Guga as well. So that's a chance for him to try and put some more pressure on. 5 points and 30 plus leg difference. It's just not going to be enough, I don't think. 5 points. 6 points won't even be enough in Europe at the moment with the way everything's going. As Choose Gary Blades has his hopes of a card still alive. 6-3 over Willie Borland.
Willie's out.
Willie and Cox.
Borland's been a huge disappointment for me. I expected a lot more.
This is a chance here, though, for Fallon. Got to take opportunities like this. Scoring has been brilliant. I was going to say, scoring's been brilliant the whole week. She goes and hits a 41 at the time.
Hendo was forced to the cider. Oh, huge moments from Collins.
Needs an answer. Needs to be tops. Needs it. Nah, that's not enough. Just going to say quickly, appreciate we've got Robert Collins against Richard Veenstra. Robert Collins against Fallon Sherrick, excuse me. The reason why I mentioned Richard Veenstra is because he is embroiled now. 5-all with Ricardo Perez, and Perez has got 85 left. Veenstra's only on 2-2-4.
Perez had 6 from 145, only lays up with the 85. 140 from Veenstra to leave 84, so he's ahead by 1 point, but he might not get a go at it. In the Henderson-Murray decider, Hendo 60-58, Murray 44-30, 100, so definitely tense in that one. Henderson finds a ton to edge ahead against the darts. Perez then for 85 leaves top. Flyers with a chance to seal his spot.
Just going to say quickly as well, Danny Lauby through 6-2. Oh,
goes in 2 for Veenstra. Flyers moves up to 8 points ahead of Zonneveld on leg difference as well. That should be enough for him to be a PDC tour card holder. Excellent for him. We did just see Shorty Mac pop into the chat room. Hello, mate. He said nerves jangling in that one. Unlucky, buddy. Does mean you get to spend more of the Pro Tours with us, though. Always bright side, isn't there?
Hasn't gone dark green as yet. Has not gone dark green as yet. Chris Quantock is 5-4 down currently to Alex Small. He needs a win in order to stay in with a shot of getting a card. Ryan Harrington underway against Liam Meek, 2-1. Big result that for Hendo. 6-5 winner over Ryan Murray. Stays in with a shout of a card. Ryan Harrington against Liam Meek underway in the top 128.
Wins also for Jake Jones, 6-4 over Tommy Morrison, 6-5 for Carl Snide. Jamie Lewis has not played today, Gary. He's withdrawn due to illness, so his chance of a tour card has been altered. Franz Rocha, a 6-2 win over Marcel Guga, wraps up the last 64 in Germany. We've got last 16 games warming up. They will be between Robbie Knox, Jacob Taylor, and Jacques Labre and Alexander Merckx.
Yeah, Franz Roach has moved on to 5 points with a plus 20 leg difference. He's still 10 legs behind Jacob Taylor, so it means he's going to have to find a way of getting the victory. If he finds a victory next, he will be in the tour card spots. Bit of an opening here. That is a huge shot from Fallon Sherrock. Oh my. And Ryan Harrington 3-1 down to Liam Meek as well. Her nearest challenges are falling. Or looking like a 5-all between one. This has to go though, Barzi. Has to go.
I'm sure we could find a slot for you, Shorty Mac. Just to the right of Barzi at the minute when he clears off.
Oh, she's missed again. Fallon Sherrock could have sealed this one a long time ago. However, now she has to be perfect. No wiggle room at all. She's had opportunities, but Rob Collins has stood up to the big moments. Fallon currently averaging 99, Collins 94.
There's only one average in the entire of the UK Q-School so far today that has been better than what Fallon Sherrock is producing right now. Yet this was a nice draw. Lol.
Can't keep missing doubles, as Bobby's always told us. Scoring for show.
Ouch.
Oh, Chris Quantock.
Alex Small and Chris Quantock.
Huge, because that is one of Fallon Sherrock's nearest challenges.
Oh, that's
not just that. Reaching the final, you won't be there.
You can set this up nice and handily here.
Just tear it up.
Or take it out.
Oh.
Well, this would be a way to announce yourself back in the game. Nope. I think this is it, I'm afraid. I think Fallon tour card dreams are gone, I'm afraid.
Last chance saloon. The 94 has to go. Has to. No second chances. She's missed a dart at the ball.
And it's going to hurt her leg difference as well, massively.
And the 60 goes.
There it is. It's gone. So Fallon's leg difference drops down to +7. That is it. Fallon Sherrock is out of Q-School for 2022. And that is it.
Right, where are we going next? Let's have a little bit of...
Although, to be fair, might not be completely done just yet. Ryan Harrington, 4-2 down to Liam Meek. Harrington could drop his leg difference at this rate. Dom Taylor could also drop his leg difference. If the top 8 do keep winning, you never know. She's not in the yellow anymore, Adrian, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Matt, I'm not even going to hide that all the press room wanted Fallon to win, but the game's the game. Is in terms of what we do as a business, she's up there in the top 3 players in the world for numbers.
She's not in the yellow anymore, Adrian, because I've just refreshed it and she's not there.
Yeah, the numbers she drives is unreal. It's a bit like you, Matt, when you're doing an auction. Would you rather auction off a Phil Taylor shirt or a Ryan Harrington shirt?
Adam Hunt has just won. That's a huge result, and that will absolutely put Fallon now officially out of Q-School because of the way that the leg difference works. Adam Hunt has just won 6-5. He's now taken that yellow spot away from Dom Taylor. Fallon is completely gone, I am afraid, everyone. So a lot of people here looking for Fallon.
Ricky Evans is rubbish before the Worlds.
What's that?
Matt said he'd rather auction a Phil Taylor one, but wouldn't stand on stage and publicly say Ryan Harrington is rubbish. No, but none of us said Ricky Evans was rubbish before.
We've never ever said they're bad players, Matt. We've never ever said they're bad players.
I'm not happy at all. It's just a fact. It's not, as James O'Brien says, it's not an opinion, it's counting.
Maths. You'd rather have a Coast Stompy shirt. Come to the Circus Tavern then, Daniela, because he is playing in the World Seniors Darts Championship between the 9th and the 12th of February in the Circus Tavern.
Lendl, not completely gone, but realistically gone. Yes, no, she is now gone. Adam Hunt's on 19. The lowest he can fall to is 13. So Fallon is gone.
Get some sales in there. 100%, as we have one more invitation player still to come. The qualifier next weekend in Reading.
Matt, I
2 weeks away.
I completely get that, and I completely understand as a manager your point of view. But again, from our point of view, they give nothing to us in terms of views and media, and that's not saying they're poor players because they're all good.
Yes.
Craig, that would have happened had something else not. Let's put it that way.
Oh, Dark Connect's pissing about again.
Allez le bleu. Jacques Labre.
No,
6-3 win.
That game's just started. No. That game's just started. Oh. It's not a result. It's Dark Connect pissing about until somebody takes one leg. I got well excited. Allez le bleu.
Would 6 points be enough for Hendo? Borderline.
Probably not.
It depends on the rest.
He's going to have to win the day outright.
James Horrell beat Jeremy Flagg 6-2. I'm still interested to see what he can do this week. Because even in defeat, I think his averages have been up there, numbers-wise, for James Horrell.
Yeah, 100%, Matt. The three of them are unreal.
Doesn't the floor going to compete? Hang on. It took Bo Greaves winning 8 straight women's series events in order to knock her out, and she missed 4 of them. That's a ludicrous statement. I'm sorry. I don't come on here very often anymore for that reason. Just missing doubles. It's as simple as that. Like, that's what she's done. Dylan Slevin, I think, has maybe just jumped onto 7 points. He has 18 plus leg difference now. So a big win for Dylan Slevin. He beats Kieran Bridgewater. And one of those pick players now finally in there in order to try to get those top 64. So we're moving on now to see what we can do in top 64.
I think, again, until they go dark green, it's not official, but I think Slevin's done enough.
Are we allowed to be positive?
Yeah.
Why not? I'm just looking at the EU one.
There's loads of time for next year's World Championship. 3 female players will come through the Women's Series Order of Merit and the Women's World Match Play. So
yeah, Lendl, in terms of the women's series, I reckon had Fallon maybe been in the top 2, there could have been some discussions had with the PDC, which would have really, really pissed the haters off.
Roloffs is 5-1 down, so he's as good as out, in trouble. That would take a big hit on his leg difference as well. He would then become effectively the gate to the Order of Merit in Germany.
Owen Roloffs has gone. 6-1 loss to Kevin Van Wey. Huge moment that is as well, because we now have the new target to catch. Roloffs, 7 points plus 14 leg difference. Obviously, Robbie Knops against Jacob Taylor, 5-1. Robbie Knops would be getting, well, I tell you what, Robbie Knops would move on to plus 23 had that been the case. Jacob Taylor will be on to plus 25. So Robbie Knops might be doing a bit of a help for Franz Roes and Dirk Telnikers, who's just gone. Dirk Telnikers is out. 6-4 loss to Jeremy van der Winkel in the top 32. So he is gone and will not be able to get a tour card today. And that means that loss has just put Richard Veenstra and Neil Zonneveld dark green. 8 points to the plus 33 and plus 28 leg difference. We have 2 new Dutchmen on the tour. Richard Veenstra and Neil Zonneveld back on tour for Niels as well. Huge moment that loss for Dirk Telnikers means that he has sent Richard Veenstra and Neil Zonneveld onto the Pro Tour.
Max Hopgob just doing bits.
Gonna do it. Told ya. So 8 points is now safe, is basically what that last update tells us.
Daniel Clausen might be very, very happy in a minute. This is
no, dark greens will stay in, because if they win outright on the day, then obviously the player in yellow would get a tour card.
Yeah. Andy Hamilton has now gone into plus 5. He's now jumped onto plus 26. So Andy Hamilton's now moved up into the section now. So Adam Hunt's now out. So Andy Hamilton winning his game has just popped him into the yellow on the UK.
John, because there was more entries in Europe this year, they're allocated on a pro rata basis in comparison to number of entries.
Dave, that's a stupid argument. I'm sorry, that's a stupid argument. Does that mean then that players that are based in the Nordic and Baltic regions shouldn't have more opportunities? Does that mean that players in the CDC shouldn't have those opportunities as well, being able to be a tour card holder and do all that sort of stuff? It's nonsense. The Women's Series is needed in order to try to get women up to the standard that men are playing at the moment. It's needed for the next at least minimum 10, 15 years.
Right, boys, we're going to lose my face off screen, but I'll still have my voice in. As we...
Huge moment. Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Matt.
Hello. Sit back a bit, shall I? Lord, I've got on.
Back a bit. You can see as Carol said, he's evil.
Huge moment. Before we go any further, huge moment. Jacob Taylor has just lost 6-2 to Robbie Knox. So he is the cutoff, as you say, Gob. 5 points plus 26 leg difference now is the yellow spot for a tour card. Robbie Knox will go on to the last. We're going to try and get into the semi-finals. If he does that, he'll be in the spots. But we don't need to worry about Karol Sedlacek anymore, Matt, because he's there.
No, just for you, I've come on. So, yes, Karol Sedlacek. He deserved to get through. He should have got through at the Worlds. He had chances to beat Dirk. So, I think he deserves it, and he's a good player as well. So, yes.
Right.
Oh, it's Sedlak losing now.
He made the Euro Tour. He was too good to not be on tour, wasn't he, Sedlacek? You look at the way that he played Euro Tour. He played World Cup as well, World Championship. He was competitive. He should never have been off the tour, looking at the way that he can play compared to some of the players that were there.
Yeah, well, it's, I look at some of the players that kept the cards and I think, how did he keep it? And this ain't no slight on somebody like Joe Mernon, but Joe Mernon didn't make the Worlds last and he kept his card. I was like, how's that happen? And Karol's made 6-10 Euro tours, been at the Europeans, been at the Worlds, won a game. But obviously, it's a system. I still think a year-long system is better, but there you go.
Do you think that the Worlds does get too much? Sorry, God. Just gonna say, do you think the Worlds does get too much of a sort of a basis on that order of merit? Do you think there should be more even
spacing? If Dowler had won the Worlds, obviously he was nowhere near it. If Dowler had won the Worlds, he'd have been about the third best player in the world, which is ludicrous. So, Van Gerwen's third in the world without a Worlds win. And Michael Smith is only just above him with a Worlds win, a Worlds runner-up and a Grand Slam. So, without the Worlds win, he'd be nowhere near Michael. That was a £600,000 swing, that final. If Michael Van Gerwen had won, I think it'd have been 600 grand in front of Michael Smith. So it's crazy, really.
Who else have you got eyes on this weekend? Benito currently 2-up on Franz Rocha, averaging 107. High hopes for him still, the way that he's played so far?
Nah, I don't think Benito gets a card. I don't think Sedlak gets one. He's 4-1 down. I think Sedlak will get one next year, and the one that we need to get in there up there is Gervin. If we're looking to get a card, we need Gervin up there, really. I think Slevin's just done enough, and Evans, but Burton needs to win one more game. That was a massive win against Pilgrim. He took out a 13 darter last leg to win, so that's massive.
Steady little week so far. You got 3 in the top, 3 in the green so far. Nathan Gervin just outside as the day continues to evolve. Go on, and let's talk, Fallon. Are you surprised after the way she started this week that she hasn't got through?
Well, I don't. There's obviously, for the women, they get a lot more opportunities as the men do, and whether that's right or wrong is nothing. But Fallon, Lisa, Bo got into the Worlds because of their gender. She's brilliant. She's a brilliant player. She's absolutely fantastic. She's in the argument for the best woman player in the world. There's 3 of them that are good, that are really, really good. They can beat each other on the day. Then the next lot are sort of much of a muchness. But them 3 are top. I don't see why. I understand why they need to for money to promote it now. I don't see why they need to worry about the men's game. They need to get more good women playing in the women's game because there's not many good women. There's 8. Yeah. You saw the depth at the match play. Outside the 3 or 4 it wasn't good darts. I mean, Fallon, Lisa, obviously Bo's going to be there next year. Makuru and Bo weren't there last time. That'll make it a lot better. But I think they need to get more good women. There's not a great depth of good women, in my opinion.
But do you think
get
that having Go on.
Is there going to be a point where the exposure of the women's game on TV has provided so many opportunities, but you're waiting for the growth for so long that the PDC struggle to deal with the conversations around the women's game? You're not instantly suddenly going to have a top 64 players that are capable of averaging 85 constantly in 3 to 5 years. The growth of the women's side of the game will not happen that quickly. You've seen other sports that are slow for the pickup. Is there going to get a point where they've got to manage those expectations of growing the women's game, and also how long female players having these achievements in the men's game continues to make an impact?
I mean, I just think that Lisa was on tour for 2 years. Had she not been allowed in through the back doors at the Worlds and the Grand Slam, she'd have got nowhere near either one of them tournaments. And she played on it for 2 years. So she's not. They're looking at it. Fallon's been to Q-School 6 times, and this ain't anything, because like Serena Williams is the greatest women's tennis player ever, but if you compare her to the men, she wouldn't beat a top 50 player. It's just the way. I mean, it shouldn't matter because it's not physical like tennis, but you know, nobody says, yeah, but Serena can't beat the men. Well, she's not supposed to beat the men. She's been playing in the women's game. I think if you offer the women up too much to the men, I mean, they won once. I mean, Lisa was the closest to winning this time against Ryan Meikle, yeah. But if you look at the stats of the 3 women comparing to the men, they're just not good enough yet. So get the women to be good enough, and then put them again. I understand why they do it. Listen, I have Fallon on my exhibition, so I'm being a bit hypocritical here, but talking just as a neutral person, just get the women to be better, then put them against men. There's no reason physically why they shouldn't be better than the men, why they shouldn't be as good. And I think the closest we've seen to a woman being as good as a man is Trina Gulliver when she was like in her 3rd year as the world champion. She was averaging 94, 95 regularly, and that would have been good enough. But at the minute, I think there's only 3 that can get close, and I don't think that any of them beat them. If you played the women 10 times, they'd win 1 out of 10, I think. Look at Lisa's stats when she was on the tour. I was with her because I'm friends with Roger, and it's demoralising seeing like Roger's like she's losing all the while. It's hard to keep motivated for it. It's hard. It's very difficult, especially when you go to places like Germany and you're spending 4 or 5 days in lockdown away from the family. You know, it's difficult.
But you mentioned them going in through the back door and that sort of thing, Matt. I always think this about tour card holders, and forgive me, I could be completely wrong on this, but you have 43 chances to qualify for a world championship if you're a tour card holder. You have an opportunity to go and win. If you win 2 Pro Tours or 1 Euro Tour this year, you'd have been in the world, and you would have been playing as a Pro Tour player. And obviously, lots of other people have chances to get in through other tours, although that has started to change now, and rightly so. But I don't think that players are taking away spots. They're just giving it to a different sort of area, if that makes sense. Like, especially if they're coming through Euro qualifiers. I mean, the players themselves had the PDPA qualifier. There's 3 qualifiers that could have come through that this year.
But they're playing against everybody. They're playing against the men all year round. So, you know.
But then
I don't think the Challenge Tour and the Youth Tour shouldn't. The Challenge Tour and the Youth Tour getting in is maybe get in, but they have to win a game for it to go on the rankings. Like Rafferty's got in. Rafferty's got 20 grand of ranking money this year because he's age specific. And nothing to do with his ability. It's just because he was born at a certain time. So he's got 20 grand on his rankings over somebody else who's trying to get a tour card from him. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So maybe they have to win a game. Yeah. They have to finish 3rd in the Grand Slam, or they have to win a game at the Worlds for it to go on the ranking. And then you can't moan, can you, really?
No, my point on that is just the fact that, like, especially in the case of Fallon, when everyone's saying she got in through the back door at the Worlds. I mean, my point on that is that, first of all, she's an international qualifier. Like players do come through the back door, if you like, and the PDPA qualifier on the final day, no space being taken away. And certainly for tour card holders, they have 43 chances, 30 Pro Tours, 13 Euro Tours. If you do well across the year, then you're in the business, you're in the dance. And that's my biggest takeaway, certainly on that case. But I get what you're saying in that you're only going to get the opportunity. You're only going to be able to take. I think that's a good system. If you win a game at the Worlds, if you win a game at Slam, absolutely fair enough. Put it on the ranking. If you don't, then you shouldn't get it. I think on your ranking, I think that's a fair assessment.
I think just be honest and say we're putting her in the Worlds because she brings a lot of numbers, and instead of saying, oh, we were going to do it anyway, just say we're putting her in. She gets lots of numbers. I'd rather put her in than Ryan Joyce, who was last on the Order of Merit. Just say that, because Ryan Joyce will bring 0. He's a brilliant player. He's obviously better than Fallon, but he brings 0 numbers. I won't have him on an exhibition because he'll sell me no ticket. So I understand. Just like say, oh yeah, it's because we want to get better numbers. You know what I mean? I'd say it. Listen, but it's nothing to do with me. I'm just a small speck on it. It's just my opinion, but I think that that'd be the winning a game would be a good way. But yeah, I've got no problem with women being in it, but don't get why they have to be said. She's going Q-School and she's, bless her, she got put in the world. She got so much hate and everything, and then now she's being judged. She's getting close to getting a tour card, but if she doesn't get one, if she gets one, it's an amazing achievement. But if she doesn't get one, she gets ridiculed. So it's a difficult situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, Bill, you're going to probably call out some results, I'm sure.
Yeah, Benito's been stuck for ages.
We've lost Scott Mitchell, which is probably the biggest one so far, and Dom Taylor. We've lost Scott Mitchell and Dom Taylor in the last couple of minutes. They were 12th and 15th on the Order of Merit before that happened. So there is a gap now between Christian Perez in 17th on 4 points and a +9 leg difference, and Adam Hunt in 11th on 5 points +19 leg difference. So that is going to close the gap a little more. I got one more question on the men's versus women's game, Matt. How do we get the women's game better? Because the top 3 are clearly, as we've said, are head and shoulders above the rest. Look, we're seeing Suzuki, Aileen de Graaf, Lorraine Winstanley. There's a group of 8 or 9 that are capable of winning results, but not at the same consistent level that we see from Ashton, Sherrock, and Bo. If we don't want them in the men's game just because they're women to grow that part of the game as well, but aren't quite ready for it yet, surely just beating the current women's series, who, let's be honest, some of them are struggling to average 60 some weeks, isn't going to do those 3 players any good either.
The only way is, and it's not my money, is it? Chuck money at it. You make them $5,000 a tournament, and the women will practice. So Roger Shaner, who manages Chizzy and Lisa, let me tell you, if Lisa goes away in Germany and they're on a deal, if she doesn't win 2 events, he loses money. So Lisa probably won't be able to afford to go to Germany without Roger. So met the money. If you double, triple the money, you get the women playing again. It's like the men with the PDC. The more the money's gone up, the more people want to play darts. It's just economics.
Need to find someone with deep pockets who's willing to finance the growth of the women's game. Then I guess anyone out there?
Exactly. And there's no money. There's no money in the women's game. There's money with men playing the women. Even 40 years ago when Billie Jean King played. That reporter, I forget his name, and she bashed him. It got more exposure than any other women's tennis match. These what they called novelty matchups. We had Paul Gascoigne playing Phil Taylor at an event, got more notice than when we had Van Gogh versus Taylor. So I mean, Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather did 1 million buys on pay-per-view in England. You know what I mean? So the more money you chuck at the women is what's going to make the women better. So if the women get more money, the more women will play it, and the standard will get better. But at the minute, what would you say? There's 3 top ones with Makuru just below them, and the rest they're not good enough.
Yeah,
just going to quickly jump in.
Level, yeah, pretty much. I mean, we saw 8 of them at Q-School, didn't we? Only Fallon progressed to stage 2.
Yeah.
Just going to jump in very, very quickly. Good result for Benito van der Pas, Matt, because he's just beaten Franz Roesch 6-2. So that means that Franz Roesch will not be a tour card holder. And it has just meant this huge moment. Daniel Klosser, Gian Van Veen, and Jacques Labre with that victory over Alexander Merckx have just gone dark green. Allez le bleu. The French are coming. They are on tour. Congratulations to Jacques Labre. Gets a tour card. So Daniel Klosser, Gian Van Veen, and Jacques Labre all have cards. Owen Roloffs will now be sweating, as will Jacob Taylor. Robbie Knox, will have a chance now to go into the tour card spot. Will go above Jacob Taylor in his next game. But there we are. We are down to just 3 cards left at Q-School. 3 cards to take today. Owen Roloffs, Jacob Taylor in those 2 of those spots. And, of course, the automatic winner as well.
Yellow is the auto. Just 2 spots left. Yellow.
Stephen Burton,
yes,
playing Henderson as well. That's going to be a tough game.
Yeah,
Thank you,
they're
God.
just getting underway. Colin Osborne just gone 5 foot up on Christopher Holt. The 128 is nearly done in the UK. Ryan Finesse 5 foot up on Jim Walker. We've had results in the 64. Nicky Danoon's beaten Shane Hayward. Dylan Slevin with that result against Kieran Bridgewater, what feels like an age ago now. Ryan Harrington beat Liam Meek. That keeps him in the hunt for a tour card via the Order of Merit. Justin Hood's had a good result over Ryan Hogarth. Jake Jones, Adam Smith-Neal, Cliff Pryor, James Hurrell, Adam Hunt, Callum Goffin, David Wazowski, Alex Small, Cam Crabtree, Nick Kenny, Rob Collins, and Andy Bolton are all the winners so far in the top 64. Christian Perez, after an outstanding performance in round 1, finds himself 2 on behind to Jim McEwen, averaging just 76. Graham Hall 1 leg away against Michael Flynn. Germany, we've had results for Robbie Knops and Jack Labre in the last 16. We've got Richard Veenstra 2-0 up on Max Hopp. Veenstra now has his card secure. Hopp needs to win the day outright.
He does indeed. It's mental as well, by the way, the fact that we are, probably 4 hours, maybe 3 hours from Q-School finishing, and still nobody on the Order of Merit in the UK has officially got their card.
That'll change in the next round, I should think.
Yeah, of course.
Changing pretty soon, I think.
Yeah. So,
Ozzy,
big
are you
51
there?
for Burton here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello, darling. Do you want to swap places with me? Because I need to go to the bathroom. How very posh that was. That's not helping my image. And then
Just
I
been
can grab
listening to
some.
you lot.
It's looking like Nathan Gervin's not going to get one, and Stephen Burton's just gone 2-0 up on John Henderson with a 12 darter and a 14 darter, I think.
Yeah, Colin Osborne, a huge moment that is for him, winning 6-4 over Christopher Holt, and that it might be the last 128 game that's finally just finished. Ryan Finesse against Jim Walker. So the 128 is done. Adam Smith-Neal is getting underway against Jake Jones, the top 32 in UK Q-School. Christian Perez against Jim McEwen, a huge game coming up there, as you mentioned. And say Stephen Burton 2-0 up over Big John Henderson. The Big Hendo Weekendo could be in danger of finishing. Joshua Richardson 5-0 up on Danny Lauby as well.
Just seeing, there's another Jay Hughes, isn't there, playing in Q-School? It's
Is that
4
the
years.
Is that James' official name?
It might be, but the funny thing is, this person who's in your chat a lot, Johnny Bryan, actually played Jamie Hughes when Jamie won it in the last 64. I don't know if he won a leg against him, but yeah, that was Johnny's told me to mention that because he keeps texting me as I'm on here. So there you go, Johnny. I've said it.
Nice.
Going back to what we were talking about, Matt, about Q-School and that in general. Look, we all know it's a huge generator for money for the PDC, but surely they have to look at a fairer system in relation to what players do over a year to get on tour, not just 4 days or 7 days.
Well, just give him all to the Challenge Tour, then you have to do on the Q-School to get onto the Challenge Tour. So people would still attend Q-School. It'd just be a filter rather than anything else. I mean, the best 17, 18 players over 24 events, surely that's the best way to give it. And then you have to get Q-School here to get on the Challenge Tour. Don't know what you think. Well, I don't see how that can fail.
I agree.
I'm with you on that one.
Unbelievable game here with Steve Burton. No leg above 15 and 2 12s and an 11 out of 4 legs.
Yeah.
And the other one was a 14.
I was going to say quickly, Richard Veenstra averaging just a small matter of 112 currently as he's pumping Max Hopp 5-0.
Yeah, he took out 2 back-to-back 12 darters there with a 103 and a 128. So I'll do your job for you.
Thanks, Matt. I'm looking at all the bloody darts ranking stuff, trying to see if we can work out why no one's going dark green in the UK.
He must have no life, that bloke. He must have no life because as soon as a result's on, he's on it. He is on it. Like the World Championships, 10 seconds after you've lost, he's got your ranking up there or you've won. He's on it. He's brilliant. Whoever he is, well done. But
the information scraped off of Dart Connect and fed into an algorithm.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it has to
that's
be.
That's why you're on that side of the fence, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, the data is scraped off Darts Connect and fed into an algorithm.
Okay, fair enough. Well, hey, whatever. It's a great website. I think most of us look at it, don't we? Most of us look at it for.
It's been the biggest thing.
Even the PDC's own media team use it.
Hey, do you remember the other one? Who was it? Burton DeWitt used to do it, didn't he? But he's not. Yeah. He's done now, isn't he? Bless him.
We said that Burton's stats used to be amazing, but Darts rankings made Burton DeWitt redundant in terms of what he did for stats and ranking updates because it was all at the click of our fingers on Darts ranking.
Yeah. We always used to wait, didn't we? We always used to wait on Twitter and stuff to see whether anyone had qualified. We were always trying to work out with what he was doing.
Burton on 65 there, went for 25 at the ball, went 3, missed 2 darts at double 6, but then come back and took it out for 16.
Brown.
That's the highest.
Keegan Brown, sorry, mate. Sorry to interrupt, Matt. Keegan Brown, welcome to the PDC. Welcome back. Keegan Brown has just gone dark green on Dart Connect. So we do know what you'll need, definitely. Lee Evans just only needs to lose by 3 legs in his next game, and he will be a tour card holder in the PDC. Keegan Brown, first gone dark green on Dart Connect in the UK.
I feel sorry for Keegan, really, because he was 1 leg away from not only keeping his card, but probably having a good shot at the match play. And now he's having to start back, which is a bit bad, really. I think you should have the option to have a 1 year, but I don't know. This is why, if you do the relegation and you come off the tour, you're not allowed back on. It's probably fairer. You know, you have to get relegated to come back. Like, you know, some players are hardened to it, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean,
I think if you come straight back, you shouldn't lose your stuff on that 1 year ranking because Keegan won a Pro Tour. And that at the time, that counted towards the match play. Yeah.
Well, did it? I'm not saying he can't do it again, but of course, did it, didn't he? He won two Pro Tours in the space of 3 weeks and qualified for the match play. So
Dozer and Jamie Hughes did it in the first year. I don't know anybody else that's done it.
Was he? Yeah. I thought he was the year before. Sorry, mate. There we go.
Jamie Hughes won it. Won Czech Open, the last cut-off. And he finished. I'm obviously knocked James Wilson out, but he finished well up midway up then because he won 25 bags. But I can't think of anybody else that joined in January and got straight in apart from Dozer and Jamie. Can you think of anybody?
No,
Right.
the only other person might have been Mernon, maybe.
No. Mernon. Oh yeah, it might have done, but that was when there was less Euro tours. But yeah, Mernon, because he has to, because he's restarted. But Chizzy didn't do it. Dean Winstanley didn't do it. This is when it started at 0 in January. Mernon started in 0 in January. That's what happened when they started the rolling. Remote. No, nobody's ever done it apart from them two.
The only thing about Yoza is the fact that I thought Yoza was the year before was in 2018, but I will be stand correct. Thank you for that. Two
he
people
didn't get Q-School. Yeah. It was him and going into the match play. Jamie was 2 grand behind Glenn. Obviously, Glenn got to the semis and Jamie got beat by Michael Smith. But Glenn had we always said Glenn had a better draw than Jamie. We had Adrian Lewis and Van Gerwen.
And then Wadey.
Yeah. Did you watch that game? Wadey was so weird, that game. I
was in the press room. I was in the press room, mate. Yeah. That was the first tournament I did as press match play. So that was an interesting experience.
Got bad memories about that week. Got bad memories.
All I was going to say, Matt, we were supposed to go on a night out with you on the Saturday night afterwards. I was worried about you for about half an hour after you left the amusement park that we went to.
The casino is the word you're looking for.
Carolina.
I was trying not to mention that.
I was so pissed, annoyed. I was like, it was that was terrible. That was unbelievably bad. Unbelievably bad.
Oh, I did feel for you that night, mate. I will say that I did feel for you that night. Just
he had it. He'd won it. It'd have beat Michael Smith in the final as well. It'd have beat Michael Smith in the final. He was playing too good. The night before against Peter Wright was the best I've ever seen him play.
That's the best performance of the year by a long chalk. That was one of the best performances I've ever seen on television. That was because Wright was on fire that week. Wright should have won.
He'd won the Euro. He'd won the World Series and 2 Pro Tours back to back to back.
Yeah. And he was, and in my opinion, he was favourite for the match play. And O'Gurney produced the tournament, the performance of the year to do it. I think actually he won Weekly Dartscast's TV performance of the year. Actually, if memory serves me correct.
Max Hopp has gone. Richard Winstra, a 6-2 winner. Max Hopp will not be returning to the tour.
I'm not surprised if I'm being brutally honest.
Burton's 1 leg from getting back on the tour, and this is probably the best he's played all week. So is John. Unbelievable game.
Great game, this. Absolutely.
It just shows you, though, doesn't it? They all can do it over 1 leg, but you let them do it consistently, and that's the difference. They can't do it, can they? Sedlacek.
Quite surprised
he's playing against my mate.
Just saying, I'm not sure why Alan Warner hasn't gone dark green yet. I don't know if it's because of different leg differences and all that sort of stuff, but I think obviously Dylan Schlevin with a win will be absolutely on the tour as he's just taking on Colin Osborne now. So Schlevin will be on the tour with a victory against Colin Osborne. Graham Hall going out, though, is a big shock. 6 points with a plus 28 leg difference. That is a very sizable leg difference. Would it be enough, though? That's the big question.
Yeah, it looks like, I fancy Dylan to come through against Colin, but you never know. Colin's been hit and miss, isn't he? It's looking like Burton's going to have to do it the next leg. His last 2 legs have been terrible.
Your man's gone, mate. Your man's gone, but gone.
Turns out I'm back. I just sat here in the background. Turns out I'm here, and he's gone, oh, yeah, here you go. Crack on. Yeah, Ozzy's been so up. He played so well. Last week, he was down in Portsmouth, but he's just been so hit and miss this week.
I think it's just anything. Look at Rock's stats last year in the Q-School. They weren't great. I think it's just a case of horses for courses, get through and see what happens. I mean, Danny Noppert finished well behind most players. Like he finished like last place and he got in on like 1 point more leg difference. And then Ratajski didn't even get through. So you know, it's such a thing. Just get through, see what happens, and then you got 2 years. You know what I mean?
He has. Lewis Pryor just beaten Dale Gadsby 6-1. We spoke Benito earlier, man. He's still in. Last 16. Neil Zonneveld now. Are you not feeling it still? For an outright win?
No. I don't want to say out really, because it'll come back. You can see Carroll's already got his card. Look, 78 average. That's the problem, you know, because the last day you get a lot of people that just have already qualified and are not bothered.
Well, Zonneveld has already qualified, as has Gian Van Veen. So if Van Veen does a job on Barry Van Peer, Benito's route to a semi is against 2 players that have already picked up cards. Veenstra's already got his. He'll be sat waiting. Might have a shootout between Van der Winkel and Walpen. You never know, mate.
I know. Yeah, I know. But the flights are dead dear from Holland.
Stay there, son. I can't afford you.
You know what I mean? Go on, Steve. Come on.
I'll tell you what, I'll wait till Stephen Burton gets over the line here, and then I will mention what's going on, because Mark McGeaney will be sweating now. Next few minutes,
Lee Evans will be sweating as well. You get it? With a comedian thing. 41.
Yeah, he's retired too, man.
Come on, Steve. I want you all to join in hands here. Oh, no. Come on.
Oh. Here we go.
Go on! That is a brilliant performance. 95 average doesn't do it justice, because he had 2 legs there where he didn't get below 300. So you take them 2 out. I know it's easy to say, but take them 2 out, and it's been a brilliant performance. That is. Well done, Steve.
Well, it's a good day to be a member of MDA at this point, because Stephen Burton now moves on to 7 points with a plus 14 leg difference. Not officially in dark green yet, but it's going to take something very special to knock him out of the places for a tour card.
Yeah, he deserves one, Steve does. He deserves one.
3 of the top 5, Matt. Good day.
Yeah,
Carroll as well in the other one.
Mm-hmm. And Benito won a piece with Zonneveld.
I want to diet, but I'm going to treat myself to a pizza, I think.
Good man.
If Robbie Knox, I'm just going to say this very, very quickly. If Robbie Knox loses this game coming up next, it will mean that Owen Roloffs wins his tour card. Nobody else can get to 7 points in Europe without getting an outright tour card below him. So Owen Roloffs will be looking and watching that Robbie Knox game. Next up, he will play the winner of Karel Sedlacek against Vincent van der Meer in the last day.
Van Peer bashes Van Veen, but the youngster is already there. It's a 6-1 victory for him.
So what's Carroll doing at the minute? He just said he won that leg, and now he hasn't. What's happened?
This is playing the Wi-Fi in Germany, I suspect.
It said Carroll had won that leg, and now he hasn't. For some reason.
Did they not just jump halfway through the next leg because the Wi-Fi was being sporadic?
No, it was 3-1 down, and now he's still 3-1 down. Well, he'd won that leg. There you go. There you go. Maybe I saw it in my mind's eye. So what? 7-8 is definitely going to be enough, isn't it?
Dylan Schlevin will win a tour card if he wins this game. Yes.
What was the story with that geezer that could have just won one we're not playing? That's weird, isn't it?
Repressed.
So there was 10 players that 11 players for a possible 10 spots at that point. If he'd played and lost in the first round, before the draw was done last night, he could have taken a leg difference loss that would have put him below Ronnie Hybrex. So if they'd both been drawn in the 128, Ruprecht had taken a 6-0 loss and Hybrex had won 6-0, he would have fallen below Ronnie. One of those two, because of the amount they were on 9 points overnight, was guaranteed to be in regardless. They couldn't both be caught. One of them could be caught in a 1 in a million situation. He had an 8-leg lead and leg difference over Ronnie overnight. So by not playing, Ronnie physically couldn't catch him, and he became the one that definitely couldn't be caught, whatever happened. So he said, "Thank you very much," and went home last night.
Oh, you would do, wouldn't you? It's like if you get through the first day and you wouldn't go again, would you?
No, definitely not. I mean, we were speaking last night, or I was speaking to various people who said that Adam Warner was intending on not playing today. If he hadn't have played today, he would have stayed on 7 points plus 22, which is the only guaranteed spot so far for Keegan Brown. In playing today, he took a -3 leg difference and is sat waiting. Still should be more than enough. He's only 3 legs behind Keegan Brown, and that one's gone dark green very early. But it could have been dark green an hour ago now.
It's a weird mindset. I won't like to play it. This is why it's hard to do a points total. They should just do the 4 or 5 a day, and that's it. You don't do points. You go there to win it. That's it. You get to the, I don't know. You can't do 5, can you? Do the 4 a day, like they used to. Semi-finals get through.
Quantock and Taylor both made finals and are both not going to get cards. They both got 5 points. They're not going any further. Neither of them can jump up into that order of merit. Whereas players that have made steady quarterfinals and whatever for 4 days are better off.
What's Benito averaging?
89 as he goes 3-1 up on Neil Zonneveld.
You just want to say very quickly, you mentioned Cram Crabtree being potentially the Josh Rock story of 2023 Q-School during stage 1. He's now moved himself onto 2 points as he's just won against Alex Small there. So he's now into the top 16 and he will play, I think he's going to, I can't remember exactly who he's going to play. I think he will play either Nick Kelly or Paul Mitchell, maybe. I think there's a couple more board 14 games that needs to be done, I think, before then. But he will be there. So
I'm looking at the. Sorry.
No, go
on. So I've just looked at the questions. Somebody said Stephen Bunting did it, and Rowby did it this year as well. To be fair, Rob Cross, Rob Cross did it. So there is a few that we forgot. Who's the other one? Somebody said another one, Hubbard, but Hubbard it was 2012 when Win Stanley did it as well. But like I said, it started at 0 on the January. So
and wasn't Bunting? Hang on. And wasn't Bunting at that time, didn't he get given his card by the PDC? He didn't come through Q-School.
Yeah, he missed the first 2 Euro Tour qualifiers because they played them straight after Q-School, and he still got in the match play. So he won the second event. He won the second UK Open. He beat Andrew Gilding in the final. Oh, yeah. And he went 181.61 to win it. There you go. Some knowledge for you there.
I keep forgetting about Rob Cross. Cross because he obviously did. Yeah. Not bad, though. Not bad.
A lot. Yeah, there's still, I think that, him and question from Matt. Do you know when they've qualified, even if it's the middle of the day at Q-School?
Yeah, do players know when they do someone give them a tap from the PDC and go, yeah, you're in?
Yeah, the word gets around. They've all got the mobile phones in there now, so it's like they sort of know, you know what I mean? So.
Back in the old day, that must have been tough because if you got your phone out, it was a fine, wasn't it? But they've changed the rules now where you can be on it, but you have to be sat at a table and not on your camera or whatever it is. But
exactly. Back in the old days,
running in and out the door to take phone calls to see what's going on, to come back in and report to you. It's much better this way.
going to watch this Slevin game, then I'm going to clear off, I think, and have some dinner.
Yeah, I'll be jumping up about 3 o'clock as well, I think.
What's the score? Lee Evans is losing 2-0. That's bad, isn't it? He needs a couple of legs, doesn't he?
Yeah, he needs three. 3 legs. 3 legs.
Right, okay.
And he'll be there.
To be fair, Owen Bates is averaging 103 against him. So that's, 29 darts to win the first 2 legs?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Good darts.
Just needs to get back in the game. He was 2-0 down against McGeaney, I think. Slevin was 2-0 down against his first opponent as well. So I think you're seeing a lot of nerves, aren't you? If they get through, then you see the players. I mean, how many people get through to a semi-final in the first? I think Scott Baker did it. I think John Worsley did it as well 2 years ago.
I don't remember yesterday, to be fair. Benito from 3-1 up, mate, pegged back to 3 apiece. His average has gone up by 6 points, but he's lost 2 legs in the process. He's averaging 95 now.
That Neil Zonneveld's got RBF, but he's a good player. Never looks happy, does he?
No.
Miserable sod.
Living the dream.
Him and Jason Lowe in the final of the Worlds. Terrible.
3-0 now. Interesting.
Yeah. He needs a couple of legs, doesn't he?
To beat Jim McEwen.
That's
Perez in the hunt. That puts him up to 5 points.
Plus 10 legs difference as well. And jumps him right into number 12. Win for him in his next match would take him above Mark McGeaney. And what we need to be focusing on as well, Andy Hamilton against Stephen Rosney. If Andy Hamilton wins that game, he will go, and he would go he'd go above Conan Whitehead. He'd go into 7th spot on the order of merit. If he were to lose that game, though, he could be potentially caught by a number of people. It's the drama of Q-School as we get down towards that final day.
Who we got here?
Cheers, Paz. Which one watching, mate? Good luck at Super League. I'm playing later. Sunday night Super League in Nottinghamshire, in a county that is just stretched thin and long, and you have away games in Retford. No thanks.
I can't find the Lee Evans game on my thing.
He's on the
top 6.
He's on the last 64, I think.
Yeah. I found it now. I had to search for it though. He's averaging 70. That's nice. Long days into these 4 days in a row. Oh my gosh. Sedlacek's looking like he's going to break Massive his heart. I used to sponsor Massive.
Vandermeer.
Yeah, it's ironic because he's not massive. He's small, you see.
No, he's not one that I've seen.
Who, Vandermeer?
Like a guy. Yeah, I've never seen him.
I got a text off Barneveld telling me he was really good. And to be honest with you, even Dirk van Duvenbode said they're playing the same league, and he wins all the matches between him and Dirk. But obviously, he can't do it on the Pro Tour, which is where you need to do it.
Can't do it for
obviously
his dinner.
Looks, by the way, honestly, looks by the way quickly that they are holding games in Germany. I think they're holding it.
They started the last day at the same time all week.
Fair enough.
How's Benito getting on? Is it with throw or against throw?
4 each.
Yeah, I can see.
And he's got the throw in the 9th. So he has the throw in the 11th as well if it were to get there.
Oh,
that's huge.
Lee Evans is 4-0 down to Owen Bates, who's still averaging 105. Dan Reed has just beaten Ryan Harrington 6-3. Harrington moves to +7 leg difference, and him and McGeaney finish exactly level. 6 points, +7, 63 legs won. Oh, there's going to be some drama.
Yeah, absolutely.
Massive 74 for Lee Evans here. Massive. Huge. Big mistake. Huge.
Evans is dark green. I repeat, Evans, Brand, Warner, Evans, and Burton all dark green.
That loss then for Ryan Harrington has just meant that we have the top 5 in dark green and dark connect. Matt, well done, mate. 3 of your boys back on the tour and on the tour.
4. Saddler box.
Of course. I mean, in the UK, but obviously Saddler box as well.
5-4 up on Neil Zonneveld.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Benito. Let's whack him on.
Who?
It's all right, mate. I'll manage your stable for you.
Benito, hey? I'm joking.
This would be one way to win the match for Dylan. Ooh, close.
Neil Zonneveld is called. Neil Zonneveld has changed his nickname to Life and Soul. It's true. True story. Breaking news.
Can I just say, Gob, on another note, very, very quickly, although I tell you what, wait, well, is Benito going to win this game, win this leg? I'm not sure.
Oh,
I do now.
Maybe. I'll hold fire until after this and I'll ask you a question about Mr. Warner.
I guarantee this 170 goes. I'm guaranteeing it now. I'm going to stand up because I don't need to do anything else. Benito's hit it. 170's done. It's all gone. It's all gone yellow. It's all done. No, it ain't. Right, no problem. Waste of time. Useless.
Full respect.
How's he 57 on treble 18 last night?
To be honest, Jonathan says, what's the pros and cons of managing players? 1, it's expensive, it's stressful, and they're all stroppy little bastards. But on the other side, if they're very good, it's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, you get lots of highs, you get lots of lows as well. I mean, Benito just missed tops. Just look at the match play 4 years ago. Dowell beating Peter Wright in the best game I've ever seen him play. And then the next day he's 2 million and 5 legs up to 3 and loses. So, I mean,
Benito could be about to go into the next round. Could be about to be our final quarter finalist in the EU.
Let's have you up there, Benny boy. Oh God! Come on, Ben.
You're watching the highs and lows of managing players right now on our stream.
Oh God! I don't fancy a good leg here now after missing 4. Oh, okay. We've also got Ricky Evans' new shirt available. Look at that. It's nice, isn't it?
Brilliant. The fact that...
Why on earth would anybody want to wear a shirt with a photo of themselves on it?
Full respect for that.
Massive narcissist.
There are 2 things on dart shirts I don't get. 1, photos of yourself, because the most frequently you're going to see that shirt is when you're wearing it yourself. And 2 is a fucking dartboard. What gave it away? The fact you stood in front of a dartboard.
It's better than having this. Oh, Benito, what's happened here? What's happened, Benito?
Just missed start as well. We're going to get
Slevin's in.
Game
Matt, have we got a new manufacturer for Ricky coming up?
Yeah.
Is this where we go, can you tell us? No.
No, well, yeah, I can. It's Bulls Holland. So. Bulls Holland.
Oh. Thank you.
And Slevin just signed with Mission as well. There you go. That's an exclusive. And Slevin signed with Mission as well.
Oh.
Well, I'm guessing
the amount of phone calls I got from different people when Slevin was playing. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah.
Matt, you can't You can't be too disappointed though. Four out of your 5 today. Four tour card holders you've got today, mate. Can't be too disappointed.
Yeah, it's not like it. I'd be disappointed if that was the last match. You'd have to win some more games. It's not like that's the last match, is it? So
No.
there we go. It was the job done. The 3 that needed to get through that were starting it. It'd been nice to have seen Gervin get through, but he's still a bit young, still a bit raw. So Evans is. Are they all through then? Evans, they're all through. Definitely.
Slevin,
Yeah.
Evans, Burton,
Evans,
all have tour
yeah.
cards, as does Carol Sedlacek. 100%.
No.
Well, I'm
Not
glad.
about the
Oh, yeah,
team,
I'm looking at it now, yeah. Slevin's top of the order of merit.
He is. Absolutely.
Number
That's
1.
mad. Yeah. Conan Whitehead could get in as well.
Yeah.
Series.
The results
Slevin
need to
Super
fall as
Series,
well.
Evans Super Series, Warner Super Series, Hall Super Series, Whitehead Super Series. That works.
But I thought it was just for betting
And listen,
degenerates.
Fallon will make more money probably playing on the Super Series as well. I mean, obviously she probably gets a lot of money from sponsors and stuff, but for playing darts more, she's better off not getting a tour card for the volume of darts she could play. Also, she can play WDF now and all sorts. So, just looking at the order of merit
Scott
now.
Mitchell's on those cards, isn't it? Like he said, he was intending to return to the tour, and anybody saying that you could play more amateur was nonsense. But actually, he's a former BDO world champion, so you know for well he might just drop back into that setup in the WDF for a year, even though they changed their ranking system. But you've still got a chance of making that world. Yeah. You've got MSS for him. You've got seniors for him.
I'm just going to switch. Sorry, God, sorry to interrupt. So apologies. Can we switch to Hamilton-Rosny game? Because this game's massive in the UK, please. That game is massive.
We'll double box the UK because there's nothing on in Europe at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this is huge, this game. And Daniel, sorry, I was going to say Daniel Rosny, it's the Newsbeat reporter. Andy Hamilton is 5-4 down with the throw, though. But Rosny now, if Rosny beats him, Andy Hamilton will be having a nervous wait, although his leg difference is still pretty good. I tell you what, it could get very dicey if Andy Hamilton does not win this game. And he's losing darts all over the gaff.
Matt, as a thank you for letting you on the show, I heard you were sending me a new Ricky Evans shirt to go on the wall.
Pardon?
So as a thank you for letting you on the show, I heard you were sending me a Ricky Evans shirt for the wall.
You heard wrong.
Can I get one instead?
Right, I'm going to have some dinner. Thanks for letting me on. Good day.
Take it easy, Matt.
Watching
Best of luck. See you hopefully soon at the UK Open.
Yes, I'll see you at the UK Open, boys. Oh, do you know Paul Mason does all my updates? I don't know if you've run across him on the MDA page. He's doing a good job.
Doing a great job.
I wanted to say thanks, Paul. Yeah, thanks, Paul. All right, no worries then. See you soon, guys.
Cheers, Matt.
See you, Matt. Ciao, mate.
I'll be on in a second, boys.
Baz had a cry over the last hour. So.
Well, for some reason, my webcam's disconnected. 2 seconds.
It's a good thing, in the background. And Nick Kenny's a 6-0 winner over Paul Mitchell as we await the quarterfinals.
Big dart coming up here for Andy Hamilton. Sorry, God. Big darts coming in here for Andy Hamilton. He has to hit this. Otherwise, his dreams of being back on the PDC Tour might be in the mud. Spence. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. 5-all. And Andy Hamilton has to now win this leg against the throw. And he could jump Mark McGeaney, Ryan Harrington, and Conan Whitehead into 7th place on the order of merit. Big darts, big leg.
Yes.
Here he is. Your boy Gob, Prakash Jiwa, through again.
Mine? I back Smith Neal for the day.
Yeah, but still your boy.
All right, Sam, come on, Prakash, come sit next to me.
I'm going to do a Gob now. Everybody, can you please like and subscribe if you haven't already done so?
Not quite that camp, but nice try.
Well, sort of.
Jesus.
You see,
Chelsea have completed the
Newcastle.
Mudrick deal 8.5 years.
What?
8.5 year deal.
What are they doing over it? What are they smoking over at Stamford Bridge?
Todd Bowley
Well,
just treats it like championship manager, doesn't he?
I've heard that apparently 22-year-olds and under don't count towards financial fair play. So basically, they're playing Football Manager, buying players under the age of 22 for loads, and either hoping they develop, hit something, or are all on long-term deals, so they're worth an investment later on.
Yeah, that's correct. They don't count towards FSP. That's why they're also who's the Argentinian midfielder at Benfica that everyone wants?
Fernandez, isn't it?
Fernandez.
Yeah, that's why everyone's trying to get this deal done in January before he turns 21,
22,
or whatever it is. Because if they can get it done this window for whatever obscene sum of money, it doesn't count towards FFP.
Huge moment there. What a setup from Andy Hamilton. Had 197 left. Has left himself 177, but it does not go. Last start in hand, Stephen Rosney beats Andy Hamilton. What that means is he will remain on 5 points on a plus 25 leg difference. Christian Perez is the next name to watch. If he were to win, he would go definitely above Mark McGeaney, definitely above Ryan Harrington. He could go over Conan Whitehead as well, and he could knock Andy Hamilton out of Q-School. But the charge is coming once again on the final day from Nick Kenny, it looks like here. And this game just starting up now in the EU. Robbie Knott against Vincent van der Meer, easy for me to say, is huge as well. Because if Robbie Knops were to lose, Owen Roloff would be a tool card holder.
Graham Hall has gone dark green. Graham Hall is a tool card holder.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Fallon is out.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Oh, boo. Christine. Deck the halls. In fact, yes, John. Bang on.
So at this point, there are only 6 cards available.
Yep.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
No, there's less than that.
27 secure cards are known. Those in yellow count as cards for now until we get an overall. Come on. It's not my first Q-School, son. As Lee Evans beats Owen. How did he do that? He was getting spanked. He was 4-0 down to a man averaging 105. Lee Evans has just beat Owen Bates 6-5. What the fucking hell?
Got back to the top of the order of merit as well, to be fair.
Oh, we got the creamy dream,
out.
but we haven't got the master. No!
I wonder why he's called master.
I just want as many innuendo.
The
names
Bastard is on
now.
tour as well,
That's
isn't
where
he?
we're going. What?
Is the Bastard on tour?
Yeah. Well, he's the cream now, apparently, because he wears grey and cream chinos.
Superb.
Because he used to be a referee, Lando. I'm going to not show that one up. Ah, yeah. Let's do it. Bollocks to it. Forget demonetized when he just wasted our entire day.
What was that?
He used to be a football referee. So it was the Bastard in the black. Then he was just the Bastard.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you what. I was a little shit as a footballer, but I wouldn't argue with Adam if he's telling me off.
Is his name nickname Wednesday?
No, it's just if he tells you it is, isn't it? He's a bit he's well built. He's well built, is Mr. Warner.
Good. Robbie Knops 2-0 up then at the moment on Vincent van der Meer. Huge moments coming up then for Robbie Knops to stay alive and potentially knock Jacob Taylor out of the final spot for a tour card potentially. Big result that. Jacob Taylor, the Canadian, could be gone in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I used to referee kids football, and then I'd rock up the following day to play my own game, giving refs all sorts of abuse.
You? Never.
Yeah, just a bit. I got sent off once for a second bookable offence, which was dissent towards an opposing player. And then I was arguing on the sideline with the manager, who was my dad, and our assistant. And one of their parents comes trudging around from the opposite side of the pitch, telling us he's an off-duty police officer and I need to calm down. So I told him where to go as well.
I bet. I can only imagine what you must have been like. Told him exactly where to off.
Get your warrant card out or take a walk with a few expletives in between and a bit more aggressively phrased.
Good effort. Proud of you. Well done.
Yeah, not ideal.
Bloody hell. Andy Bolton's going to be waiting for a long time for his next game. Still in the top 64 on board 16.
Well, he was started, yeah. Whoa, what? Yeah, what the bloody hell? Who was on that board?
That?
Hamilton. Was that McDonald as well? Shorty. Yep.
There's always one board,
John
isn't there?
McDonald, Andy Hamilton to open. Then 2 6-5s and a 6-4, including Jim Walker. Yeah.
Good darts.
Hang on a minute. Let me tell Super League I'm going to be late for our 7:30 start.
I'm going to give a massive shout out actually as well to my partner Rose, who's next door doing stuff because we're going to 1975 tonight and we're supposed to be going for a meal in a bit, so I'll have to jump off in a bit. She's been very kind.
Hello, darling.
So let me go.
Is that Mudryk actually any good?
Stephen
9
Burton's
goals
beaten
in
Nick.
6 seasons in the Ukrainian league.
Stephen Burton again has just won his next game, so he's now moved up to 8 points, and he's now third on the order of merit. So we know what the chasing number is: 5 points, the plus 25 leg difference. Christian Perez, this game is massive for him. If he were to win, he would jump into the qualification spots. We could have a Filipino. The Asian champion could be on tour. Yes. But he didn't get an invite to the Bahrain.
Not play in front of 6 people in Bahrain.
I have to say, yeah, didn't get an invite to the Bahrain Darts Masters yet. Could be on the tour. Here we go.
He did get an invite.
I thought he didn't in the original.
He turned it down to play at Q-School. He turned it down to play at Q-School.
It was in the original press release and they ballsed it up.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Sound.
Cam says Mudryk looked good against when he saw him play, but it was against Celtic, so it was a pub league. Tam hasn't taken too kindly to that comment, but it is currently hidden and it's going to stay that way.
Who's that?
Any swear word basically gets held for review in our comment section that we have to decide whether to let it in or not. So one of the Scottish viewers has not taken too kindly to Cam's comment.
He's not wrong.
No, Tom, because by stopping playing, they're allowing others to compete when there are those that have competed well for 3 days in the order of merit spots that can then be overtaken. So no, they should be playing and they should be playing to win outright.
I work in. Someone's asked what are your day jobs? Well, these two actually do this for a living, and I write shit for. Yeah, that's what I do.
Johnny, that one's definitely not going in. I mean, Cam is right though, isn't he? Let's be fair.
When only two teams realistically win the league every single year, it's not great, and the standard's not fantastic.
One of them's only been a club for 10 years.
True, to be fair. Yeah. I'm going to need less 8.5-year deals, by the way, in football.
However, there are two of the nicest grounds to go to in Scotland in terms of the view and where they're positioned.
What? Parkhead and Ibrox?
No. Aberdeen.
Dundee and Dundee are about 30 yards from each other.
Inverness and Aberdeen are great when you look out over the sea and things like that.
They're the closest.
You can do that at Craven Cottage, mate.
No, that's a river.
That's the closest. Dundee United. Yeah, Dundee and Dundee United are the closest two grounds in the UK. There you go. Stat for you. Closest two in England, though, are in a fair city that Gob and I know well.
One of the best cricket grounds in the world.
The best for me. Well, it's not even close.
Some updates for you then. Robbie Knox is 4-up on Vincent van der Meer. Richard Veenstra 4-up on Jeremy van der Winkel. Jacques Labra and Kevin van Varwey are 1 apiece, and Barry Van Peer 2-up on Niels Zonneveld. In the UK, Mike Warburton, Lee Evans is the last 32 game warming up. Carl Snyde is 2-up on Ryan Finesse in the last 64. Lewis Pride and Peter Hudson. Pride is 2-0 up in that one. And Christian Perez, despite having 14 points lower average, is 3-2 up on Cliff Pryor. It looks like they're holding the last 16 in the UK to get everybody caught back up again.
Probably because they've still got a bloody
Germany, given how far behind the 64 game is, I think they might hold the 16s here.
I'm going to wait and see whether Christian Perez gets his tour card, and then I'm going to have to shoot off because we've got ourselves a lovely meal with some of Roshin's family before we then head off to listen to Matty Healy and the boys.
City Ground is technically West Bridgeford, but if you're going to call it City Ground when it's outside the city, I've got no qualms with saying it's Nottingham. So grow up.
I'm not being funny, but that area in Nottingham is just. I don't know how many, apart from maybe Australia, when you've got in Melbourne, where you've got Melbourne Park from the Australian Open Tennis and the MCG pretty much next door to each other. I don't know of many cities that have that much sporting. This is sporting heritage so close to each other. You've got Nottingham Rugby, you've got Trentbridge.
In miles, the top three. The top three closest in the UK. In miles,
Dundee, Forest to County,
miles,
and it's either Chelsea's Fulham. Is it Chelsea Fulham?
No, that's 4.
Is it Everton Liverpool?
Charlton?
It is.
Stanley
It's
Park.
Everton,
Yes.
Liverpool. However, distance in miles. Have a guess. It's obviously
2 miles, isn't it?
no.
From where?
So the top three from ground to ground, the distance.
Dundee is
0.
like 0.2 or 0.3.
Yeah.
It's like 600 yards away, if that. They're on the same street.
0.2 is correct.
0.5.
What was the second one?
0.4. 0.4 for Notts and Forest.
No.
In a straight line, it would be,
0.3.
but over the river, it's like 0.7. Stanley Park's like
0.7.
Stanley Park's like
8,
even somewhere between 0.8 and 1.2, and then Fulham to Stamford Bridge like 1.4.
Yeah.
0.8. Chelsea to Fulham 1.9.
Yeah, that'll do. John Henderson is gone, unfortunately. He has fallen, as has Fallon Sherrock, Wimbledon and Palace, as we had to ground share.
Good Lord. Yeah, actually, yeah. Millennium Cardiff Arms Park and Sophia Gardens are not bad. I like Sophia Gardens. Good cricket ground. Doesn't get anywhere near enough. Jesus, you decided to go nibbling today.
Yeah. Funny.
We've
We got the Ice Arena further down as well, which is the nationalised centre, and we're the national city for football in the UK.
Still shite though.
We're the best. Around. Result in Germany, 6-1 to Richard Veenstra. Flyers is flying. Van der Winkel will not pick up his tour card. We are down then.
Yeah.
2 tour cards remain between 6 players.
Barry Van Peer as well.
Roloff,
He
Jacob Taylor currently occupy those spots. Robbie Knops is a leg away from taking one of them and knocking Jacob Taylor out of contention. Barry Van Peer finds himself.
I don't know what's happened, but McGeaney and Harrington have just switched places on Darts ranking.
So somebody's been and found out what the countback rule is.
Yeah, and they've switched places.
Did Mark McGeaney is it because Mark McGeaney went further today than Ryan Harrington?
He didn't know.
Could that be it?
Earlier. I think it might.
What happened then in round 3?
Will it have been how far Ryan got on day 1?
Might be average, tournament average. Yeah, bang on.
Average with the countback. Jesus.
That's
if he misses out on the tour card because of that.
We are an hour and a half away from Ryan Harrington not having a tour card because of his average.
Shite.
That's not good enough. At that point, make him have a playoff.
Best of 9. Best of 9. Was it 9-dart shootout?
Make him have a playoff.
No, just do a 9-dart shootout. It's much more exciting. I'm sure the person who does get one would win. No,
playoff. 100% a playoff.
If you're level on leg difference, legs won, and bang, you just have a playoff.
You never know, though. Christian Perez might be about to knock out and go ahead, and he might actually go dark green. You know, Christian Perez, if he wins this match here, it's 5-2. He might go dark green.
6 and plus 14. No, because he can still drop to 6 and plus 8.
Yeah, he could still drop ahead of Conan Whitehead. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, ignore me.
Okay.
Next.
We only go on about average because it's the easiest calculation to make. In general, it means fuck all.
Someone's tired today.
The difference between a 13, a 14, and a 15 dart leg is something like 15 points. If I bang in a 13 dart leg, I average 115. If I bang in a 15 dart leg, I average 100, right? My average is 15 points higher by winning in 13 instead of 15. I've won the leg in the same amount of visits. It makes no difference to my opponent or my ability to win that match at that point if I hit that double first dart or third dart. Average has just become used because it's easy to track on a general basis of performance. It's not actually a good basis or predictor of form or ability at all.
Christian Perez wants 62 to get himself into the spots.
Rather do it on a higher checkout percentage, because at least you're doing it on something that wins you a game.
Perez has just missed a dart for the match. Minimum. So he is going to for the match. Yes, Lendl. It's exactly what we want. Robbie Knops then, Gob. 40 in front plus these.
Oh, good back.
Van der Meer can hold throw here. It'll be a one-leg shootout. Big trebles needed. Big trebles not got. So that means Knops has got 6 to clear him.
Hi, Maisie. Hello, Laura.
Hello, Dan. Yes. Quality of darts shirt.
Laura, you've done a runner with John to court with all the darts boys to get pissed up and watch the exhibition and left Maisie unable to interact with us in the chat room for 2 days.
Shocking.
How we doing, Maisie?
Oh,
Knops cannot find his way through here. So 84 needed for Van der Meer. So send us to the Noble and to give Jacob Taylor some hope. Doesn't go.
Jamie Lewis has tweeted, all we've got is 7 days of Q-School is far too long.
Yeah. Robbie Knops is now on to 6 points. He knocks out Jacob Taylor. So Jacob Taylor will not be a tour card holder. And Owen Roloffs will have to wait a little bit longer. The next game is crucial. If Robbie Knops wins that, Owen Roloffs will have to hope that one of the top 10 currently go on to win the day.
No. It's not crucial at all. If Labra wins 3 legs, the tour card holders, because Kevin... Barry Van Peer is out. Barry Van Peer has just been beaten 6-3 by Neil Zonneveld.
Oh, he's just gone. Yeah. Oh, right.
So it's currently 3
Owen Roloff just gone dark green.
Roloff will be a tour card holder.
Owen Roloff has just gone dark green on Dark Connect. Yes, Barry Van Peer going was crucial, as you point out. So we now know the top 10 on the order of merit in the EU. Mike Koivenhoven, Richard Veenstra, Neil Zonneveld, Pascal Ruprecht, Ronnie Hybrechts, Karol Sedlacek, Daniel Klosser, Jacques Labre, Gian Van Veen, and Owen Roloffs are all tour card holders.
Yeah, because Van Varwey against Knops would be a semi-final instead of the final. If they were in opposite halves of the draw, Owen Roloffs would have to wait.
Yes. Thank you, Gob. So there we go. Christian Perez now goes on to +6 and gone to 6 points and +13 leg difference. So he moves up into 7th place and knocks out Andy Hamilton. He's gone McGone from the race to become a tour card holder.
Gob, I was just looking, and lucky enough, the maths don't add up. However,
neither does that English, but carry on.
Right. Well, no, that's a tell. Like, it could. Wait a minute. Kevin, who's in what half of the draw here? Because
Van Varwey and Knops are in the same half.
Right. So it doesn't matter. But I mean, if they were in opposite halves, and because of the leg difference, No. What I'm saying is that if Kevin got to the final and Nops lost his next game, Nops would be stuck on 6, and getting to the final, Kevin would be on 6. Depending on the leg difference, Kevin may be better not playing the final and guaranteeing a card than playing and losing the leg difference, potentially.
Yeah.
That highlights the potential issue again.
That would have been really bad. Well, they'd force him to play it at that point, wouldn't they? Because a withdrawal is a -6 legs. You'd have to play it. A withdrawal before play doesn't cost you anything. A withdrawal in the tournament is a -6.
Right, okay.
Well, there's also another reason why Nops isn't dark green yet, is that's because he's on 7 points. He's on 6 points.
6 points,
Well, Van Varwey beat... If Labra wins the next 3 legs, or 3 of the next 5...
Morning, Anthony. Hope you are good. Sadly not. Jacob Taylor lost in the last 16 today, and Alex Spellman went in the last 64.
What you're failing to mention, Phil, is Jacob Taylor is currently 12th on the order of merit with 11 spots getting a card. He's missed out by a point.
He has.
Ouch.
Yeah. We have last 16 games underway in Milton Keynes. We have last 32 games still being played. And Ryan Finesse against Carl Snyder in the last 64 is still being played.
And on that bombshell, it's been a pleasure, gents. Enjoy the rest of the UK Q-School, calling them all in as tour card holders. I can't see many big shocks coming up, but I think we might have an Asia champion coming in as a Q-School holder, as tour card holder. So, been a pleasure. See you all soon. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your week.
Bye, darling. Yeah, if Van Varwey wins outright, Nops is out. I'm just trying to work out if Van Varwey can lose in the final and still knock Knops out. If Van Varwey beats Knops 6-0 from here, Van Varwey wins 6-3 here and then beats Knops 6-0. He can go to a +19 leg difference. Robbie Knops would drop to a +18 leg difference. Then he'd have to lose in the final at least 6-5 to go level again. And to get there, 51. $57.62. No, Van Varwey would lose out on legs 1. So the only way for Kevin Van Varwey to win a tour card is to win outright. Anything else, and Robbie Knops is a tour card holder alongside Owen Roloff, Gian Van Veen, Jacques Labra, Daniel Closer, Karel Sedlacek, Ronnie Hybrecht, Pascal Ruprecht, Neil Zonneveld, Richard Veenstra, and Mike Kyvenhoven. The only guarantee I can give you right now is that a Belgium will take the final tour card on offer in Kalkar.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Anthony, big step, and he's done some good things. So has Spellman. Hopefully they take a lot of confidence from this. But again, everyone, thank you for the support over the last 7 days. We're into the final stretch now, Gob.
We're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 5 tour cards remain. We do stream the Pro Tours and the Women's Series. We do not stream Challenge or Dev Tour or Euro Tour or anything that's televised. We don't do watch-alongs. We just do outright streams.
Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a subscribe and a thumbs up as well. To be fair, Gob, I've only just seen this. Mike Warburton has gone very much under the radar today. I know he's 3-2 behind at the moment, but very much under the radar.
Yeah. I mean, we did have Matt Ward waffling for an hour, which doesn't help. We lose track of some results. As Carl Snide beats Ryan Finesse 6-5. Absolutely our pleasure, second to none. Thank you for joining us throughout this week. Yep. Perez Pride, last 16 warming up. So we've got last 16 games live between Cam Crabtree and Nick Kenny. Mark Challenger and Adam Smith-Neal. My pick for the day, averaging 98 on a big run. Hello. James Howard Hughes, 93 average, 2-0 up on Michael Flynn. Dan Reed and Prakash Jiwa are just getting underway, as are Stephen Burton and Dylan Slevin. It's an MDA. We've already qualified. Who gives a crack match? So fair play to those two. Perez and Pride warming up, as I said. Where is Warby? He's not played his 32 game yet. Is he awaiting the winner of the one that's just played?
Warby's playing Lee Evans at the moment.
He is. 3-2 behind. Do we have a 16? So that'd be Andy Bolton against Carl Snide in the 32? Nope. What are we going on about? Carl Snide against Stephen Rosney in the 32. Who will play in the online darts league? MODUS Super Series. We haven't lost anyone yet from this week, have we?
There's one in 9th that's now causing an issue.
Yeah. The other player that was involved that was also at Q-School was Adam Lipscombe, I think.
Yeah.
He'll make the trip from Milton Keynes to Portsmouth.
No, Fallon lost, averaging 96. Rob Collins played very well.
Yeah. Will they just stop playing if Van Varway loses? I mean, it would make sense to, but I think they're going to make them play through anyway. Do you know what, Stephen? That's a bloody good idea. If Labra wins this leg, that's EU wrapped up. So they're just playing for the sake of it. So I think we can double box the UK for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we will. If Labra gets this done,
we'll go back to an EU final. I think maybe we'll give them that credit because they'll have earned it. But if Van Varway wins 2 legs on the spin here, including this 1-3-9, it will be a shootout between him and Van Varway, effectively for a tour card, and then Van Varway would have a final as well. So no, Denny, they did in the past, but reserve spots for the Pro Tour are now based off the Challenge Tour. So in the COVID year, it was based off the Challenge Q-School Order of Merit, which should have changed halfway through the year and then didn't, which was a bit of a farce, to be honest. the reserve list for the Pro Tour is always from the Challenge Tour. The first Challenge Tour weekend is next weekend. So anybody that doesn't get a tour card has to dust themselves down and go back to Milton Keynes next week for the first Challenge Tour weekend ahead of the first Pro Tour weekend, which is the second week of February.
Mike Warburton needs to take this 101. He's done the hard bit and he broke back against Evans, but he's gifting a break opportunity back unless 101 goes because Evans is sat on 88. And the 101 doesn't go, so Evans...
MK makes a decent point that actually for the first time, because there are more players at Gem in Kalkar through stage 1, despite the standard being lower there on all 3 days according to averages, Andy Hamilton would currently be in a tour card spot if the split was the other way around. I guess we've never looked at it the other way around. We've never looked at what would happen if EU got more cards. There is still that belief that the UK performance level is slightly stronger.
I think at the top end, there's not a lot of difference now. Lower down, I agree. I think the standard is stronger lower down in the UK, but at the top end, I don't think there's that much difference anymore.
Mm-hmm. Adam Smith-Neal was the first player into the last 8 in the UK. He beats Mark Challenger 6-1, averaging 102.98 in the process. Labra beats Van Varway. So we have all of our tour cards from Kalkar wrapped up. Romeo done. Everybody is dark green. They are Mike Kyvenhoven, Richard Veenstra, Neil Zonneveld, Pascal Ruprecht, Ronnie Hybrex, Karol Sedlacek, Jacques Labra, Daniel Closer, Gian Van Veen, Owen Roloffs, and Robbie Knox.
Oh, the big fish!
With Jeffrey Sparidans, Corey Cadby, and Jeffrey Desvan.
Nick Kenny has just pinned the big fish to hold. Also, I can't remember where it is now. Someone asked, do players that get a tour card still have to pay an additional payment? Yes, they do. As soon as...
At 55, they've added a £5 levy to pay for markers.
No. God, if you win a tour card, you still have to pay your PDPA membership.
The question was, do you have to pay money to play Challenge Tour?
I'm sorry, I thought it was I'm trying to do 4 things at once, change games. Yeah. But also, when you win your tour card, there is an additional payment as well. So you've paid your 450 quid to enter. And then if you get a card, you then have to go, bosh, there's your PDPA membership. Rob, this what happens when you're trying to produce the show at the same time.
To be fair, Rob, I ignored your question. I was answering the Michael Bailey question. We were both right.
I was going to say, yeah, I didn't think I was going mad. I know I was scan reading, but...
Useless. But yeah, both of those. PDPA membership for tour card holders, entry fees for Challenge Tour.
and right on cue, thank you very much, Matthew. I'm just going to...
Has he slid into your DMs again?
No, WhatsApp. So basically, as soon as you get it, you get a letter. Congratulations on winning your tour card. A few things that for your attention that you need to do. No. Tour card holder induction. There is now a compulsory Zoom meeting over 2 nights. Basically, it tells you what you're meant to do and what you're not meant to do. But after it, no one actually listens. Tour card upgrade. This fee of £100 is to upgrade your membership. This can only be paid by bank transfer, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah.
Management jumping. Wouldn't surprise me if there are a couple of people interested in signing Adam Warner, management and manufacturers. After he lost one of his darts in the stage at the MODUS Super Series and then went to a shop just north of Worksop, picked up a £20 cheap set and just won a tour card.
To be fair, I remember looking at Adam's old darts and they were old and very worn. His ones at the Super Series. But I don't know Adam's background, Gob. You might know a bit more. Is he in a position financially through work that, one, he's able to take time off to go and play the tour, and two, can he subsidise it himself?
Don't think so. He wasn't going until he won the week at the Super Series, and that funded this.
That's with the greatest of respects, that says to me then no, he couldn't subsidise it on his own.
No, this was just a free. Just the intention as well. I think with money there, a chance presented itself, so he's had a crack. Adam Warner, not Smith Neal, Johnny. That's a ridiculous loophole, but I don't mind it. It says McGeaney could pay his membership at the end of next week.
I'm not sure that'd go down too well, but...
But it's something to explore. I'm here for that level of creative accountancy. Before he lost his Super Series darts, Adam's old set were 2 26-gram darts and 125. One was a whole gram out where he weighed them end of last year. Rob Cross, is that you? Dylan Slevin pumps Stephen Burton 6-1. They were both already through.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lee Evans was in a bit of bother there until that 180. But is Mike Warburton going to be the story on the final day of Q-School? We always get one. Is Warby going to be that one?
No. Can be Adam Smith.
He
Neal,
should.
I told you already.
Get a dart of the ball, minimum. Will he get 2 at 16s? He's missed at tops.
To be fair, with the amount of players in the field that are left, it's going to be one of them, isn't it? We're looking at Mike Warburton here, Carl Snyder or Stephen Rosney. One of them would have to come from absolutely nowhere from this week to pick up a card outright. Nick Kenny's got previous for doing it. Dan Reed was one of the heavily favoured players. He's currently 3 apiece with Prakash Jiwa. Christian Perez might get their order of merit-wise, so he's pretty much out of the conversation. But Lewis Pride, he's another that would need to go all the way. Smith Neal, another, and James Howard Hughes. So we're heading into a last 8 where we've got Slevin already there, Adam Smith Neal not already there, needs an outright win. James Howard Hughes needs an outright win. Mike Warburton puts himself into the last 16. He's still got to go and play Callum Goffin. They'd both need outright wins. Goffin could do it with a semi, maybe?
but Mike
Do you
Warburton.
think Perez will do a
is
Royal
there.
Lamb? I hope not.
Mike Warburton defeats Lee Evans, Gob.
I called that in my little spiel. Perez does have a leg, so the worst he could fall now would be to 6 points plus 8, which would still keep him above Mark McGeaney and Ryan Harrington. How cold is Andy Bolton going to be? When he finally takes on Carl Snyder or Stephen Rosney, which is only 3-2. Yes, Jonathan, they're all out. That's it. Today is the final day.
Yeah. Shit or bust.
Semi-finals underway in Kalkar at the Wunderland. Robbie Knops, the last man to secure his spot. And Jacques Labre and Veenstra takes the opener against Niels on. I'm so excited to see Flyers on tour next year. He's been close a couple of years in a row. He's too good to not have a crack at it.
Yeah, Louise says, do you think Christian Perez would do a Royden Lamb? I hope not.
Wham bang. Yeah, after all this, after all the drama and the players that are about to miss out, if you're not going to use your card, that's when I get frustrated.
Yeah.
Players in light green are in a spot right now. So if nobody else gets enough points to overtake them, they will have a tour card. Conan Whitehead will be watching quite nervously. We know that, Denny, but it's still nice to keep an eye on them. I see pride. I see Perez. Cool Runnings reference. What are we going on about here? Do you think we need background music on the stream? Go all out Twitch.
I'm not sure about that specific choice, but yeah, maybe.
Well, it's better than me singing, so I'll beatbox instead.
No, background music is horrible. No.
I just want to sing. I can't lie. Who's got the card so far? Says Justin Davies Sharp. Germany is all done. We know all 14 tour card holders that will join the PDC tour from the Wunderland in Kalkar. They are Jeffrey Sparadans, Corey Cadby, Jeffrey Desvan, Mike Kyvenhoven, Richard Veenstra, Niels Zonneveld, Pascal Ruprecht, Ronnie Hybrex, Karel Sedlacek, Jacques Labre, Daniel Closer, Gian Van Veen, Owen Roloffs, and Robbie Knops. In the UK, we know that Aaron Monk, Graham Usher, and Josh Payne have already won cards outright. Dylan Slevin, Lee Evans, Stephen Burton, Keegan Brown, Adam Warner, and Graham Hall have secured their cards via the order of merit. So we still have 4 more cards in play for the whole of Q-School. Currently occupying those spots, Christian Perez, Conan Whitehead, Mark McGeaney, and Ryan Harrington. Now, what those 4 players will not like to see, Christian Perez excluded, so Whitehead, McGeaney, and Harrington, is at the end of the last round, Dylan Slevin, Lee Evans, and Stephen Burton were all still in the competition today. That is now just Dylan Slevin. Unless the winner of today in the UK is Dylan Slevin or Christian Perez, Ryan Harrington will miss out on a tour card. I called Smith Neal at the start of the day, yeah. Someone asked about Prakash Jiwa's chances. He's just beaten Dan Reed 6-4. Dan Reed was one of the heavy favourites to get a card ahead of Q-School this week. He's beaten by Jiwa, who will take on Dylan Slevin in the last 8.
Oh, we've got a VAR check. He's gone to the monitor. Fulham might have a penalty.
Still watching the football. Would Perez be the first tour card holder from his nation? I don't think we've had a Filipino on tour before. We've seen Filipino dart players before. Ilagan, Malik, them.
That's not a penalty for me.
Compete in the World Championships. Not at the minute. Harrington's currently 11th. So what that yellow box means in darts rankings, which everybody's looking at, is if the outright winner of the day comes from above them, that yellow spot would then become a green one.
That's a terrible decision.
McGeaney is out, yeah. So Whitehead, McGeaney and Harrington have all lost for the day. So they're now waiting on other results. So they're hoping that players still in the tournament don't get enough points to go above them. There are only 2 players above them still in the competition so far, Perez and Slevin. So if one of those 2 doesn't win outright, that means somebody from further down has, and the player in yellow at an absolute minimum drops out. Yeah, Hamilton is the player that is 1 place outside of that at the minute. Then Nick Kenny, who is still in the tournament. Then Adam Hunt, Dom Taylor, Fallon Sherritt, Chris Quantock. For what I believe is the first time ever, 2 players that reached the final on individual days, so were legs away from picking up tour cards, have not gone on to win their tour card. Dom Taylor and Chris Quantock were both beaten finalists on day 1 and 3. And neither have picked up enough points across the other 3 days to put them in a position to earn a PDC tour card. If you don't use it, then nothing. If you don't accept it, then it would go next on the order of merit, I believe. But if you're still playing now and you're intending to not accept a tour card, I don't know what you're doing. You've had 4 days to withdraw to earn enough to put you on the challenge tour, which is just by attending. If you don't use it, then that's completely up to you. It's not a you must attend this. It's an opportunity for you to attend pro tours without entry fees.
Oh
Isaac,
my!
Stop Reed and G-Worth, Rosny versus Schneid.
Mitrovic has just slipped, double kicked the penalty. It's now a drop ball.
Benito was beaten in the last 16, I'm afraid, Jonathan. He lost 6-5 to Neil Zonneveld. He had matched darts at 5-4 up. Yeah, so the outright winner of the day gets a tour card. So that's what that yellow line is for. So if a player from above the yellow line wins outright on the day, then the yellow line becomes green. If a player from below the yellow line in white wins a card, then the yellow line goes white. Now, Veenstra Zonneveld is 3 apiece in Germany, both averaging 80-something. And Robbie Knops is 3-1 up on Jack Labra. Means absolutely nothing right now, though. They're all in. They're playing for pride. Whereas Lewis Pride is playing for a tour card. I don't believe so. No. If you get a call up to the Pro Tour, it's free entry.
Yeah, all Pro Tours are free.
Tax free. No, they're not actually.
Everyone hoping to beat Scott Williams.
Win. Okay, so at the minute, the bottom place in the order of merit, we'll go with Mark McGeaney. So he's on 6 points and a +7 leg difference. Him and Ryan Harrington are on exactly the same, but Mark McGeaney will go through on average. So you have to get above that. Nick Kenny can still get there via order of merit without winning outright. Andy Bolton can do the same, as could Callum Goffin. Everybody else needs to win outright. So that would be James Howard-Hughes, Prakash Jiwa, Mike Warburton, Adam Smith-Neal, Lewis Pride, Stephen Rosney, Carl Snyde. Carl Snyde picked up his first point of the week in the round previous and has gone 5 apiece for Stephen Rosney.
Richard, thank you very, very much for your donation, mate. Massively appreciate it. Thank you.
Legend. What's Perez's scoreline? 3-1. If he stays above Whitehead's leg difference, two, three. Only 3 players below can get to 6. 4. Warburton as well. He just finds himself a round behind.
Oh my. Yeah, looking at the Spurs team, I don't fancy us today.
Yeah, the worst Perez can fall to is +8. I'm looking if he stays above Whitehead, but was to lose, could he be dark green at that point anyway? Dom Taylor is out, Jonathan. Made a final on one day, but hasn't done anything on any of the others. If you're not averaging 90 consistently at local league or whatever, then I wouldn't bother. Because under that pressure over this distance, your average drops a little bit. But, yeah.
Hope you're feeling better. Sean, how we doing, Preston? You guys are amazing. Thank you very, very much. Really enjoyed your coverage all week from New Jersey, USA. Our pleasure.
No, Mark McGeaney is not safe right now at all. So there are still 1, 2, 3, 4 players that can get to 6 points from below. They're Nick Kenny, Andy Bolton, Callum Goffin, and Mike Warburton. Was Benito close to getting a card? Not in the end today. I mean, he was beaten in the last 16, 6-5 to Zonneveld. He then would have played Barry Van Peer, average mid-80s. He finished 33rd on the order merit, 3 points, +2 leg difference, 149 legs this week. But just shit too many. Thank you very much, Andrew. We really do appreciate it. hopefully you'll tune into us a lot more when we do all of our Pro Tour streams this year and the Women's Series. We'll see what else we can cover throughout the year as well.
Yeah, just going back, obviously New Jersey, not far away from NYC. Are you going to come to the US Darts Masters this year in June? Last year, it was insane, God, wasn't it? It just looked so good for a World Series event.
I don't know, you wouldn't pay for me to go. Richard Vainstra beats Neil Zondervan 6-4. Apparently, I wasn't allowed to expense that one.
Come back to the chat room in a minute.
Go on then. Can't count, can he?
No. Yeah, honestly,
development tour. Oh, go on. You go first.
My go on.
Well, someone asked, how do you play the development tour? You have to be between the age of 16 and 16 at the time of the event and 23 or under at the time of the PDC World Final that year. So if you were 23 2 weeks ago, you're eligible to play for that season. They are £25 per event. So on a weekend, you have 4, 2 on each day. So it costs you £100 a weekend. You have to register with a PDC registration system, which is just like a sign up and an email and whatever. And then you just pay for all your entries through that.
Honestly, if it's only a 2-hour drive, I would thoroughly recommend it. I'm heading out again this year because it was genuinely superb. I know, was it Harry asked where you traveling this year? So I'm in Copenhagen for the World Series event coming up. Then we've obviously got Milton Keynes for the Masters, Premier League as well. That pretty much takes us to the first half.
Bit of Blackpool for the seniors. We'll be in York and Yeovil later in the year as well. Few exhibitions, Derby, Leicester. Where else are we going? You're sending me to Amsterdam again?
Your event's not on this year. They've cancelled it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to the big boy one next door. My Twitter friends miss me.
Where else are we? Our pleasure. Paul says, thanks, guys. Great week with you. Now following you. Hopefully see you again soon. Yeah, we will be back. The live lounge tomorrow night, 8 p.m.
Yeah, for those new to the channel, that is basically our weekly podcast / chat show between 8 and 10 UK time each week. Myself, Phil, and Lee Boyce, another one from the team, will be live. Reviewing this week all things Q-School, Bahrain, looking ahead to Copenhagen. Any other breaking news that we might have, including changes of manufacturer, sign-in news, you name it, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Is Copenhagen on TV? The final day is. The other one's a bit weird. It's like highlights at 6 a.m. in the morning, did I see?
I saw Mace chatting about it in the chat room yesterday, but I just left it alone.
The Ziga Dome and the AFAS Live. Yeah, the Ziga Dome's not happening this year, but the World Series Finals is at the AFAS Live.
But it wasn't happening at this time last year, was it? And then somebody paid a fortune for it.
Yeah.
So they made it happen. Not really, Rob. I'm just not very good at it. It was okay. I just...
The other day that's not live on ITV will be available on PDC TV. Someone says, was the last exhibition in Cardiff good? Yeah, decent night. It was very good. The depot is a good venue. Cheers, Hendy. Thank you very much. I possibly couldn't comment on that, Harry.
Haha.
God, try not to laugh.
Haha. I'm trying to make a joke or a pun that hints but doesn't give it away too much, but I just haven't got one in my locker.
No.
It's day 7, not day 3. I'm struggling a bit. Carl Snyder's won his 6-5 in orders. Yeah, on a board that is massively behind as well. That's only his second point of the week. Or of stage 2, sorry. I'll make you a deal, Phil. You can go to Copenhagen, you can go to Amsterdam, and you can go to New York. If you send me to Australia.
Let me think.
I didn't hear a no. Right, what are we on? What are we on? Right, Phil, we're going for it. What are we on right now?
Yes, Chris, absolutely. The PDC are back in New York. I can give you the dates.
Right, this stream is on 126 likes right now. If we get that to 200 before 4 o'clock, Phil will send me to Australia for the World Series.
So the New York Darts Masters and the North American Darts Championship is the 2nd and 3rd of June at Madison Square Garden. I'm coming out and flying out on the Monday again. Anthony is obviously from the CDC. He's in the chat room. Honestly, it was unreal last year. Any of our North American friends in the chat room, thoroughly recommend getting yourselves along because it was unreal.
Yeah. Cheers, Richard. Really appreciate having you here this week, buddy.
On the final day, you get the North American Darts Championship, which Leonard Gates won as well, which was superb.
Or I got my family live in New York, right? You can stay with my family if you pay for me to come.
I've already booked.
Well, cancel the bloody hotel. And whatever you were spending on that, put me in the baggage cart. I can be really, really still for 10 hours.
Good luck getting that one through the scanny, eh? Anything in here? No. We said, is Mike Warburton going to be the story? Not at the moment, because he's 3-0 down to Callum Goffin.
One of the players who could still jump above Whitehead, McGeaney, Harrington in the order of merit without having to win the day outright. Christian Perez is 250 points away from a tour card. Cam, we're supposed to be friends. Dick. It is Robbie Knops against Richard Veenstra for the outright win in Europe today. Yeah, I do all the Australasia tour. What has Kenny got to do? Kenny can get their Vardy Order of Merit as well. He's currently on 5 points and plus 24. So one more win for Kenny would book his spot by the looks of it. He will play the winner of Andy Bolton and Carl Snipe, who have just got underway. 71 average for the first leg. Andy Bolton must have been sat around for at least 90 minutes between the last 32 and this game. Warby in a world of trouble, 4-0 down to Callum Goffin, as Christian Perez will hope to come back for this 36 to become a PDC tour card holder.
Also there's some news coming about streaming for the World Seniors in America.
Yes. It will be. It's just not been announced yet.
Has Christian Perez fluffed these lines?
Oh, he has. We're going to a decider. Lewis Pride has the darts as well. Look, the worst Perez can do now is still sit above Conan Whitehead. He would stay in 7th on the order of merit. Yeah, Robbie Knopp start the day with only 2 points. If he started the day on a point, he would have to win this final. He wouldn't have enough. Who would Bolton play? Bolton versus Kenny. So that would knock one of them out. Up the Leighton Clarkson. Goffin can still get to 6 and is about to be on 5. Board 6 in the 16. So he'd play Howard Hughes. Can only get to 5, so it's Warby who'd be out as well. We're a leg away from confirming Perez, I think, in any direction. Have I ever been to a Riley's qualifier? Yeah, I've ran it 3 years in a row. They're absolute mindfucks. A long day there. No, I'm not going to Liverpool. Next week, I am having a weekend off. And then the week after...
You're in Reading, I'm in MK.
I'm in Reading, yeah.
Oh my God, Newcastle have just won it in the last minute by the look of it.
Lewis Pride beats Christian Perez 6-5. So that keeps Perez in 7th and finishes on plus 12 legs. So he does sit above Conan Whitehead. How important will that be?
Andy Bolton is 3-0 up. Perez goes dark green gob.
Does, yeah. Yeah, if he avoided dropping below Whitehead, that was enough. Because of the way the draw plays out for the other players that can reach 6 points without winning the comp, Nick Kenny, Andy Bolton, Callum Goffin and Mike Warburton, 2 of them are playing each other now and 2 of them will clash in the next round.
We have got a final going on in Europe, so we will.
Yes. If you're Ryan Harrington, you can't be feeling very good right now. Nope, it's all done in Canada, unfortunately, Preston. So they're all dark green in that one because whatever the result of this final, Taylor can't get above either of them. Big game warming up, or just underway now in the quarterfinals, for Ryan Harrington. He's not involved in it, but as the player in yellow on the bubble, he needs Dylan Slevin to win this day outright. Christian Perez was another who could have done so, which would have kept Harrington in the order of merit places should nobody else accumulate more points than him. However, if Dylan Slevin does not win today's event outright, Ryan Harrington will not win a tour card. Then all eyes will be on Mark McGeaney and Conan Whitehead. Ryan Harrington needs Slevin to win.
Do we think McGeaney and Whitehead are going to hold on?
The threats here, look, a Nick Kenny win in the next round knocks Harrington out minimum. If Slevin doesn't win the day, that would knock McGeaney out as well. Then there's only one other spot to get to 6 points. Now, only 3 other players can get to 6 points. Mike Warburton is one of them. He's 5-1 behind. Callum Goffin is another. His win against Mike Warburton would put him on to 5. He'd then need to defeat James Howard Hughes to get to 6 points, as Warburton does depart. This is going to get tight. 3 threats remain for Whitehead and McGeaney, realistically. They are Nick Kenny, Callum Goffin, Andy Bolton. And it would be Bolton versus Kenny next. So, if Bolton beats Carl Snide, Harrington is done. If Slevin doesn't win the day, that would also knock out Mark McGeaney. Callum Goffin will take on James Howard Hughes. If he beats James Howard Hughes, Conan Whitehead would be done as well.
Vintra's done enough regardless of this final result. He's been solid all week.
Do we think Dylan Slevin should have held on a little bit to sign with his new manufacturer, considering he's averaging 109 through 2 legs against Prakash Jiwa?
I think he could have got a tad more than what he is going to be paid.
Wonga.
Looking at the teams, Matthew, I think we're in trouble.
Don't need to look at them. You're crap.
I've seen the side and it's like, oh dear.
And you don't do that every week?
Not every week. Live Lounge is back tomorrow. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong as well, but
Slevin 19, yeah, if so, he is the... No, Roloffs. Was Roloffs in that conversation? either way, Matthew, I lose because we have to listen to Arsenal telling us they're going to win the league or Spurs actually getting a result.
What you laughing at?
Show me the money!
Owen Roloff is 20.
How old's Slevin?
19, I think.
Yeah. So did Matt, and then he couldn't remember. Born 2000. He's 20. Oh, there's a month in it. Roloff's is younger. Ta-da! Just ripping a stat I've just found off Twitter from Dark Freak Jacko. He says Christian Perez did it. Is the 4th Asian player and the first one from the Philippines in history to get a tour card.
I hope so, Lau. But defensively, we are horrific.
Can you both lose? Van der Velde was 20 in December. Shout. Who came through the dev? That's a point. We keep looking at current rankings. Dev. Yeah, maybe. Who are the other 3 Asians? Now you're testing me. One was Royden Lam. Wham Bam Royden Lam. Kai Fan Lung. And then there's one more.
What was the question? Asians that had a PDC tour card?
Yeah. Lung, Lam, Deki Muramatsu. Was actually? What?
I hope that Zong can now come over and play. Because in the Chinese Premier League, he actually looked decent.
Are we allowed to count Prakash Jiwa? That's a good question.
I'm not sure he's ever had a tour card. I think he played in the PDC before, but I think it was before the tour card system came in. I might be wrong with that, but I just not. For some reason, I remember reading something.
You can't read. Don't lie.
Okay, George.
Just better. Mikey Fallon was beaten by Rob Collins in the last 64, so it's going to fall just short of getting a tour card. We're going Jiwa then. There's 5.
No, Makuri's never had a tour card. I'd love Makuru just to commit to playing a bit more steel tip. Like, I understand financially it's not going to happen because the amount of money.
Yeah. It's not that Zong can't Zhang, isn't it? It's not that he can't leave China. It's that if he does leave China, he can't get back in.
Yeah.
He's unvaccinated due to health issues, so he's allowed to leave the country because a lot of countries don't require you to be vaccinated to enter anymore. But he wouldn't be able to get back into China. Roloff's colour is dark green because he has won a tour card. He cannot be caught. The players in green in the EU Q-School on darts rankings have all secured their tour card. G was won it twice before. Right, we're calling it 5.
Andy Bolton's making hard work of this job. He was cruising.
And if he doesn't get over the line, Harrington holds on a little bit because Snide could still knock out Nick Kenny and James Howard-Hughes could still knock out Callum Goffin. Harrington is a leg away from Andy Bolton in any of the next 3 potential in this match from being knocked out.
Yeah, surprised that nobody from Canada or USA got a card since it's down again. Yeah, look, they've been slightly unlucky. They've played some really good stuff, and look, the guys over at the CDC have done incredibly in the way they promoted the game and brought the game on in North America. And me and Gob spoke about this quite a lot this week. North America is ready to pop onto the darting scene in steel tip. It's going so well, and look, there'll be more opportunities for these guys, that's for sure.
Yeah. And to be honest, look, they've just changed the rules, haven't they? Where you are eligible in your first year as a tour card holder if you're outside the 64, and second year, first year, whatever, second year outside the 64. Beyond that, you can still play. But actually, not having to travel back and forth with another year on the CDC tour gives them that chance to rise. We've got Danny Baggish returning. He hasn't tried to keep his tour card, so he's going to be there competing. Leonard Gates is getting more opportunities outside of America. David Cameron keeps getting better despite the fact he's over 50. We're seeing the likes of Spellman, Taylor start doing solid work. We're seeing the opposite end of the spectrum. Can't remember his name. Young lad. He won an event literally yesterday. The one I thought Jacob Taylor was. Who did Lorraine Winstanley tweet about? Also, if you don't use Twitter just for a news feed, what are you doing? Joey Liner, that's it. Matt Campbell, tour card holder still, just. Andy Bolton knocks out Ryan Harrington, I'm sure of it. So he's currently yellow, but it is Bolton versus Kenny in the next round, and a win for either of them would put them on 6 points and a much better leg difference.
Harrington, done.
How many players went to Q-School and not won a tour card and will now play the Seniors Tour? So Larry Butler has an invitation to the World Championship at the Circus Tavern at the start of February. Andy Hamilton played part of the Seniors Tour last year. Rob Rickwood also played Seniors last year. Prakash Jiwa is currently 4-3 up on Dylan Slevin. That would knock out Mark McGeaney as well, by the way. He played in some of the events last year. Mark McGeaney started playing last year. Andy Hamilton played various events last year. You've got players eligible for the tour, such as Scott Mitchell, now that he hasn't regained a tour card. John Henderson turns 50 in the summer. I think Peter Jakes turns 50 this year. Andy Jenkins played one day of Q-School. He'll be back at the seniors for the rest of this year. Wayne Jones was a qualifier to the Lakeside for the Masters earlier in the year. He hasn't played today, so he'll be back in Reading in a couple of weeks. Who else have we got? I think that might be it. Did I say Mike Huntley? Yeah. That's it from stage 2. How old is he? John Bowles is 55 and found himself at Q-School. Could we see him on the seniors this year? How many more rounds and days? We are into the quarterfinals in the UK, and this is the final day. Tabern, yes. Chuck Norris played stage 1. Correct. There was a few more in stage 1. I'll just name the ones that got to stage 2. What big names have missed out? Fallon Sherrock for a start, Scott Mitchell, Andy Hamilton. In Germany, the bigger names to miss out would have been the return of Max Hopp, of Benito van der Pas, Thibaut Tricol, Chris Landman, Ricardo Perez, John Michael, Tony Alcinas, Andy Bartons came close. At the opposite end, Nico Springer obviously played, qualified, but only intends to play Challenge Tour. Lucas Weinig, possibly the worst luck with draws I've ever seen in my life at Q-School. Jesus Nogueira finished the week with 0 points. Grant Sampson, Diogo Portela, 0 points as well. UK-wise, who's at the bottom end here? Surprisingly, Stuart Kellett, one of the worst ranked players of the week. Adam Mould of the ADC not being able to put it together. Noel Cullerton. Brett Claydon failing to pick up a point as he attempted to return to Q-School, to the tour. Ryan Murray. David Evans, pointless despite dropping off the tour this year. Jelle Klassen, sorry. Yes. Klassen, probably one of the high profile ones as well. Matt Denon, unsuccessful again. Colin Osborne. James Horrell. And Big John Henderson. Bolton v Kenny is a match for a card. One would put him on 6 points, more leg difference than everybody else at that point. Only Goffin. It's an elimination match. I don't know if it makes it a match for a card.
Anthony, yeah, Joey's a great player as well. Really like Joey. The PL lineup, they know what it is, and they'll just release it when they're ready. Their product, their rules, they'll do what they want.
There will be clearer pairs on leg difference. Yeah, fair point. I'm just trying to work it out. But yeah, we could even go above Graham Hall, to be fair.
I think we'll get the announcement before the Masters, personally. I don't know that. That's just what my gut says. Yeah, Gene Van Veen's a huge talent. Josh Payne won a card, Mikey.
Yeah, he won outright.
Yep.
The German winner for the day is Robbie Knott of Belgium. Perhaps a little surprising. He started the day on just 2 points, but goes all the way. In
Not a problem, Daniela.
Richard alongside him as well. So we are done in Germany.
Germany is Romeo Dunn.
Can we take the conclusion that with EU with 7 points are harder than UK with 6 points? No, because up to 77 players picked up at least 1 point in the UK, but only 66 picked one up in Germany. A lot of cannon fodder at the bottom end. I did miss Jim Walker. My apologies. One of the oldest players attempting to get a tour card. To be fair, mate, I listed 15 to 20 players there. I think I've done all right. It's the end of the week. Hey, look, we could talk about overhauling Q-School all we want, but then I wouldn't get to sit here for 7 days chatting absolute shite to you lot. So, you know, it has its pros and cons.
Yeah, look, is Q-School needed? Absolutely. Is it perfect? Far from it. Could they make better changes? Absolutely. Is my take on it. Prakash Jiwa is about to pull this at the fire gob. Dylan Slethen about to depart. Oh, what a 171 that is. Maybe not. Tees up tops. Didn't get a match start at the 96. Slethen, will he get a match start at the 78? He has. He's missed one at tops. Prakash is coming back. Last start in hand. Prakash Jiwa defeats Dylan Slethen. Gob, the winner will come from outside the top 10.
Yeah, so we already knew that Harrington was in a world of trouble. That means Mark McGeeney's out as well. The winner coming from outside and the shootout between Kenny and Andy Bolton means Ryan Harrington and Mark McGeeney will fail to get tour cards. Conan Whitehead will be in that last spot. And we said this earlier. Oh, that... leg difference for Conan Whitehead might well be enough. How are you funding Challenge Tour to make people go to a Q-School for Challenge Tour for a year? Because at that point, you're probably going to exclude them from playing in anything else as a Challenge Tour, and you cannot afford to fund the bottom 64 in Pro Tours. There's not enough money in the sport to push a non-Q-School second tier when this is a business venture makes £400,000 to prop up the rest of the tour as it is.
Yes, Star's a young lad. Star's a young lad. I'm not sure he's got talent, but I'm not sure this is the game. If the winner of Bolton versus Kenny goes on to win it outright, I think McGeeney could still scrape in.
Potentially. Callum Goffin gets to 6, then we're in trouble. I think we should whack Nick Kenny versus Andy Bolton on the right-hand side, Philip. Harrington is gone. Whatever happens, a win between, well, either result, Bolton or Kenny puts them above him. Cheers, Matthew. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Pleasure as always, mate. Thank you.
She was still in, can only get to 5. Yeah, Callum Goffin is the one we're looking at now.
So is McGeaney going to hold on, do we think?
Possibly. At which point, that debate will rage on. Because Mark McGeaney would win a tour card over Ryan Harrington on average. Tournament average. If that is the split, if it splits between McGeaney and Harrington, they swapped round in dartsrankings.com earlier. Lendl, are you there? Do we know if that's why they've swapped 100% and if they've gone and checked on the averages?
It's tournament average on Dart Connect, so we can check it ourselves, can't we?
Don't know. To be fair, Germany is over.
That's what I mean.
Event leaderboard? No, it's tour leaderboard, isn't it?
Ryan Harrington, 87.14. Mark McGeaney, 89.52.
2 points. Is that 87
2 points.
start? Christ.
What's that?
Christ. You know we're getting it. You know it's happening, don't you?
Yeah.
Average matter when the PDC decide they matter. They shouldn't matter. They have no real bearing on how those two have played this week. Because they've both still managed to accumulate exactly the same stats.
It should be a
Countback,
playoff.
I think, is the same. I don't get how you decide more recently. What they should be doing is making those two have a playoff.
Yeah.
Oh, is it averages over the final stage or averages over the entire week? Dart Connect has the latter. Well, it should be final stage.
I would say final stage. I don't.
Shit.
Tom, it's all sorted. I'm not going to say in case it's not needed, but plans were already in place. It's only stage 2 averages. Nick Kenny is averaging a ton and is 3-0 up on Andy Bolton Gob.
Steady.
Our pleasure, Oliver. Our pleasure.
Why do we need averages? Right. Mark McGeaney and Ryan Harrington finished with exactly the same stats this week. 6 points plus 7 leg difference, and have both won 63 legs. Now, if Nick Kenny and Andy Bolton are currently playing against each other, the winner of that will move above on leg difference. But if they win outright, then that final spot is still in play for Mark McGeaney. Whatever happens, Ryan Harrington is gone.
Afternoon, Matthew. Hope you are good.
Are we sure?
Are we sure what?
But they aren't both just gone. Yeah. So only 3 players can get to 6 points. They are Andy Bolton, Nick Kenny, and Callum Goffin. 2 of them are playing each other now, so we definitely lose one of them.
Callum Goffin takes out 82 and leads James Howard Hughes 3-2, Gob.
No, I don't think Conan is safe either.
Well, we're going into Ryan Searle territory here, aren't we?
No, I don't think he is. Because whatever win for for Bolton or Kenny takes them above Conan Whitehead. If Goffin gets above Whitehead as well, which he would do with a win, and then holds off leg difference, and either Jiwa or Adam Smith-Neil win the title, then I think we lose Whitehead as well. I think there's a chance that we could see Whitehead, McGeaney, the winner of Bolton or Kenny, Goffin, Jiwa, or Adam Smith-Neil.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Great to have you along, Matthew, as always. Glad you enjoy it. Quick question as well. If we can sort something out, would you be interested in doing a darts snooker video with one of the pros that can play snooker?
Yes. This is the witching hour. Yes! I feel important now. Where wins become losses and losses become wins. I think with a win, I think whatever happens, the win between Bolton and Kenny gets them in. Their leg difference is that much better.
The Welshman is 2 legs away.
Their leg difference will be that much better than Christian Perez. They're in regardless, but their progress further in the tournament affects Mark McGeaney and everybody else still competing as well. 7 hours of commercial-free darts. Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to have run adverts throughout this week, but Barzi forgot to press the button. So we have done 7 hours of commercial-free darts. This is NFL Red Zone.
Trying to run ads in Q-School is tough because there's never a break. During the Pro Tour, we get breaks. Oh, amazing, buddy.
Now we just need to find a snooker hall.
We know there's one. We know where there's one. Callum Goffin is 48 points away from a 4-3 lead. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Idiot. Go downstairs and get two bits of bread and give yourself an idiot sandwich.
Piss off. It's been a long weekend.
Callum Goffin does lead. The Welshman is back in front. The other Welshman is 4-2 in front. Andy Bolton has one back. Cheers, John. Thank you very much.
No, you don't want to watch him watch Spurs. He knows even less about football than he does about darts. I don't know how you lot have put up with us for 7 days as it is.
Score prediction. Would I take a draw? Absolutely. But I hate to say, I think Arsenal win.
So positive.
I just think defensively we're awful.
No idea what Prakash does in between matches, but they're allowed to.
Also, the big dog is still fighting goal. Adam Smith-Neill is a leg away from beating Lewis Pride. This one's on the Pride throw, so he will get darts.
Whatever happens, the winner of this match needs to win outright. The rest of it would just be wasted energy for the day. He doesn't. He just trains his bladder. Does Scott Hansen. To be fair, I've done a women's series stream of that one. That's 10 hours. Our pleasure, Helen.
Thank you very much.
And to be fair, a big thank you to everyone else that's joined us on stream this week as well. Jaru's out for a lovely meal right now. Dan from the team who did a couple of days. Liam, who picked up for me while I was on a meeting. And Baldy, Matt Ward, after a very successful week for himself and his management stable.
To be fair, Dan Perrion was the he was loving it, wasn't he?
Dan Pellegrino, yes. Uh, 8 o'clock tomorrow, UK time.
Yep, Stephen Burton has a card. He's safe. No dramas there. Is he running a special auction? Yeah, and Cam Gob. Cam jumps on.
I'm leaving that hidden. Oh, if you weren't such a dick earlier telling Barzy to get me a one-way ticket to Australia, I'd have been nice to you. Get that auction started, Big Johnny.
Get your match dues, dart sock, underpants, boxer shorts, sweatband, belt buckle, you name it. Matt will auction it. Chance here, Gob. Callum Goffin has missed starts here. Can James Howard-Hughes pin 76 the break? And he does. Big moments here now. Hughes will throw for the match.
Yeah, and he cannot get to 6 points. So Mark McGeaney will be cheering on this leg for James Howard-Hughes. Nick Kenny beats Andy Bolton. That's a tour card secured for the Welshman. Smith Neal beats Lewis Pride. He has to go on and win outright to win a tour card. Points would not be enough for him. There has not been a 9-darter this week. We have not seen one. Nick Kenny is dark green. He cannot be caught.
And that means Ryan Harrington is Romeo done.
Because he has a worse average than Mark McGeaney. James Howard-Hughes is 60 points away from defeating Callum Goffin. He will return. Goffin is on 205. Only 41. So you'd expect 6 darts from 60 for James Howard-Hughes. Goffin is another one of those players that can reach 6 points. In fact, would this leg secure Conan Whitehead's spot? Would it just be yellow or nothing then? I think it might. Jiwa would have to go all the way. Howard-Hughes would have to go all the way. And Smith Neal would have to go all the way. These 40 points are for Conan Whitehead's tour card. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's missed again.
And he's missed inside. He's hit double 5 is what he's done. He's not missed inside.
Imagine if this goes.
Misses the ball.
Oh.
Single
Also, as well,
19,
15. You have to be aggressive first dart.
Yeah.
I reckon, God, he's gone big 5, 54, and missed the ball.
Whitehead family, are you sat watching with us?
I was about to say, I wonder if Conan Whitehead is watching.
Oh, we're going all the way. And Callum Goffin has the darts in this decider. James Howard-Hughes has missed 6 darts to secure Conan Whitehead's tour card.
As well.
A win here for Goffin, and Whitehead can still get his tour card, but the winner of today would have to be Goffin or Nick Kenny.
I was about to say, if Goffin wins this one, does this effectively kill McGeaney?
It kills McGeaney. A Hughes win, Whitehead has a tour card, McGeaney's still alive. A Goffin win, I think it's a Goffin card, and Whitehead is protecting against an outright win from Jiwa or Adam Smith Neal. who would play each other. So they're guaranteed to go to the final. If Callum Goffin wins here, we are guaranteed the final match of the day being for a tour card. You cannot beat Q-School. As Goffin leaves 44 after 12. What a fantastic leg of darts this is. Hughes leaves 102. It's 44 for Goffin for what I think is a tour card.
What's he done there?
How's he done that? 102 after missing 6 darts in the previous leg for James Howard Hughes to keep Mark McGeeney's tour card alive. It's not gone. And it's 3 at double 13 of all targets for Callum Goffin. Missed 4, hit 18. Yeah, if he's gone high, that's nervy already. And he would have missed 2 at it.
Goes.
Oh. Callum Goffin beats James Howard Hughes. I think that costs Mark McGeeney the chance of a tour card and secures Callum Goffin's.
We're just waiting for Dart Connect.
I don't think it does because he can still fall to plus 11 legs with Conan Whitehead. He needs a leg in the next game.
Correct. So, Callum Goffin is sat in 8th. Christian Perez in 9th is dark green. Goffin is still light green because he has to play. McGeeney's done.
Mark McGeeney is out. We will not see a contentious average qualify for a tour card. Goffin needs 1 leg against Nick Kenny in the semi-final. If he gets that, Prakash Jiwa or Adam Smith-Neale winning the day outright would cost Conan Whitehead a card. One of them is guaranteed to be in the final as they play against each other in the semi. You know, at the start of the day, if Callum Goffin doesn't win a leg, then he would be in the same position that Conan Whitehead is in right now. A win outright for Adam Smith-Neale or Prakash Jiwa would cost him a card.
Shit just got real.
Yeah. So to not get a tour card from here for Callum Goffin, he'd have to lose 6-0 to Nick Kenny and then watch his compatriot lose to either Adam Smith-Neale or Prakash Jiwa in the final. Whitehead needs Goffin or Kenny to win outright for a card. The semi-finals are, if the minute Goffin gets a leg on the board, the semi-finals are irrelevant.
It's
for
all or
Conan
nothing.
Whitehead. It's down to the final. If Goffin gets a leg, the semi-finals become irrelevant for Conan Whitehead, and he has to sit waiting for at least another 25 minutes for the outcome of the final. If a Welshman wins outright, Goffin and Whitehead get cards, correct? Kenny needs to not give anything. He needs to play the match fairly.
This is going to be nuts.
Kenny's secured his card. Nick Kenny will be back as a PDC tour card holder.
Yeah, Kenny has done enough. He is back.
Let's hope he does a little more with it this time.
This is going to be carnage.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine being friends with Prakash and Conan. They cannot both get there. Well, they can if Goffin loses 6-0. Goffin and Kenny are warming up. Conan thinks he's out. Has he put that on socials?
This is...
You are not out yet, Conan.
Arsenal have just scored. I've just looked round and it looks like there's a massive inquest going on. So, yet again, our shambolic defending.
Who cares? Tense times.
Oh, my. What has Lloris done there? What an absolute idiot.
Both semi-finals are now warming up.
Lloris has to do better. Don't shrug your shoulders, Lloris. It's your fault. Jiwa, Smith Neal underway.
Lines immediately. It bursts into life. Any leg for Callum Goffin will secure his card.
Jack, I'm obviously not watching. I'm just scrolling through Twitter. Did Partey make a howler of a tackle and not get booked by all accounts? Oh, horrific goalkeeping.
What are you saying sorry for? I've not. It's funny. We're underway. Kenny versus Goffin.
Fair enough. Yeah, I literally just keep looking around and seeing what's.
Kenny with the throw. Does Goffin know he only needs one leg?
Surely someone's told him.
You think there are people more intelligent than us there? Yes. Yes is the answer.
Yeah, Mark Walker's there, so yeah.
First to a finish in leg one is Callum Goffin. I think Kenny fires in a maximum though. Goffin pressures with a ton. Kenny goes inside on 10s. Tops for Goffin for a tour card. And he goes inside as well. Early drama here. Surely Goffin is going to get one leg on the board. But it doesn't come at the first time of asking. Can it come at the first time of holding his throw? As he opens with a nervy 58. G with a fantastic leg in the other semi-final. He leaves 38 after just 12 darts. Ooh. Finds himself just on 8. Smith Neill 98 for a 2-0 lead. G busts and Smith Neill wants tops to lead 2-0. A reminder, Conan Whitehead is the man on the bubble. He does not get a tour card if Smith Neill or Jiwa win the day outright. So whilst this semi-final does nothing for the tour card right now, it will decide who is playing for one. Nick Kenny, first to a finish against the darts in leg 2. And he's got 6 darts minimum from 95. And it goes in 3, 2-0 to Nick Kenny, whose tour card is already secure.
If this goes 3-0, then you get Gucci.
There are only 2 scenarios in play here. Callum Goffin fails to win a leg. Conan Whitehead has a tour card. If he wins one leg, he will secure a tour card, and it will be between Conan Whitehead sat waiting and hoping that Smith Neale or Jiwa do not win outright today, as Adam Smith Neale goes 3-0 up.
Would you say Adam Smith Neale is favourite to win the title for the day now?
Yeah. Not only because I backed him 6 hours ago when we started this stream, when you're like, oh, let's find someone. I was like, we always get an outsider. Someone goes deep and wins it out of nowhere. I'd pick the big dog. But it means more to him in that final. Everybody else knows they're there then. It's incredibly difficult to motivate yourself if you start slipping behind. If you're Nick Kenny and you're in today's final, having already been there, your only motivation to win is if your friendship with Conan Whitehead is better than your friendship with Adam Smith Neale. If Goffin loses 6-0, he'll go below Conan on legs 1. Kenny wants 8-8 for a 3-0 lead.
This is the leg.
Couldn't, could it? It
Callum
couldn't, could it?
Goffin. If Kenny breaks and holds, then going into that 6th leg, your head's a mess. This is the leg.
Just if Kenny breaks here, your head's a mess, because then you know you're chasing it, and then that last leg, the pressure is all on you, and absolutely nothing on Nick Kenny, who only finds a 60. This is the let-up that Callum Goffin needs to secure his tour card. A Welshman, I'll be honest, I know absolutely nothing about, which should not surprise you at the end of 7 days for you Q-School live stream action. Kenny finds a 140 and goes back in the lead of this leg. Goffin needs a big one, as Jiwa gets a leg back against Smith Neale. And it's just a 60 from Callum Goffin.
Oh my.
It's surely not happening, is it? It is surely not happening. Nick Kenny playing with all the freedom in the world of a man who has already secured his PDC tour card. First to a finish once again. 265 is awkward as he doesn't leave a finish. 6 darts for Kenny to break the Callum Goffin throw once again.
Also got Chris in the chat room. Goffin won Torremolinos last year. He's a major champion.
This is BDO's only major title, isn't it? Goffin finds a ton to leave 76, but Kenny has 3 in hand at double 16 for a 4-0 lead, and it goes in 13 dart leg. Nick Kenny is throwing for a 5-0 lead. Callum Goffin needs 1 leg for a tour card.
It couldn't, could it?
Back-to-back turns for Kenny to open the leg with his dart. Adam Smith Neale 4-1 up. And just a 60 from Goffin.
Oh my. Surely not.
More importantly, if Goffin loses this, not only has he got to recover, he's then in the venue. He will be stood there watching the final. He'll be in the venue still. It'll be a game away. Kenny finds a maximum. Goffin can only respond with the same to leave a finish, and he doesn't. 6 darts from 1-2-1 for Nick Kenny for 5-0.
This needs to be 177. This has to apply pressure.
96. That's an outside chance at
enough.
it.
That's not enough
but
for
Nick
me.
Kenny is not missing right now, especially in that bottom left-hand corner. He's taken out of 16. He's taken out of 32.
Chance.
And he leaves double eight. Smith Neal, 1 away. 5-1 up on Prakash Jiwa. Goffin needs 105 for a tour card. And it goes in 3. Oh my God, what a way to do it. Callum Goffin secures his tour card with a 105 checkout. And it is now Conan Whitehead who must sit and watch through the final.
Oh my. Oh.
What a moment. What an absolute moment for Callum Goffin. Nick Kenny has missed a dart, minimum, if not 2. He must have missed 2. To leave 16 from there, he must have hit the treble and missed 2 darts at double eight. He has missed 2 darts from a 5-0 lead.
If anyone is also on speaking terms with Callum in the venue after this game, can someone find out if he knew before this game he only needed a leg?
The worst he can fall now is to plus 12 leg difference, which would put him level with Christian Perez. Well, keep him above Christian Perez. He cannot fall below Christian Perez right now. As Jiwa gets another leg back against Smith Neal. Only a hold, though. Smith Neal is now throwing for a spot in the final. It would effectively then become Smith Neal versus Conan Whitehead in a proxy of Nick Kenny or Callum Goffin. A Welsh winner outright today wins Conan Whitehead a tour card.
Yeah, Matthew, absolutely. It'd have been at 4-0, you're feeling all kinds of pressure.
Smith Neal leaves 1-3-6 for the match. Jiwa cannot leave a finish from 3-4-3. Fires in a maximum, but he's still 6 darts from 1-3-6 for Smith Neal. Goffin gets another. That's 4-2. And Kenny only opens up with a 60. After all that, Phil, is the comeback on? So it'll be Goffin playing for Conan Whitehead. As Adam Smith Neal has just missed a dart at the bullseye. For the match. Jiwa wants 63. It goes in 3. He's still alive. 5-3 has the darts now for 5-4. Callum Goffin is absolutely flying right now. He's gone ton 40. It's like a weight has been lifted off his shoulder.
This suggests to me, Gob, he knew.
He knew. He had to have known the way this game was played out.
This suggests to me he knows, because that release is now huge. The arm is free.
He's stolen the darts in leg number 7.
Oh,
but he's left a bogey.
Ferret counting.
I mean, would you even want to play the final for me? You know you've done enough now. Would you just like, get me out of it?
I'm done. I'm Romeo done.
Prakash Jiwa does need a big visit, because on his own darts, he finds himself 118 points behind. Fires in a ton, but Smith Neal first to a finish. 1-2-8 then for a spot in the final. Just 77. Jiwa 146 to save his quest for a tour card. Kenny leaves tops. Jiwa makes a mess, leaves 59. Smith-Neill 77 for the final. Should at least get a dart at tops. Possibly has had 2 at 10s. He's had 1 at tops or 2 at 10s, but it's not gone for Smith-Neill, and Jiwa should have 2 at tops himself for 5-4. And it goes in 3. Prakash Jiwa is still alive. He trailed this match 5-2. He's won 2 straight legs. Smith-Neill throwing for the match. If not, Jiwa would have the darts in the decider. If Jiwa can break now, he has the darts in the decider.
Gob, you reckon this is bad? Could you imagine if Fallon had have won that game? It quite possibly would have been Fallon sat in that 10th spot right now.
Instead, it is Conan. But quite importantly, as Chris said, if Conan hadn't have played today, he would be above Perez on legs and therefore safe. He took a -3 in the first round.
Oh. That's...
As did Adam Warner. It paid off for Adam Warner. He finishes 5th on the order of merit. Smith-Neill's left the big fish. Can the big dog take out the big fish for the match? He has 6 at it. Surely not. He leaves 77. That was the checkout that he missed in the previous leg. Jiwa needs to apply pressure from 206. Finds a ton. 106 to stay alive if Smith-Neill misses more match darts. And he misses another. Prakash Jiwa 106 to force a decider. As Nick Kenny wants 130 to wrap up the match.
To win it.
Has Jiwa missed a dart at tops?
I think he has.
That was to force a decider. And Adam Smith-Neill falls over the line. He's into the final. Nick Kenny leaves 30. Troublous in the first 2, just scored, we think. No dart missed for his spot in the final. Callum Goffin doesn't do the same. This is just to find out the person playing for Conan Whitehead in the final. That's the way it's about to play out. Kenny wants double 15. Doesn't go. Goffin's 10s. This is how we sit then. Adam Smith-Neill is in today's final. If he wins outright, he wins the last tour card on offer. If he loses the final against either Callum Goffin or Nick Kenny, Conan Whitehead wins a tour card. If you're Conan, who do you want playing for you in this final? It's Nick Kenny, isn't it?
Yes. And that's nothing against Callum.
He's been there before.
But I would rather have someone experienced that has been there at this level and done it for me.
Until 10 minutes ago, we didn't know Callum Goffin had won the Torremolinos Open. We know that Nick Kenny has played for Wales internationally, has been on tour before, and played on TV multiple times.
Yeah. However, the wheels have fallen off.
I can't believe this. I don't know if Conan Whitehead is aware of what's going on. On his social media, it looked like he'd given up hope and thought he was long gone. There are 26 out of 27 guaranteed tour card holders so far. We will tell you those names in a minute, Rob, because we will have time before the final starts. That final will be between Adam Smith-Neale and potentially Nick Kenny. It will be between Adam Smith-Neale and Nick Kenny. That is today's final. Right. Here is the situation. 26 of 27 tour cards are known. They are Jeffrey Sparadans, Corey Cadby, Jeffrey Desvan, Mike Kyvenhoven, Richard Veenstra, Niels Zonneveld, Pascal Ruprecht, Ronnie Hybrex, Karel Sedlacek, Jacques Labra, Robbie Knops, Daniel Closer, Gian Van Veen, Owen Roloffs. In the UK, they're Aaron Monk, Graham Usher, Josh Payne, Dylan Slevin, Lee Evans, Stephen Burton, Keegan Brown, Adam Warner, Graham Hall, Callum Goffin, and Christian Perez. The final card comes down to the final match of UK Q-School. If Adam Smith-Neale wins today's event by beating Nick Kenny in the final, Adam Smith-Neale is a tour card holder. He would have done it from scratch. He was on 0 points at the start of today. He could not get there via the Order of Merit. Only an outright win earned him a tour card. Conan Whitehead has been in the top 10 players on the Order of Merit since the end of play yesterday. He is on 6 points plus 11 legs. He is currently plus 1 leg behind Christian Perez from the Philippines, who becomes just the 5th Asian player to win a PDC tour card. If Nick Kenny beats Adam Smith-Neale in the final, Conan Whitehead holds on via the Order of Merit. If Smith-Neale wins, he wins the final tour card and Conan Whitehead misses out. It would have been a big risk at the start of the day. The 3 players that started the day on 7 points were Lee Evans, Keegan Brown, and Adam Warner. They all decided to play knowing that 1 extra point would have got them a tour card. They didn't take the risk on 7 points. The more it transpires throughout the day is a round 1 loss that Conan Whitehead experienced, 6-3, has cost him 3 legs on his leg difference, which would have put him above Christian Perez. It would have finished level with Callum Goffin, but he would have won less legs. This shootout would now be between Christian Perez and Smith-Neale if Conan Whitehead had left his darts in his case this morning.
Again, that doesn't sit right with me.
He did not know that at the time. As we said, the 3 players that were above him on the Order of Merit played because they did not want to take the risk. All 3 of them have become safe since. It is a ridiculous case of hindsight, but it does expose a flaw in the PDC system.
Look, and I fully appreciate that at the start of the day, you wouldn't have known this. But now looking back, we can't be in situations in sport where going to bed the night before the final day, you then have to take into consideration, by me not playing, is that a benefit? That can't be a thing.
Conan Whitehead on social media a couple of hours ago believed he was out.
Right now, he needs a Welshman to win 6 legs. Oh my. Oh my, indeed. So, chat room, who are we going for the final time at 2023 Q-School? Who wins the final?
Would now be a good time to mention that Conan Whitehead is holding out for a hero and Bonnie Tyler was from Wales.
You've just Googled that as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh. Shut up, Siri.
Chat room, give us your predictions.
The thing is, right, I can understand the hate towards Adam Smith-Neil for things that have transpired in the past, but ironically, his A game is unreal.
Yeah.
He's just not everyone's cup of tea.
No. Mace is in. He says Nick Kenny.
I kind of agree with
We're
what
not
Charles
going
has
back
said.
to Oasis references now.
I kind of agree with what Charles has said there.
The game is
The
live.
thing is, if you can't get a point for the round one, your leg difference shouldn't be affected either.
The game is live. Nick Kenny has won the darts, and he has opened up with a 140.
There we have it.
On back-to-back 140s, Smith-Neil finds 43 and 41.
Yeah, Conan is married, and they've just had a little one last year. I don't want to get this wrong, but I think she was born premature and was quite sick early on.
I don't know.
I believe so.
$167 for Kenny to set the tone. Leaves 42.
Yeah, I knew they had the little one, Helen. I thought she was born premature and was quite ill because of it.
Kenny takes the opener in 15 darts. Adam Smith-Neil is about 30, 32.
Yeah. I don't mind who gets this one. Look, through what Conan's been through, it would be nice to see Conan get a little bit of luck.
I don't think Scott Williams has a choice. He takes the 1 year, doesn't he? He's not starting again.
No. I think he did get the choice, and he has chosen the 1 year rolling. Which you've got because he's so well placed in order of merits and everything like that.
Races and whatever else, yeah. You could have 2 years on tour and not do what he's done 1 year off tour. And then he's defending less the year after. Kenny applies the pressure again. Leaves 97. Smith-Neil wants 145 to level up. And only finds 45. That's a slip. Nick Kenny raced into a 4-0 lead in his semi-final. Smith Neal takes out 102 to level at 1 apiece.
Oh, big Max.
We haven't seen a 9 darter yet this week. Bugger off, Nick.
Oh, Nick.
Leaves a bogey. Six from 169 though. No, Tom, irrelevant on leg.
It's all or nothing.
Smith Neal is staying on 5 points. He has to win outright for a tour card. .96 here would set him on track to do so. This would be a break. Dom Taylor did not get a tour card, I'm afraid, George. One of 2 players to reach a final this week and not win a tour card in the UK. Dom Taylor and Chris Quantock both suffering that fate. Adam Smith Neal is about to finish in between them on the order of merit if he doesn't win this final. The only other player separating Chris Quantock and Dom Taylor on the order of merit, Phil? Fallon Sherrock.
Oh. Adam Smith Neal not going away.
No Fallon, no Harrington, no Hamilton, no Scott Mitchell, no John Henderson.
Our pleasure, Tom. Honestly, it's great that you guys all follow us and watch along with us. Without you guys, we wouldn't do it.
Smith Neal leads 40 after 12. This is a great response once again from the big dog.
I was about to say it's been superb from Smith Neal, but he's going to have to find this on the Kenny throw. Opportunity. Adam Smith Neal's missed 3 at tops, but Kenny can't punish.
That is the bright side to look at it, Chris. The MSS lineup for the next season will be fantastic.
Cheers, Richie. Thank you very much.
I mean, I could just FaceTime you all day, Johnny, if you want, and just give you shit down the phone. We do play a little. Barzi played County Youth back in the day.
Yeah.
I played development tour for a couple of years. Not very good. I got Super League tonight, but not expecting much. So there's a reason we sit here and do this.
I played in the same Hampshire side as James Wade, Sam Rooney, Aaron Turner. Good side, Danny Ballard.
Jenkins didn't really go for a card, Ben. He went through his eligible for Challenge Tour. He's too close in the order of merit on the seniors.
Adam Smith-Neill is making a charge.
Put that next to my other 12, Johnny.
Oh my, that's huge, Gob. 12 dart break of throw for Adam Smith-Neill. Conan Whitehead fans, look away now. It's advantage Smith-Neill.
That is fantastic. The turtle, David Schlichting, has just quote tweeted an Adam Smith-Neill tweet from May 26, 2013 that says, Sundays are pure dog shite.
How has he gone and found that?
I have absolutely no idea, but he could be moments away from that being very, very wrong. I mean, I wasn't going to mention it, Cam, but you know.
Nick Kenny has found a max, but then can't back it up. Cuts it in half. 2 treble visit here, and Smith-Neill still favourite. 3 treble visit, very much. Both on 70. Kenny relying on Smith-Neill missing. He took at 86 in the last leg, and he takes out 70 in this one, Gob. Adam Smith-Neill is 2 legs away from being a PDC Tour card holder.
He is. And look, in this situation, you have to start feeling for Conan Whitehead. He's probably sat at home watching through Dart Connect like the rest of us. It would be him that falls out if Conan Whitehead wins this match. And that is the only motivation that Nick Kenny has to get himself going for this. Nick Kenny secured his card 2 rounds ago. He's safe and has been for a while. He's still playing in a professional manner. But when your back's up against it, you're 4-2 down, is there any motivation to push on to find that extra gear if you're already safe?
Yeah, one, Harry, because he'd already agreed. Mark, we announced the lineup last night. Mark McGeaney was already in, but that's it.
Adam Lipscomb.
Yeah, again, these were Adam Lipscomb wasn't meant to be going to Q-School. That's why he was in.
Yeah,
and then changed his mind last minute.
Smith-Neill wants 81. Doesn't go. Leaves tops, but he's coming back for 40. Dom Taylor did play today, was beaten first round. Apart from the day where he made the final, he was beaten first round all 3 days. Or second round. Didn't pick up any other points. What's next for Fallon, Henderson and Hop? Any chances for them to qualify for PDC events this year? So Fallon will play women's series, minimum. It depends if the other 2 are motivated enough to play Challenge Tour. John Henderson turns 50 this year, so it'll be interesting to see if we get him in any World Seniors events or any of the qualifiers. Then there's chance to play in the ADC. There is a new women's section of the ADC this year, actually. We've neglected to mention so far this week, which will be good to see how that continues to grow. Super Series down in Portsmouth. Adam Smith-Neale is a leg away from a tour card. Conan Smith-Neale is a leg away from being the guy that just misses out. Who got their cards so far? We'll do a roundup of everybody that got a card at the end of this final because there's 26 other names in that hat. Could we? No. Not a single 9-darter. Did I call him Conan Smith? Jesus. It's the end of the week. Come on, man.
Will Kane leave Spurs? I think he only leaves Spurs for another English club. Because I think he wants that all-time Premier League record.
And he struggles to speak English. There's no way he's going to learn another language. Hendo's 49. He'll be 50 in June, I think. Or if I made that up, is he another year away? He's 49. He'll be 50 in May. Not old enough to be in the seniors world, mate.
Early May as well.
Kenny wants 80 then to extend this match. It would be a break back. Doesn't go. And Smith-Neale wants double 15 for a tour card. The last player to book their spot here at Q-School in 2023 is not the big dog yet. Kenny keeps this one alive. We get more drama. Smith-Neale has missed match darts to be the 27th and final recipient of a tour card from Q-School 2023.
Quite possibly. Look, Conte's an elite coach. However, he's not suited for Daniel Levy.
Not this year, Super Bowl. So in COVID year, the Pro Tour top-up was from the Q-School Order of Merit. There's a challenge tour next week, which is completely unseeded, and that is where your Pro Tour top-ups will come from. So it doesn't matter if you finish 10th or 124th. Back-to-back 140s for Nick Kenny. Leave him on a finish after 9 darts. Are we going to get more twists and turns here on the final day? Smith-Neale bangs in a maximum. Maybe not. Surely not. Surely not the 164. 96.
No.
Smith-Neale should get at least a dart at the bullseye. Doesn't go yellow. Misses a dart at the ball. $68 for Kenny to extend this one further.
He does. He goes.
5-4. Smith-Neale with the darts. This is the leg. This is the leg because he mismatched darts in 2 legs now.
Nervy.
If he doesn't get over the line here, he would have lost 3 on the spin, facing a deciding leg for a tour card against the darts. Ben's wondering why the chat room and those questions are so far behind. Just click live at the bottom. 41 from Smith-Neale is a slip. As Nick Kenny steals the darts in leg 10. Awkward, though. He'll have to use the 19s in the next visit. Count. 140 from Smith Neal. Kenny should be first to a finish.
Should be downstairs as well.
Unless it's 2 trebles or more, Smith Neal is favourite, depending on his setup. Just the 167.
Smith Neal's favourite still.
Yeah, because a steady 60 is better than the 167, even under pressure. He finds a 95 to leave 125. That's probably more difficult than a 160.
That says to me he's gone treble 5 last start.
Kenny wants the 167. Leaves 74. Right. Mismatched darts, 2 legs go. Mismatched darts in the last leg. Can Smith Neal seal it with a 125? Has he gone ball, treble 17, missed double 12? Has he missed another match dart inside?
I think he has. Are we going all the way? Oh, Nick Kenny's missed a dart to break back. Adam Smith Neal now has 3 clear darts in hand, Gob. This one's yours.
And Adam Smith Neal is your final tour card holder for 2023. The big dog defeats Nick Kenny 6-4 in the final from nowhere. Adam Smith Neal had 0 points at the start of the day. The only way he could earn himself a tour card for 2 years was by winning today's tournament outright. Conan Whitehead misses out on a tour card by 1 leg to Christian Perez after sitting around waiting for the entire day. He lost that match in the 128 earlier on, which meant he took a negative leg difference of 3. An extra leg. If he'd lost 6-4 earlier, if he hadn't played earlier, Conan Whitehead would now have a tour card. Ouch. Instead, Adam Smith Neal is the 27th and final tour card holder in the PDC for 2023. He joins Jeffrey Sparadans, Corey Cadby, Jeffrey Desvan, Robbie Knops, Mike Kyvenhoven, Richard Veenstra, Neil Zonneveld, Pascal Ruprecht, Ronnie Hybrex, Karol Sedlacek, Jacques Labra, Daniel Closer, Gian Van Veen, Owen Roloffs, Aaron Monk, Graham Usher, Josh Payne, Dylan Slevin, Lee Evans, Stephen Burton, Nick Kenny, Keegan Brown, Adam Warner, Graham Hall, Callum Goffin, and Christian Perez as your new tour card holders for the next 2 years on the PDC.
Everyone, what a 7 days it has been. From me, Gob, the whole team that's been involved, thank you very, very much for your support. It's been long. It's been emotional. There's been ups. There's been downs. But what a way to start 2023. Remember, the Live Lounge returns tomorrow, 8 p.m. and there are plenty of talking points. We will dissect what we have seen. We will have a look at what is to come. But just remember, you guys are part of this journey as well as us. Thank you very, very much. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. But we are going to go and chill now for a couple of hours. I've been Phil Bars, Jack Garwood, and everyone else in that chat room. Thank you very much. Round of applause. We are signing off 2023 Q-School, and we'll see you all tomorrow, 8 p.m, the Live Lounge. Make sure you're there.